I feel that, Lance. I feel that. Oh, hey, Mafia Mama Love. Hey, Sarah. 30 minutes northern of Michigan. Oh, Michigan's getting slammed. Good morning, Jackie. Good morning, Carvel. Yeah, Julie, it's insane. Yes, Mafia Mama. Rich is in jail, but it's not for charges pertaining to Becca. It's for distribution of the mathematics. Hey, Em. Good morning. Yeah, there's two Riches. The Rich that was on the panel last night is a cousin to James. Yeah, there's two. Yeah, Sheila, we have to talk in like TikTok friendly words. Jeter girl, we don't know that. I don't know. Somebody said that allegedly that Courtney had a relationship one time with a deputy. I'm not 100% on that. I haven't seen confirmation of that. Hey, Charlene. But the information we got last night was wild. Wild. If a lot of you guys didn't tune in to right. It was Chef's Live last night. Chax, yes. Yeah. You did. You did. You freaking did. You missed that shit.
Dora, did
Yes.
you see that Mouse was live? Or I don't know if she still is. I had to leave. She was pissing me off. But she is like going off.
For what?
I don't know. She was talking about Steph at one point, and then she was talking about everybody in the chat. It was crazy.
Good morning, my loves. Truth got off?
I guess so. I had to leave. I was about to cuss her out.
So I left when Steph joined. What exactly did I? Is there anything like? Can you tell me anything that I missed, or is it too much?
So, Chef's Live last night, we actually all was talking in Chef's Live, just, recapping. Richard, the guy came up, I think his last name was Fisher. It was on his TikTok. He came up last night. He was talking and answering questions. Richard is the Richard is the cousin of Mercer. And so he was up answering questions and things like that. Well, somebody in the background, a female, he said it's a friend. It's not, his wife or anything like that. He said that the female started talking in the background, and she said that she had mentioned something about Courtney's father, and he went on mute because he did not want to really say a lot, right? And so he got up in the box. Who? So he got up in the box, he was answering questions. And when he got up in the box and he answered questions, he had the lady said when she said something, everybody was like, "Okay, what are you talking about? Like what is this?" And he she said, "Look up Courtney's father." And she mentions his name. Thank you, Ash. She mentions his name. And so when she mentions his name, everybody's like, "What do you mean?" And so she's like, "Yeah, he went to prison for 35 years and he allegedly he kidnapped 5 people and tied them up to a tree and was going to inject them with battery acid."
Oh my God. So this is, you said Courtney's dad? Wait, who's dad?
Courtney's dad.
Okay, Courtney's dad.
So then we're like, okay, um, so allegedly the guy come out with he lives near Westco. Well, Courtney, if you remember, said she needed oil for that same guy at 3 a.m.
Oh, yeah. He's out of prison now?
Yes.
Oh, Jesus. Another character. There's so much more to this whole story, you know?
Yes. And then we learned about an aunt who also tried to place a smit on somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
So
wild.
whoever was there at Rich's was trying to give out a little bit of information.
Yes, but Rich is a bounty, so
He has to be careful. And you know, I know that he
yes,
doesn't have the greatest record, but I did meet him personally. He was there with me, you know this. And I asked him, I said,
yes,
will you go in the house with me when I go in? And he said, yeah, absolutely. He said, I'd like to go in there and look around anyways. And I said, okay. So it seemed as if he was on our side.
What are
You know
you
what I mean?
talking
And
about, Mr. T kidnapped? What are you even talking about?
so many misinformation. I gotta stay off the internet. It's been bad. And then I seen you live when I was about to walk out the door, and I'm like, oh my God, here I go.
Yeah, Ash, I don't even know what they're talking about. So yeah, I truly feel that, last night with the dad, I don't really know the dad. I didn't even know she had
The only time it was ever mentioned is when she said she had the Wesco thing at 3 a.m.
yes. So the Westco thing, I'm just like, what the hell?
I'm exhausted. I know everybody's exhausted. Everybody's brains have been on a million. I kind of want to say though that like when people take pictures and screenshots of like my lives and like stuff, and I'm not slandering anybody or saying anything, and I'm not saying this is what happened, but you know, when you take a screenshot of something and you look into it's a little bit different, or it could also be fabricated to look a little different than what it actually was, you know, about the floorboards and stuff. The whole
Yes.
floorboards looked exactly like that. So it really made me uncomfortable. I was like, wait a minute, you guys are like acting like it's blatantly obvious and this and this and that. And the way it looked, yes, it did look like that in the picture. But I mean, being there,
Jackie, can I interrupt you 1 second?
Sure.
Dora, can you mod me, please? There's some shit going on that you're not seeing in your chat. You can take me off afterwards, but I know what they're doing.
Yeah, I don't even know anything about that. I've never been
I
told
know.
about any of that.
I know, girl. I know. That's why I was going to handle it for you, so you don't even have to address nothing.
Yeah, because I have zero idea what that's about.
I know. Sorry, Jackie. I'm sorry.
Hey, Dora, if you don't mind, Sabrina said she can also mod, and Mandy as well. She just commented a minute ago.
Okay, got it.
Okay, I'm working on it though. I'm watching. But yes, and Drama Talk and whoever else, all the help we can, because I'm not putting up with this shit.
No, it's going to get nasty today, too, so.
Yeah, I'm not doing it.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
love
know.
you.
Yeah, I know zero about any of that. I've never been talked to about that. I don't know what the hell's going on with that situation. Okay,
And
Young Dolly.
Energizer wants to talk to Jax.
Okay, Energizer wants to talk to Jax. Got it.
One doing this morning.
Doing okay.
So I just wanted to come on real quick. Sorry, give me a second. Turn my TV down. So last night after I had left Chef's Live, I had got pulled into another live with, I want to say her name was for Allie.
Yeah.
And I ended up having to go up, Jax. I just wanted to let you know I went up in a box, or kept trying to get in a box to defend your name, because they kept just like construing it, and they're like, no, because they kept saying, oh, Jax isn't the one that went and found Becca. And I was like, you're wrong. Like, that is what happened. And so I tried to give insight from what I had, heard from you, direct source. And they were like, well, that's not true. And there's just like, so I guess my biggest question, the reason I wanted to come up, is I wanted to ask you, just for clarification. There are currently no pictures circulating of Becca's body, correct?
Correct.
That's correct.
Okay, because Allie is going out there and saying that not Jax directly, but that either her team or Becca's dad and brother that went down there had taken pictures, and now they are out online, and she is claiming awful shit of how Becca was found.
Well,
Yeah, so
here's the
somebody
thing
had said
about
that there
that.
was circulation on the internet that it was Becca. Everybody initially thought it was, but it was not Becca.
Yes, correct. And I had heard that, and then last night it just kind of struck me
It was
because
like
she
a
was just,
photo of a crime scene that somebody had gotten off the internet, and they made a video out of it into,
and
and
it really
everybody's like, oh
concerned me.
my
The
God,
reason
why
I
would you
wanted to come
post
up, Jack,
this?
the reason I even wanted to come up was it really made my heart sink to my stomach, because they were like, your name got brought up, and they were like, no, Jax found her and she had no clothes on, and I was like, no, that's false.
I
Like,
didn't find her. Fabian came out with the son and found two of the girls on my search party and got them because they were the first people they seen, and they brought them back there and said, we think we found a mask. Can you check it out? They went up, they identified that it was Rebecca. They took pictures. There's two pictures they took. I went back there to get them. They told me to go the wrong way, and I didn't find them. But the cops wouldn't let us back down the other trail anyway. So I went back up to Courtney's corner where she lives, and the girls were up there. And that's when they showed me the pictures. I do not have the pictures. I didn't have them send me the pictures. I don't want the pictures in my phone.
oh, I agree 100%.
Now, what I seen in the pictures is exactly what it was out there, because those were my two girls that seen it. So I'm stating facts, and a lot of people need to stop listening to people that were not there. And I am sorry that Fort Allie was not the one to be able to be the one to find her, whatever. I don't know. I don't want to bash anybody, but it's
I just wanted to
A
say,
lot
like,
of it's for clout. Let's just put it that way.
when I did defend, I just,
And I
I went up in
appreciate
a
you defending me. I really
absolutely.
do.
Yeah,
And not
see, the
even,
pictures were
you
circulating and
directly,
nobody at
not
first.
even just you directly. It was mainly for Becca. I went up there and I said,
Thank you.
major respect goes out to these big creators here that have taken time out of their lives to go and help pursue the efforts of finding Becca. I was like, this case has made so much national publicity. I was like, there's people in the family that are, I don't want to say innocent per se, but there are ones that had came from out of state that we know about that weren't involved. And there's ones that are just trying to live their life, and there's people that are, like you said, construing what happened because I feel like a lot of people want to come to closure with the situation, but you can't come to closure until all the pieces are there.
Right. And of course a lot of people are gonna suspect a lot of people, right? They're going to do that. However, um there are
Not to
some good
mention I
people
was
with it.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but not to mention I was live. So if anybody that was even watching my live should know and be able to put two and two together.
Yes, you guys did an amazing job, Jax, and I couldn't
Thank you. I
appreciate it
appreciate
enough,
that.
Can I say something really quick? If you go back and listen to that live, I don't know if it got recorded or not, but when Allie brought up the pictures, because Jax has told me, and I have asked Jax a lot of questions on what happened, I did correct her. I corrected her immediately that those pictures were AI, and I did correct them immediately about Jax wasn't the one to directly find her, and the real story of what happened about Fabian and his son and getting the searchers. We corrected all of that last night.
Thank you.
Yeah,
And that's
just
all I can
please
do is try
know.
to put the facts out there. And that's all I've ever wanted to do is put the facts out there. And that's why I even streamed everything because of how everything gets so misconstrued.
Hey,
Yeah,
Jack.
I corrected all of that.
I just want to say that I've never talked ill about you. I did get on your live. I urged you not to go in the house because I was worried. Because if you remember watching, and I don't know if you watched it or if you were there Monday night, there were so many people for the protest. Um, Specifically, Courtney said something big's going to happen tomorrow. Something, and then she's giving us directions. And I'm so thankful that you went there and searched. The pictures to me looked real. I wasn't there. They were devastating. I didn't
What
know that you
pictures did
posted.
you see? And how did you even see any pictures?
They were sent to me at 7:30 in the morning the next day. And they didn't come from you. They came
What
from
pictures did you see? Because the pictures that were took were not pictures from my girls. Those are not circulating.
Okay, well, and I don't know. I don't know why people are saying that they came from Defecto Media Group, not
Okay,
from.
those aren't Becca. I
I
said this.
know that, but those are the ones that
Okay.
I seen.
Right. And those are not the right pictures. So what you've seen is not correct.
Okay, that's fine, but that's not your name didn't get brought into that. It was Defecto.
Yeah, and that person behind that de facto account isn't even the person that's in the video. And I talked to that person and they blocked me. And that person, we looked him up and is actually a RSO. And it's all just for clout.
Right. Well, and I mean, I don't, and then prior to that, we talking to you on your live, the reason why I didn't get on your live to stop you to do anything, you guys were on there showing garbage that was left in the middle of, it was dark when we left. We took so many bags of garbage out of there and we left some. So I was like, hey, could you, grab the couple of garbage? And,
Yeah, the only thing I've ever heard from you is for you to ask me to clean up the garbage that they
Good
left
morning,
out
a
there.
Chef.
couple, a couple of the things. It wasn't anything to be bad. It wasn't anything to be, and I was concerned for you going in the house and I know, I mean, it was good content. I'm not gonna lie.
I didn't do it for content.
I'm sure
And I
I
didn't, and I just want to make it clear that I didn't touch a single thing in that house. Not a single thing.
She instructed Brad to move everything.
okay. That's on you. I mean, it's up to you. It was just a concern because I knew something.
Oh, I
She
totally
was
get it.
wanting
I would be concerned. Everybody was concerned. I mean, Courtney invited me in the day before to come in and talk to her, and I said, absolutely fucking not.
the day
Oh,
before she was
Jax
gone
will
all
tell
day.
you, I was in her DMs like, please don't. I was screaming it
Yeah, I
on
Yeah,
know. We
live
all
too. I'm
were.
like, please don't go in there. Stay the fuck away from Courtney.
But the next day when all them people were out there and I was streaming and I had,
And
you
I
know what I
understood
mean?
what you guys were doing when you went in there, and Courtney, of course, he was moving everything around. I rewatched
And he was being super
some of those
nice
screen
and
recordings.
different.
He
Yes.
was, and that's how he reacts to me. That's how he's reacted to
Thank
me
you,
both times I
Chef.
encountered him.
Oh yeah.
If I'm
I mean, I'm not
Dora,
sticking up for him, but I'm just saying, like, that's how it was, and anybody that watched the live would know. So, I mean, unless they were there or watched the live, then, you know what I mean? They can't
Right.
listen to what anybody else is saying.
Yeah, I did say I wasn't going to get involved in that because, and I was worried about DNA, and then I thought about gloves. I was concerned for you. That wasn't me bashing you. I just want you to know that I wasn't bashing you at all.
Okay, I
I
appreciate
I,
that.
I wasn't, and I never said your name about any pictures. And the only thing that I said about the pictures was that they did. I mean, they were blurred out, obviously. I didn't know she was nude in any and when she was found. You know, at first I was told that you had found her. Then I was told Fabian and son.
It's a
Yeah, a
confusing
lot of people are
story.
running that. So I want to make sure that everybody in here knows that the other two young girls, or the women that were with Jax, is the one that was down there when she was found. Fabian and his son, a boy, came up and asked for help from those two ladies, and they went down there because they thought it was a mask. And so when they went down there, they found her, and that's how that occurred. And Jackson them, because I was in Jackson's live when Jackson then was told to leave the scene and go
Yeah, the
to the
cops were
church. Did you
telling
guys
us to
go to
go
the
park down
church?
at the church.
Yeah.
And that's how we reviewed it last night.
hey Dora,
Yeah,
if I
just so
may,
you guys know, I'm the one that told Jax to go down there to stop the search because I'm the one that got the message from the ladies. I just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah, this is
Yes, because Jax, if you guys remember, Jax was on live and she freaked out and said, "Guys, we got a tip. I gotta go."
Yep.
Those
And I ended
ladies
my live.
personally text me. I have the screenshots where they text me and I sent them to Jackie, you guys.
Right.
hey
Good
Dora, I
question,
just had
Chef.
a thought that crossed my mind last night in Chef's Live that I would like to kind of pick your guys' brain about.
Uh
Okay, so last night he had Richard Fisher came up and decided that he wanted to speak with us. And he had said, Jax, that on the first protest, that Courtney had called and wanted him to come and sit on the property just to make sure no one came on there. This is my question. When we asked him what he knew about the case, he said that he has to continue to talk to Courtney because it's much bigger than what it is now, and it has to
Correct.
do with Rebecca.
Correct, which is
So
true.
this is
That is
my
true.
theory. This is my theory. Who's to say that he didn't hear, see, or know something being in that house before any of the search party could get in there to find
To
anything?
be
I
honest,
think
I don't
I
think he
think that
knows.
it's something. I think it's something separate from that.
Yes, because you got to realize the mind of a bounty. And also, secondary to that, I
He's got to
don't think
protect
he's
himself.
involved. He's also got to try to let them talk, if that makes sense, between the lines.
Right.
It makes sense. It kind of struck me a little bit because it was
It's a
like,
lot going on in the background that nobody actually knows.
Exactly.
And it's larger than what we actually think. Because if you listen to what we found out last night about Courtney's dad, this is a bigger problem. This has stemmed
There's
from
a
so
lot more
much
people
more.
involved. There's a lot more things that have
Yes.
happened in the past that haven't been solved. I believe that there is, and this is just speculation because I do not know. I do not know these people. I do not run with these people. I'm just familiar with the area, and I'm the one that just went out there to go search on my own because I felt that that was the right thing to do. And these are people that I believe there's a big ring up there, and it's like a cult. It's like a ring, like there's trafficking,
Thank you, Chef.
there's a lot of bad things. I don't even want to say the things. There's a lot of bad things that's been going on with unaliving,
Yes.
with other things. And I know that in my head, when I first heard about it, I was like, what could possibly be bigger than what is already at hand here, right? And I know a lot of people would agree with me, but it's not just Becca.
Thank you,
It's not
Classy.
just the baby. And then there's a lot more other things along with the schmurders. There's rugs, there's trafficking, there's a
Correct.
lot of things. So that's why. And Richard, I really think that, like, because he lives up there and he knows things, I think that he is helping. I think speculation is that he's helping the police, but I also think that the police are involved. So I don't.
Yeah, so
It's
in
a
my
lot.
heart, like, I know that a lot of people have questions. No word on the baby. No, there has been no new updates regarding the Rebecca Parks case.
No.
The autopsy hasn't come back. We have no information on the baby at this time. But I do want to say that, I know a lot of people get things confused because, I mean, it's the internet, right? Like, a lot of people are going to ask questions. They're going to come from all different sides of TikTok, because they're invested in this just as we are. With the information that we found out last night by Richard, the guy that was in the box, not Richard in jail. I feel that this has been many years of this type of shit, and it's larger than anything the internet could imagine, to be honest.
Correct.
Um, and I feel that it's it's generational, and it's been, yes, and I believe that a lot of us during this may uncover a lot more than what is even being told.
Hey, Dora.
Hmm.
I have a question for you. You were in my live last night, and you were still awake when we were talking about this. When we talked to Carter, I mean, you kind of fell asleep. I mean, probably like 3/4 of the way.
Oh, girl,
On
yeah, I totally passed out for sure.
I know it's okay. It's okay. I did it the night before,
I do it too.
but we did talk about before you passed out, and it was before Carter came on. About the pictures, and I mean, can you vouch that I was not, bashing Jax? I wasn't, it had nothing to do with the fact that I was saying she was passing it around. I don't know who took the pictures. I wasn't there.
Yeah, no. I never heard you mention Jax at all. I only heard that you were saying that somebody was passing around pictures, and it's that account that everybody, even myself,
Right.
even went and reported because I truly thought it was Rebecca, and it wasn't. So a lot of people thought that it was Rebecca, and it's not Rebecca. It's a crime scene photo from the internet that was taken and placed into a video.
Right.
And
And
Carter.
when we got to the bottom of it, that those were, fake. And I've always said this, guys, if I am wrong and I find out or I know I'm wrong, I'm going to say it. I will say it. I hold myself very accountable for my actions, for my words, anything that comes out of my mouth.
And it's
anything that I
easy to
do.
get things misconstrued because
Right.
it's you got a lot of people. You have a lot of family members in this case, and I might not remember something that you guys remember that was said. I may get
Yes.
something mixed up. It happens.
Same with
And
me. Same with me. My brain is mush. All of our
I
brains
know
are
all the
mush.
time.
And that's
yeah,
why I try not to speak too much about it. And if somebody asks me a question and I'm not 100% sure, even though I probably really am 100% sure, but if my brain's thinking like, don't say that because, listen, there was so many different places we went and so many different trails we went down, when people were
and that is
asking me
no
like,
lie.
well,
I can
this side
vouch
and
for
that
Jax on
side,
that.
it was so hard to keep track of what I had, because I had so many people messaging me, check here, check there, go here, go there. And then I had these crazy twacked out people on there that are leading me in frickin', wherever into the wrong spots and this and that. But I had to debunk everything. And that's what I was trying
That's
to
fine,
do.
Em. I'll let him up in a little bit.
And I try to just the only reason I'm up here, the only reason that I'm even online or anything is to try to just clarify the truth. That is it.
Absolutely. And,
Yes, and I can say honestly that I talked to Jackson, her cousin, and they were in my life the first encounter with Courtney and Brad. And then Jax's cousin and was sent out to the swaps because remember everybody was actually initially wondering about the swamps. So I was on live with her on a private live completely the entire time. Checking the swamp area because it was, alleged that in Kimmy's confession, that she could be in the swamp. So they went out there. I saw we walked through the swamp area. She walked a while out there, and there was nothing. Um, and and then these girls went to the area where she was found. Of course, they went out late at night prior to that. These girls took a truck out there, or their car out there late at night prior to
At
this.
12:30 after the protest, after
Yes.
Brad and Courtney came out talking about, oh, look, we're going to search the trails. So we said, well, let's fucking go right now. But when we got out there, I don't even want to say it because it's going to make me sound crazy, but we ended up turning around when we got almost out there and went back and decided to go when it was daylight because we were afraid that if they were out there doing something with that body and they caught us out there, that something bad could. We were in a very dangerous situation, way more dangerous than what we even thought, because now we are seeing, and I still have to go back. Sorry. I still have to go back through my lives. I still have to go back through all Jessica's videos. And I still have to, because if you go back and watch a lot of stuff, a lot of shit makes sense.
Yes, and that's what I'm saying. And I'll do a recap of last night's live, guys. On Chef's live, Courtney came in and said that Brad had left her. That's allegedly. That is all alleged. Drama Talk, where'd you go, girl? So Chef's Live continued on. We got to talk with Richard. Richard is the cousin to James Mercer. We all know that the PayPal card, whatnot, was found by her entitled his name. He is in jail or prison. So we heard from Richard, and you're fine, Drama Talk. I'm just messing with you. As the live went on, there was a female in the background who was stated to be the friend of oh my God, Richard. I couldn't even get his name out. Sorry, guys. So she mentioned look into Courtney's dad. And when she said that, everybody was like, what do you mean Courtney's dad? Who the hell's Courtney's dad? Is he alive? Everybody was like, what do you mean? And she's like, girl, you look up him, and he kidnapped 5 people and tied them to a tree. It was a girl, her boyfriend, and their family, and wanted to inject battery acid. And he served, I think, 35 years. And everybody was like, what? What the hell? This is new. And if you guys remember and you guys go back in your mind to the time that Courtney was online, that's the same man, her father, who she needed oil for at 3 a.m. when she made the phone call to Wesco.
Mm-hmm.
Tell them what they ate, Dora. Tell them what they fed people.
And it was also said in that same live that they fed people dogs.
I just want to say good morning, guys, while there's a break.
Good morning, Kristen. I'm glad you're here.
And I didn't know if y'all have discussed this or not. I slept in a little bit this morning, but I can just say that last night, after watching Allie's live, Dora, you were asleep because I was texting you and you weren't responding and you weren't answering in the chat and you never come off mute. So I knew you were asleep. But I can just say, after talking to Kimmy and Becca's cousin,
Carter, yeah.
Carter was a great gentleman.
I left out of there so torn because I was so mad because these girls had a good life growing up. They had what we had. They had a great life. They had people that loved them. They had people that cared for them. They had an amazing life growing up. And then to know that because that thing chose to insert herself back in their lives,
it
ruined it
caused
for them.
It's
Yes,
really sad.
I honestly
And it
agree.
hurt my heart.
Yeah, it's really sad, but I'm glad to know that she actually did have a good upbringing, because if she wouldn't have been adopted out, she probably wouldn't even have made it half as far as she did.
Correct.
Right.
And Carter gave us a lot of insight on the adoptive family. And he said that, growing up, they were sisters, they were close. And I'll give a little bit of recap on that. Carter is the adopted family's nephew. So he is Courtney and Becca's adoptive mom and dad's nephew. And he basically grew up with Courtney and Becca. He's 29. Courtney and Becca, I think Becca is 22 and Kimmy is 21. He said that Kimmy was adopted when she was 6 weeks old and Becca was at least a year old when she was adopted. They were adopted. And so he gave us some insight on the adoptive parents, and he told us that they're incredible people. They've set boundaries. They are the type of people that pushed Becca and Kimmy and everybody in there to want something for themselves in life and follow the right path in life and things like that. They set rules for their household, things like that. It was never, aggressive type of household. It was never, Courtney and Becca wasn't aggressive. And he stated that, he didn't even realize that Courtney was even around. He didn't even know that that Courtney was in their life or came to their life. And I think that, in my personal opinion, after hearing him talk last night, knowing that probably when the girls got 18, 19 years old is when Courtney came around and she formed a toxic environment for these girls, because you think about this, the girls had a great life. Who and how the hell drug them into this ring of people? Who do you think? Who do you think?
Yeah, it infuriates me that she took that life that they had their whole lives that she wasn't able to provide. She didn't provide a good, stable home for those girls growing up. She didn't provide a loving home for those girls growing up. That woman did. Her family did. And she took that all away just by one contact. And that infuriates me because she's, he said she loved her boys. She was always there. The foster mom never, stopped her from seeing her children or spending time with her kids, and she loved her boy, and that just
And if you look
infuriated.
at Becca's page, Becca has pictures with her kids. And when I
Yes.
asked him about that, he said the adoptive parents have never stopped Becca from seeing her children. They were always, she was always allowed over to see them.
And I'll tell you what
That's
what stood
awesome.
out to me. It stood out to me when he said, one thing he said was that the brother was also adopted, but that he had to be put back into the system because he was very
Aggressive.
aggressive. That stood out to me. And it also stood out to me that he mentioned that the foster mom was, for all intents and purposes, fixing to adopt another baby.
Well,
Yeah.
do you remember when he talked about, when I asked, was she, Kimmy violent with, I think you were already asleep, maybe, Dora, but was, Kimmy ever violent? When did you have pets? Was she violent, etc.? And he brought up a time, and it was, a while back ago. It was some years ago that she helped break a toddler's legs. Do you remember that?
Yep.
Or he said, yeah, he said he didn't know if she was a part of that or she was there or
Okay.
she knew, but it was the boyfriend, which is Mercer, that did that. And he didn't know if Kimmy had been a part of that. He didn't know any of that. He also mentioned that Kimmy and Courtney, Kimmy and Becca were super close. Like he mentioned that they had that sisterly,
Right, but they
how
had
when
like
you have a
Kimmy
sister
was very
growing
jealous
up.
of her,
He
jealous
did
of.
say that Kimmy came off very jealous
Yes.
Yes.
of Kimmy.
Yes. And I think he's like, he also looked at it from a stance of, well, you know how sisters are. Like if you have a younger sister and you guys are like, oh my God, you got a prettier shirt on than me. Or, oh my God, you're wearing something better than me. You know how
Thank God
sisters
I was an
do.
only child.
Right. Like, you know how
Girls.
sisters are in that stance where it's like, oh, you're wearing new shoes. I want new shoes. The sister fight. I have a cousin who has 3 girls, and let me tell you, they fight all the time. All the time over whose clothes is what.
It was heartbreaking. It was so heartbreaking to know that they did, but it put me at ease a little bit to know that they did grow up in a loving home. They did have that stability. They did have the family that cared for them and loved them. So I know that at least at one point in her life, Becca felt
Absolutely.
loved. So that put me a little bit at ease to know that she actually did have some love at one point in time before the mother reintroduced herself.
Yes. And I think that it was great to know that Kimmy and Becca had a loving home. When they were adopted, they had that love.
Yeah.
They had that peace at mind. Like, they had those things.
Because
And
I've
to
been
know that
thinking that all
Courtney
this,
came in and ruined that.
I
Like,
yeah, because I'd been
I
thinking
felt
that
like
all this
Courtney is the
time.
reason that they know all the bad people. I feel
Oh,
like Courtney was
absolutely.
the reason that they were around all these people.
Yeah. And it just, because I'd been wondering in the back of my head, my God, this poor girl, she's gone now, and she probably felt no love, no family bond, but that helped me a little bit to know that when she did go, that yes, she did have some sort of
Mm-hmm.
loving home. That put
Yeah.
me at ease a little bit.
Yeah, it's insane that, these girls, it's insane that I feel like, because if you remember, I think, whose live was it? Where I think Paige was talking and said that she met Rich at her house. So, you got all these people that are involved that haven't truly really been involved. They've only known Becca and Kimmy they may have known them from their life, but they were in a loving, happy, healthy home. And then you take Courtney getting in this, and then next thing you know, all of these rug people, all of this shit included these girls into that.
Yeah, it's sad. It's sad. I wish she would have just left those girls alone. I don't know. And then it got me to thinking when he mentioned that as far as his mother knew, he had been speaking to about it, that the foster mother had um, intentions of adopting this baby after Becca had it. I mean, Sherry had the 2 of hers. She had the 1 of Kimmy's. And he kind of said, after you got 3, what's one more?
And
Which
he even said that Becca always had access to her babies. Always.
yes,
There was
but
never
I'll
not a
tell you
time that
what.
Becca did not have access. Like, Becca could call no matter where she was, even as an adult, and say, I'm coming over
Right.
to my kids. And they were not welcoming to that. She always
Well,
had.
what stood out
Always
to
had that.
me when he mentioned that the foster mother was, as far as he knew, was getting this baby after it was born, my first immediate thought, and I texted you, Dora, and you were asleep. That's how I knew you were asleep. I said, oh, so the foster mother was planning on getting this baby. So Courtney's whole baby shower story was bullshit.
Yeah, we were led to believe by Kimmy and Courtney and others that they didn't want to adopt the baby. They weren't going to adopt the baby. Let's get
Yes.
that right, because they were getting too old and they already had 3. But just like he said, and him and I should say, Carter and I said it pretty much at the same time simultaneously. What's one more? They're all this around.
Right.
One's about to be 4, 3, 2, and then what, a newborn? I mean,
Exactly. And if you listened
Right.
closely to what he was saying, no new updates, guys. We're just kind of recapping from yesterday. So if you even noticed, he even said they're in their 50s or 60s. I can't remember which one he said. But he said, they already have Kimmy's baby. They have Becca's too. This home feels like that they have the love for children, and they have that want to give them and provide them a life that they will not forget. Because you take this toxic situation and you realize that, hey, this is what's occurring. This is, look at, and then you got Courtney, because he never knew Courtney. That
Nope.
boy, when I tell you guys right now, that when he come up in that panel last night and he was chatting and he was talking, he never gave us the impression that that family is nothing but loving and caring. He even says, they've had anything they've ever wanted. These girls have had anything they've ever wanted.
Well, that was just my confirmation for me that whole, oh well, we were planning a baby shower. We were going to have a baby shower
Yeah,
for
she's
Becca
full
on
of shit.
Saturday. That was a crock of shit, because there wasn't plans for her to keep it. That was crock of shit.
Mm-hmm.
So that was yet just another lie that Courtney got on here and told.
They are not related to Rich. No.
I feel like Carter, he answered a lot of questions that we were, that we were wondering, and he confirmed a lot of stuff, you guys, for real.
And I
when I
just want to
tell
put that out
y'all,
there. They are not related to Rich. They don't even know Courtney. They didn't even know that Courtney lived in the area. Carter never had any idea. He said Carter is the adoptive parents of Kimmy and Becca's nephew. And he said last night he had no clue who Courtney was. He's like, I don't know Courtney. I have never heard, I've never seen her around. He's like, I don't even know that she even lived here.
and I can say if y'all missed that, holy cow, to be 29, he was the most well-spoken, articulate, young guy. The way he spoke was just amazing, and he had a way with his words. And
The adoptive family is not Rich's family. No. I want to clear that up right now. They don't know Rich like that.
yeah, Michelle, he was normal. Maybe that's why, God bless it. Maybe that's why he sounded so, because he was normal, y'all. And you could tell that he had feelings. He was hurt. He was confused. He was mad. He was angry. Blondie, Courtney came back in the picture because she, in her words, air quote, saw someone on Facebook that looked like they could be their daughter. So she reached out.
Yes, and they were older at this point. They were of age at this point. And
Yeah. And I call bullshit. I think she was watching those girls the whole time. She was just waiting for the chance that they were of age to where she could reach out. I think she knew exactly who they were. It wasn't that looks like that could be my daughter. Bullshit.
I agree.
I think she stalked them out, to be honest.
Absolutely she did.
And
She
I think
searched them out.
absolutely, she searched them out. Character.
He absolutely did.
So Carter, guys, is the adoptive family of Kimmy and Becca. He is the nephew to the adoptive parents. And he personally had never heard of Courtney, ever. And Kimmy was adopted when she was 6 weeks old. Becca was adopted when she was a year old.
I think once she knew there were kids involved, there were babies involved, and then especially once she knew that Becca was pregnant, and not only pregnant but by Rich, I think that set up her. I think that was her motive. I said from day one, she was jealous of hell of Becca. She was not only with Rich, but she was now pregnant with Rich's baby, and I think that was her motive. That was her reason.
To be honest,
just have
I
a
don't
quick
think Courtney
question.
found them while they were in the home with the adoptive parents. I think Courtney found them when they become of age, which is 18. And I feel like from 18, because Kimmy is 21, Becca is 22. I think that because he had never heard, he said when they got 18, some things occurred and they stopped following the rules in the adoptive parents' house, and it was, well, I'm of age, so, Kimmy was 17. Do we know that for sure, though? You know what I mean? Kimmy could say I was 17 when I talked to Courtney, but that could be
I
what
do
Courtney's
remember
telling
that
her to
being
say.
said in a live or two that Kimmy was 17, Becca was 18.
Yeah, and that could be a possibility that she was 17 and then Becca was 18. But he said, Carter said they weren't aggressive type of girls. They were never aggressive. They had a normal life amongst that family, and he had personally never even heard of Courtney. He had no idea Courtney lived in that town. He had no idea about anything. And he said, the more I watch her on here, I 100%.
Oh yes, he did. I saw it in the chat. He did confirm that he had talked to his aunt when it started getting out that she was missing, like before there was a lot of attention brought to it. Kimmy talked to the adoptive mother and told her that she had bought her a bus ticket to Tennessee and that she was on a bus to Tennessee. And so he said, they all, for all intents and purposes, they all thought that, okay, because they do have a cabin in Tennessee. So he said he himself
There
sat back
he
and thought,
is.
okay,
He's in the comments. He said she talked to my mother.
yes, see, okay, his mom. That they just all thought she was on a bus. She was in Tennessee, spending time with the boys or just some quiet time, some me time, before the baby came, and that's the story that Kimmy was telling y'all. Even then when she first went missing, Kimmy was telling them
Yes.
that she had gotten a bus ticket and was in Tennessee. So that story had been set up from jump.
Yes,
I
and
just have a
Courtney.
quick question, Dora. Just kind of playing off of this. It's possible that it's just false information, but there's all those text messages that were out there for a while, and I swear there was text between Becca and a friend where she was saying she was kind of like nesting, she was cleaning, preparing for the baby. Why would she do that if she knew that the baby was going to be adopted?
You're talking about in that text message or a voice clip or something where she's saying she was in a dark room in the darkest room of the house with a flashlight cleaning up because she didn't want to wake anybody up.
Yeah, because they had
Yeah.
just gotten kicked out of somebody, I think Rich's dad's house or something. So they were somewhere else, and she was cleaning and trying to prepare for the baby.
Yes, I think that adoptive parents was prepared to adopt the baby, especially if something went down with Rich, because technically Rich, yes, he is an RSO, but that would have been his child. But to determine that being his child, it would have been a big ordeal. I think they were prepared to adopt that baby if the cases came. You know what I mean? Because she does have her other two, right? So if she so I think that they were in preparation for
So
that.
it wasn't necessarily that adoptive mom and Becca had already had discussions and it was like planned. It was set in stone. That's what was going to happen.
Yeah, I don't think that was a planned thing. I think that they actually potentially would have been prepared to adopt the baby because, after all, she does have Becca's other two kids. And so maybe not separating them and keeping them together, it would be easy. Carter says they weren't going to step on toes. If Becca could have raised and kept the baby, they wouldn't adopt him. Correct.
I got it.
Yeah.
Awesome.
But they were prepared to if worst case came down to it.
You know what I was thinking about the other day is how Courtney lied and said that. Do you guys remember when Courtney said that Rebecca said, "Sorry, I just have to do this," and then got in that vehicle? Let's go back through every other true crime story that we have ever covered, and what is the what's the word I'm looking for? The normal pattern of behavior for someone who actually unalived that person to say is to make up some sort of comment or excuse for why they just randomly had to disappear all of a sudden.
Right.
That's what's frustrating to me.
And it's frustrating me to know that when she first went missing, before it got, big, it's frustrating to know that Kimmy is out there telling family, loved ones, oh, we got her a bus ticket and she's in Tennessee chilling out. She's just in Tennessee, just taking some time.
To be honest, I don't think Kimmy said that. I think Courtney made that up.
But he said last night that Kimmy told his mother that.
Oh,
you were asleep, girl.
If Kimmy was saying that, that makes me wonder if she was more involved in what we all think that she really was.
That's what I'm saying. She told Carter's mom.
Right. So is
personally,
she more involved?
I feel that Kimmy was there. I think Kimmy knows things because why did Kimmy wait 3 weeks? She talked. She before she told everybody on TikTok. All this time, Kimmy has known, and I feel that Kimmy may have been there. I think that she was around, and Courtney manipulated her into being there at that time. Yeah, honey, send that to you want up in a box.
Denominator, that's the word I was
Back
looking for.
to my question of, because he also said that she was kind of jealous of Rebecca, that sisterly jealous, whatever. So did she want Rich? Was she wanting that life of that Rebecca had? And is that how she was easily manipulated by Courtney to participate or be involved because she wanted what Rebecca had?
I just
Yes,
have
and
sorry, I just want to go back to the baby shower. I did some research and I found two baby registries. One was at Walmart and one was at another website. One was made for the 16th and one was made for the 25th.
so Courtney, wait a second. You said one was made for the 25th because remember
Yes,
Kimberly
I have a
said that they
screenshot.
originally planned the dinner for the 25th.
I have a screenshot. If you want, let me see if I can. I don't
Yeah,
know
if
how
you want to
to.
send that to me
Virtual baby
because
shower.
It
Kimmy
doesn't say
got up in a
virtual.
box. Kimmy got up in a box and said to all of us that originally the dinner was supposed to take place on the 25th, but they moved it to the 1st.
Now I don't know if they were made on that date or if it's just the date of. I'm not sure, but what the Walmart one says November 16th, and then the one that I just looked up,
Yeah, because she said she was having a virtual baby shower that next Saturday. I remember Courtney saying
Everyone in the comments is saying, does it say when it was created? Some of those will say when it was created. I don't think they're smart enough to create that after the fact to make it look like they were telling the truth, but who knows? Nothing would surprise me anymore in this
Yeah,
case.
but Becca wouldn't have been Julia, but Becca wouldn't have been due on the 25th. She was due November 18th.
here I have a screenshot. I'll bring it up.
Like I know she could have had him early, but
If you want to put me in the big box, this is the one that I found. I just put.
yes, that one I have seen. Thank you, lady.
Okay.
I
Okay.
have seen that one. Now I
That one
have
says
not seen the
November.
Walmart one.
Yeah, that one I have on my screen right now. It says November 25th, and it says okay. So let's see this one. This is the Walmart one.
Yeah, we can't see that. You might have to send that to me and
Okay.
I can.
But yeah, like I just.
Yes, guys, she was 100% pregnant.
Yes. I feel like, too, that, the 25th, because Kimmy had mentioned something regarding the 25th, and um, because Kimmy was talking about the dinner, she said, originally our dinner was supposed to be the 25th, but we moved it up to the 1st. Which would have been the day that Amber dropped off Becca to Courtney and Kimmy, and they went to the dinner at Courtney and Kimmy's.
and then on that Saturday coming up was supposed to be the baby
And then I
shower.
do want to also talk about the church. I know a lot of you guys have a lot about the church. Okay, so the church, the daughter-in-law of the pastor of the church was in a box last night, and she said that her brother and his wife live inside the church, so it's like a little house type of thing. And the daughter-in-law of the pastor, because she said my mother-in-law is the pastor at the church, and she said that her brother and sister-in-law lives at the church, and there's like a like a compartment where it's like a house, and then you have the church, and then you have the basement. She did explain to us that the basement was not a large type of basement to where people could go there to just do any type of thing like that. She said that the basement has like a little kitchen area for, how churches have things when they have like Sunday dinners or they gather after church. It's that type of thing. Yeah, parsonage or whatever. So she did tell us that
Sorry, I
she
just
did.
thought that was cute.
Yeah, you're fine, honey. Yeah. And she did tell us that the neighbors from the church, like surrounding that little area on the 4th or the 5th, heard screams coming outside. They called and reported it.
Can we pull a FOIA on that to see if that call was actually placed to report a scream? Is there any way to get a FOIA on that?
So on
I'm
which
thinking
one?
so. We can request the date. I know Kristen's working on that, I think.
Okay. I'm just
On
curious if that was
which one was it?
the
On
call.
the police call on the 4th
Oh
and the
yeah,
5th.
That's going to be included in Mondays for you.
Okay. Especially if they said they called and reported the scream.
Dora, I just sent you that into your messages of the Walmart one. I'm gonna drop down, but thank you for letting me up.
Of course, honey.
All right, thank you.
Yes, I know that Kristen is working on a bunch of FOIAs regarding this case for us on Monday, so we do appreciate her for helping us with this matter. And I do want to say that, they did say that the neighbor in that area, which is right next door, because there is a house next door, and then if you go on down, there's another house. And she said that they heard curling screams and they called and reported it. But I don't know the outcome of that. She did know the outcome of that, but
I have a quick question if you guys can hear me.
yes.
I was just wondering, that phone call to the police saying that they saw Rebecca on the side of the road crying. Who made that phone call?
Well, this is the first that I'm hearing that.
I was about to say, who said that? Where'd that come from?
I was hearing it all over the Facebook group. That somebody made a phone call of Rebecca crying on the side of the road, like asking for a ride.
Which Facebook group is it in?
I believe it's like I think it's now Justice for Rebecca, that group. But
I've never heard that either.
I haven't either.
I've never heard that. I've never heard that she was ever on the side of the road crying. I think that maybe somebody possibly might have thought that it was her and it wasn't her.
Yeah.
Because you think about it, she allegedly just vanished, right? Like, I couldn't see her,
I can speak to that. I did hear that, and it was not confirmed. And it was somebody called, said they thought they heard somebody crying on the side of the road, but nobody ever seen Rebecca.
Okay. I just wanted to like clear that up because I wasn't sure about that. Because if that was true, then they'd be the last person to see her alive.
Yeah, definitely not confirmed.
Right. And no, I think that too. A lot of things, like, especially when something like this occurs in a small town, think about it. You're going to hear every little noise and you're going to think it's potentially her. Because I know, coming from a small town myself, when something like that occurs, people are like, oh my God, I saw somebody running through the field. It could be her. It could have been things like that happen. And somebody keeps saying that there was a lanyard found near her. What is that about?
Are you guys talking about the screams in the woods, right? Did my cousin say that, like she made a point, like there's a lot of animals out there that do sound like they be
When
screaming.
I first moved there, the coyotes screaming in the woods, I thought there was a baby in the woods, and I almost went
sound
looking.
like babies. When there's a pack real close,
Yeah.
It'll sound like babies.
Even the fox sound like somebody screaming.
Yeah.
Like when the coyote killed the fox.
And we have
you could
bobcats.
tell.
We have what's that other one we have? Cougars. We have the tiger. What's the other one? The tiger one? I can't think. Not a real tiger, but I don't know. But we got bears. We got all sorts of shit out there. Birds, all kinds of hawks, eagles, like lots of stuff.
Yeah, that girl from the church that got up in a box last night said that she does have deer cams back there, and she said the only thing that she's caught was a mama bear and 2 cubs out there behind the church.
I have a question.
Mountain lions. Thank you, chat. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I thought the church changed owners though recently. I mean, I believe that lady that was in the box talking about the church, but I'm just confused on that part.
Yes, it changed owners in 2025 is what we were told.
Yes, and she said that, which potentially could be to the brother because he lives there.
Okay. That was
Yeah,
my
but the
only question.
daughter
I was
said that
confused on that.
her mother-in-law is the pastor of that church.
Jax, I want to tell you sorry again, honey. Please tell your friend I said that, okay?
Sorry for what? Wait, what are you sorry for?
Last night, what I said, because I had thought, remember? I'm not bringing it up. I'm just saying sorry.
I kind of remember, but I know, and you've already apologized,
I know,
and
I just
that's
feel
okay.
guilty. I don't like
Don't,
doing
you
stuff
know what?
like
I
that.
feel guilty about a lot of things too, so I get it. But don't worry, honey. Like honestly, I'm such like a, I'm, and I don't mean to snap on anybody about stuff. It's just been,
You've been
it's
through a
very
lot.
hard to like. Why I have to stay off the internet. Like that's just the bottom line. Like I can't sit here and just constantly say this isn't true, this isn't true, this is what happened, and people telling me I don't know shit, and I'm like, dude, you need to check, you need to do, and it's like I got, you know what I mean? And so it's defending the situation so much and trying to defend myself. It's just too hard. You know what I mean? So if I come
Right.
off rude to anybody about anything, like I really don't mean to, that's not who I am. And you can ask my cousin. I am a very nice person. Like I'm usually nice to everybody. Me and her are always out laughing and having fun. Like I mean, obviously if somebody comes
Thank you
at me
guys.
crazy, then yeah, I can be spunky, feisty, whatever, but I actually calm down. I mean, I'm 45 years old and you know what I mean? I've been through a lot and I'm not like, you know what I mean, in my younger days, wild and crazy and all that. So I just do apologize if I've ever came off, wild, but I just want the truth to be known. I just don't want my words to be twisted. I don't want things to get misconstrued, and that's literally the only reason why I'm here. I've never gone live on TikTok before any of this happened. I don't go around streaming shit. I'm not here for clout, like none of that stuff, you know what I mean? So it's like something, and I believe it was God, and don't think I'm crazy, but I believe
Facts.
that he
Thank you
utilized me
guys.
to go out there to do that, and
I agree.
I just did what I thought I had to do, and that's it. You know what I mean? So,
You've been through a
I
lot
don't
with
want
this
no
case, though.
problems with anybody. I don't want any enemies. I don't want people to hate me or, and if you don't like me, that's fine. You know what I mean? But like, I just, I, I
Mm-hmm.
I'm not here to make a bunch of friends, but I'll tell you freaking what, I am so overwhelmed and grateful for all of the people that have supported me, stuck up for me, believed me when, people didn't. Like, I
Right.
am so grateful for that. And Dora, I really appreciate you as well because you gave me a platform to start this whole thing on. You know what I mean? If I couldn't go live on my account, I mean, I had, a few thousand followers, but these aren't followers. This isn't my content. This isn't what I do. You know what I mean? So I've never done this before. Like, so, for me to be able to get on there and then show people the truth, that's why I get on Chef's Live because he's got a lot of followers on there and I had to debunk the rumors about the fake pictures and all this other stuff because people, tend to listen to you guys. So, and I do, and I have said this since the beginning. If it wasn't for the creators, if it wasn't for TikTok, if it wasn't for the people that gave a shit when these people out here didn't, and if it wasn't for the search parties and not just mine, if it wasn't for the chat, even everybody in the chat asking a million questions and pointing us in different directions. And I mean, when I went out there blind. We didn't even know
Right.
Courtney's
And see, initially
address.
everybody came together as a
Yeah,
team
everybody
to
It
say,
was
you
a
know,
community effort, not a community effort. What am I saying? Like, well, I believe this is a community.
a
I
group.
believe a group effort between everybody. Thank you. And I
Yes, and
just
I feel
want
like
to say
everybody
thank you
came
to
together to
everybody.
talk
That's,
about Rebecca, to get her story out there. It wasn't getting publicity. It was like a small town, nobody knows type of deal. And so everybody just collectively started rotating lives. When I ended, Steph would go live. Steph would go on, I would go on. Then Chef would go on with his team. And then you got K-Stamps and Smurder by Nature. And everybody was just all collectively going live to get her name and face out there for people. And if it wasn't for the people in the chat saying, "Hey, I'm from this area, go look here, look at this direction, look at these
Yep.
possibilities," you guys local also played a huge part into finding her.
I think
Can I
at the
say
end, a large group is going down, though. I think a large group is going to get off the streets there.
I'm very thankful for what y'all did, Jax, your cousin, Ellie, and all of y'all that were local
Right, Chef.
and was
The
so
job is not
invested.
done.
Can y'all please just make sure to take care of your mental health? What y'all went
and
through
that's what we're
was,
trying to. That's really what we're trying to do right now.
yes, please.
There's literally nothing that we can do right now, and I honestly feel that you know, I don't want it to say this, and I don't know if this is even real, but like after she was found, something just said your job here is done and you can go home.
Yes.
And I got the
Yeah,
fuck
we got
out
the
of
heck out
there.
of there.
Just please, you know, whether it's somebody, a friend, a
Oh, I have my
professional, just
cousin. She's
please.
But
literally
you
my
know,
best
I
friend,
want to
and
say this too.
we do
Jax
everything
is
together, and she's a big support for me. And
Good.
I have a lot of
Good.
people that have been reaching out and asking and checking on me. You know, I got
Good.
Kat up there above me. I got Dora. I got you. I got Tessa. I have pretty much everybody on this panel.
Yeah, everybody's been very good about asking us
I
if we're
follow
doing
her around and make sure she's okay.
What was
Like
that?
I'm
right.
Oh
always
yeah.
checking on her.
Yeah,
Good.
you know what? And that's funny because she just messaged me. She's like, "Wherever you go, I'm there." And I just noticed she was here, and I was like, "Yep, there she is." And then she did. She said, "I've been following you around, and I've been making sure you're all right." And God, I just can't express it enough. I really can't
You
because
know,
like people
and one
around us
thing I
out
do
here
want to
in
say,
in our real life don't even really know what's been going on. Like you
right,
guys know.
right. And I do want to say too, also that I'm grateful and I'm grateful, and I don't want to sound like I don't want this to sound wrong, so don't take this wrong. I am grateful she was found before snowfall. I am grateful that she was located
Yes.
before the snowfall, because the snowfall could have potentially made this a lot harder and a
It
lot
was like a
worse.
a
day.
lot
Like
harder is not even the word for
yes.
it. When it snows
That's
up
what we
there,
said.
Because
it's
you think
crazy.
about it, they got a foot of snow, and trying to dig through all of that would have been uh, it could have put them at health risk. It could have put dangers to the people out there searching. And I'm grateful that they collectively came together and went out there that day, because, even though I feel like Courtney was leading us all right to it, right to it.
Oh, Courtney and Brad took us straight there, especially Brad. He
But we
pointed
were,
things. He was
and we were
pointing
out there
things
for 3 days.
out.
It wasn't
Like,
like we just went out there that day and boom, it happened. You know what I
no,
mean? We were
Could
out there
watch
searching.
his demeanor
we started on
change
Sunday.
from the day that Steph played us the videos of him out there yelling at the protesters, the kids, the people with the babies. He was rude. He was cussing. Go search somewhere else. Get off my property. And then
And
it was like
Jackie
the
pointed that
next
out when we
day.
got there. She said he's never talked to anybody calmly like this. He's always been rude and aggressive. And I was like, well, I don't know. He's talking to me just fine. He was letting me up on the property. I don't know. It was almost like he had I don't want to say that,
And
but
I was worried about y'all. Like, I was like, don't you go.
girl, I am
That's
No,
fearless.
it's a
because it was
setup.
only 3 of us there that day,
Something
Dora.
was guiding
Remember?
me, though. Something
Right.
was
I was like, it's a
pushing.
setup. Get y'all's asses.
Listen,
Oh,
No.
yeah. Dora's like, it's like walking in Jeffrey Dahmer's
That's
house,
what she
when
Jessica.
she
said. But
said,
you
if
know
you
what?
want to talk to me,
There was
come
only
into the
3 of us.
house. The day
I
y'all
mean,
were yelling at the end of the driveway, and she was like, Becca's never coming home. And she's like, if you want to talk to me, come in my house. And I'm screaming, going, no, don't you go up there to that house.
That's
Oh,
what I said too,
I would
Mom.
have
I was
heard
like,
that.
it's
I
like
didn't
going
hear
into
it. I'd have
Jeffrey
went.
Dahmer. Stop it.
my cousin
Yeah.
would have went in there. Not gonna lie, my cousin
Yeah,
would have went
I'd have
in
went in.
there.
I'd have went in.
And
If
there
I'd have
wouldn't have
heard
been
her,
no
I'd have went
stopping
in.
her. I would have had to tackle her ass down, and you know what? I would have had to lay my fat ass on her because there wouldn't have been no stopping her. I'm
Oh,
telling
there
you.
isn't. There isn't no stopping me when I get my mind to it and when I
But
want.
she don't think clearly. She just acts. You know
It
what I
was just
mean? To where I was
wild.
trying to think clearly, and I was trying to go about it at a different approach, and
Girl, and
and
when
they were
your cousin,
reacting to me. You know.
it was y'all starting to walk up there to go to the house, I was like, oh, hell no. They're losing signal. Hell no.
Yeah,
Stop
when he
it.
said, you guys are welcome to come on the property, I'm like, so you're inviting me on the property? And my husband's like, absolutely not. And
Yeah,
I
it
was
was just
like,
wild to
oh.
watch Brad switch up. His
Oh
whole
yeah, he was
demeanor changed
pissed.
literally overnight.
He wanted to tell us. Like he was telling my
I
husband.
think they
I
were just
still
sick and tired of the fucking everybody out there doing all that, and I
Because you know
think they were just
why?
tired of it.
I truly feel, and this is in my heart, I'm really side eyeing Courtney's dad right now. Um,
Courtney's dad?
yes, I won't lie, because he went to prison for something similar
Yeah,
to this.
I don't think Jessica knows all that yet.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not caught up on that. I'll get caught up on that at
Okay,
another
so
time.
let me give you a caught up on that. Like, so in Chef's Live last night, Richard, the guy that was out there with you guys that hooked up the speaker system in the protest.
Yep.
Okay, yeah. He had a female in the background last night that is his friend that was talking. And she said, look into Courtney's dad. And everybody was like, what do you mean look into Courtney's dad? He's alive? Like, what are you talking about? And she said, yeah, she blurted out his name, and she said he kidnapped 5 people and tied them to a tree and wanted to inject them with battery acid. He served 35 years in prison.
What?
Oh, yes.
Now is
And
that the dad that lives? Oh no, because the dad would.
that's the dad she needed oil for at 3 a.m.
At 3 a.m.
Yes.
Huh.
He kidnapped a young girl
I fell
and her
asleep during
boyfriend.
that live. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, so he kidnapped from what they said last night. Now, this is what they said. He kidnapped a young girl, her boyfriend, and their family, and took them out towards Jennings, and that's where all that occurred. And he served 35 years, and he lives near the Wesco.
That's interesting.
So, and now I'm side-eyeing that whole situation because I'm like, who is you? Who is you? And not only that, but he was there that day at Myers.
Does anybody know his name?
Yes.
What is the father's name?
James.
James what?
Hill.
Can you spell that?
Hale.
H-E-L-E?
Hale. Yeah.
Hale. I did come across that name. Hold on.
So he
Hail
was
the
there
victory.
he was there at the Myers when they did the candlelight.
My husband has my car right now, but when he gets back, I got my list of names in the car, and I'll look. But I'm almost positive
We have so many names.
he came across that
So
name
many
yesterday.
names. We've been doing our research.
My
Actually,
Marilyn.
Jessica's
Yeah, just
husband's
because you
been
haven't
doing her
seen us, we're
research.
behind the scenes, still working, but
Yeah,
Well, we have people behind the scenes, yeah.
So allegedly, like, that's what he said. And he said the guy walked up to him, James walked up to him at Myers that day and said, do you know who I am? And he said, yeah, James Helen. He said that Richard said that he hadn't gotten along with him for many years since he was a kid because he chased him and his brother with an axe. When they were younger. Yes, and Aunt Lucy. Aunt Lucy is James Mercer's mom, who tried to hire a Smith man to get her husband.
Aunt Lucy kind of Lulu too. The name's fit. Lulu Lucy.
Right. But guys, I know Kristen. I see a lot of people asking about the FOIA request. Kristen is going to be doing that Monday morning, so just hang tight with everybody. She'll give us an update when that comes back.
So I know I'm late on some of this stuff, and I know people have put like little bubbles together of all the people and everybody involved. Me and Jessica have not had a chance to sit down and even do that yet with what we know. So somebody just sent me a message, and they just had it's a big, huge graph of everybody, and it might get lost in I know you're watching this. I think she's watching this. My messages get lost, okay? And I'm gonna try to get a new phone because my phone's been messed up ever since this has happened. And sorry, I put my seatbelt on. I'm so sorry. But if that person that just did that, I didn't get a chance to save it. But if I can't find it, send it to Piper, please, or send it to Dora, or well, just send it. Just keep sending it to me in case I don't get back to you. That's all I gotta say.
Can I just chime in real quick? Okay, so James Hale, okay, he used to be one of my neighbors. I used to live directly above him, and he lived downstairs from me. And he was dating a woman named Melissa. This was about 10 years ago. She also goes by Missy. Those guys are really, really gross, like nasty people. I mean, when they moved out, you needed like rubber gloves, bleach, the whole nine to clean that place. It was disgusting. and they currently now live in a secluded area. It's gosh, I can't think of the name, but it's out past like the roller rink. If anybody knows Cadillac and knows where the roller rink used to be, they live out that way. My niece actually kind of used to go over to his house. I don't think she realized who he was even at that time. And she had like a little boy, and during when she was pregnant as well. These people, I know personally that every single time that I see him in the store, he's always with like people who have either newborns or younger than a year old. Like
Didn't they say last night to check Aunt Lucy's house for the baby? What did I say, or did I dream that?
Yes, they said that.
Okay, okay.
so I mean that is probably definitely a person to look at. Like James is definitely not no he's no good. No good at all. Like that is definitely somebody I would, like keep in your back pocket, keep in the back of your mind, him and
Well,
the
that's
woman
why
that
she
he's
said to
with.
check him out, right? That we need to
Yes.
check into
And
him.
and whoever he's dating as well. I'm not quite sure if he's still with Missy or Melissa anymore. I have seen her a few times, but I haven't seen them together in a while. But she's just as bad as he is. Like, I mean, when you lie with, what is it? When you
Lucy.
lie with dogs, you get fleas or whatever it is. Yeah, it's nasty. I just wanted to come on here and say that.
Yeah, so they're saying Aunt Lucy is James Mercer's mother, is what we learned last night.
Okay, I have a question.
What's your question?
Okay, so James Mercer's locked up, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, he shared Kimmy's Facebook post of her missing on November the 5th. So if he's locked up, how is he sharing posts 2 days after she goes missing?
Is it young James or big James?
Oh, there's two?
I think there is two. I think there's a big James and a little James.
Okay, well, it might be the little James, and also on one of Courtney's old Facebook, she tags Richard Fisher in, like, not tag him, but put his name, like Richard Fisher left this dog like this at my house. And that was in 2021. So I think
Yeah,
that
he said that last night that she stole his dogs at one point.
Oh, okay.
And then he had to go back and get the dog.
Okay. That's all I had. Thank you.
I'm gonna tell y'all, I took all the locks, all the keys, and I buried them in the backyard. No new characters unlocked, okay? All the locks, the keys, they're gone. Okay? I got rid of them. Because we can't unlock no more new ones. I'm running out of paper over here.
There's a lot of new ones. You better get your notepad out.
Oh, don't say that.
There's gonna be a lot more, babe. I promise.
Say that.
I'm sorry, but you know how the story is. It's been every day 5 more characters get
I said the other night, I said, this is a song that never ends. Yes, it
Oh
goes
my God,
on.
yeah. For real.
I can't take it.
Look, here comes Dana. Dana's going to put us on the right path now. Hey, Dana.
Hey, I just have a quick question and then I'll jump down. So, I was in, I don't know how many people was in Truth Mouse's live this morning. But she did confirm that, and I don't know, I think I texted you this story. I remember when we were listening to the psychic lady the other day that Drama Talk had. And remember, she kept saying the letter A, and we all clinged to Ashley.
Yes.
Courtney's bio sister's name is Abby.
Ah.
And I just wanted to say that because that was confirmed today in that live, that she never met her, but Courtney's bio sister is Abby. And if anybody remembers back on when Kimmy was crying because supposedly Courtney had said that they're not searching for the body, they're now searching for an unalive body. And remember, the name Abby came up in that conversation. If you go back and listen, Courtney says Abby.
Wait a second, because Jax and Piper, that's the one that went out with y'all that day.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. So, that girl, okay, wait, what is it? Ashley is pretending to be Abby, and somebody, I won't say who, but set up that person to go out with my cousin to go search the second day in the morning because I couldn't be there because I had to work. And come to find out, yeah, we just found that out yesterday because we're, like I said, we're still going back and watching videos. And Jessica's like, "That's that girl's truck," because we knew that was Ashley at the house at the protest or where the protest was going on. And she said, "That's that truck. That's that truck that was out there with me." And she told me that then. And you can't blame us for not putting two and two together while we're out there because we're just so bombarded. Like there's a lot going on and it's hard to think. I literally was just trying to
Yeah.
that's why I had to stream it because I was trying to document everything so I can try to go back and figure it out. But we have a million detectives on here in case anybody hasn't noticed. So, everybody can try to figure things out together and then come to a conclusion about things. But we did figure out yesterday that Ashley is pretending to be Courtney's biological sister, Abby.
Right. And then one other thing I wanted to point out is, and I don't remember which protest it was. I think it was the second protest that I don't remember her name, the one that kept defending the bio dad. I don't remember the creator's name. But anyway, during that protest, did anyone see the white truck that drove by?
The
Um,
second, after they did the lie detector test and stuff that night.
Yes. Go back to that live and see if you see
the
the
white
white truck that
truck.
drives during the protest.
Right. Let me see here. Hold on just a second. Let me pull.
I'm sure that's on Drama Talk. Where's Drama Talk?
The name of the road that Courtney's dad lives on actually starts with an A. Just kind of throwing that out there a little bit. Maybe that's how it throws in with that A. I don't know if it would or not, but yeah, it starts with an A.
I have a quick question. We know that Courtney has an older son, correct?
Yes. Yes, she.
Okay, what about an older daughter?
No, I think Kimmy and Courtney's names were totally different when they first got with. They had different names.
This would be a daughter that was born before them, that was put up for adoption with a father named Paul.
I don't know anything about that. I've never heard that.
Okay, I did send you screenshots. I just wasn't sure if I missed that yet or not.
Okay, I'm going over to Drama Talk. Drama Talk, if you're in here, babe, what playlist do you have hers in? Rebecca Parks. Okay. Does anybody know who's live?
Dora, I want to say it was Heather Marie's live. Whoever it was, that protest is the one I'm talking about.
Possible new character.
Oh, I rebuke it.
I think Drama Talk. Okay. Call me Rhonda. Let me see here, because I believe that is Chef's Live uploaded from last night for Allie's live. I have touched on dating the detective. We have not confirmed that. We have no idea regarding that.
Not pointing any fingers, but at the same time, the bio dad was in that live feed, but his service was very, very bad when he was trying to speak that night. Just keep that in mind as
Yeah, I
well.
want to
That's
see if
just
And
me.
Chef's
Dana,
live.
and I 100% agree with you on that. And I know that I firmly believe that that's the case myself personally. But there is no service like anywhere out there. So you know what I mean? But like when I say stuff, I know for sure it's 100% confirmed by my own eyes. I don't expect everybody to believe me, but when I say it, like for me, but like there's a lot of things that are like this has been confirmed, this confirmed, that it's unless you didn't see it with really your own
Yes,
eyes, you
Savannah.
really don't know if it's been confirmed. You know? So I just hope
Savannah, I
that.
have saw that. I have saw that. I actually have a copy of
Yeah.
that one.
I
want to say something about the detective really quick because Dora and I were talking about this last night. That detective is a baby, y'all. A baby. And I would be, I don't understand how any of them would even date Courtney. Now,
Yeah,
again, we're talking a small
he's
town,
super young.
whatever,
The
but
one
he's
that's
a
on the case is
baby,
super
y'all.
young. Yeah, Kristen
Why
and
would
I was going
anybody
over
want to
that last
touch
night.
Peggy? That's what I don't understand. Why would anybody even go for as many people that say that she's been with? I mean, I don't think it's like it's more to it than that if that's the case, but like some of them people like unless they're like doing the same stuff in rugs that they are like I don't know. She's not an attractive like it's not like she's some real big beautiful person out there to where like all these people are just drooling all over her, like but then look at the type of people that are out there too. So it's weird. The whole thing's weird, but I think it's more to it than just that. Like there could be like, you know, I mean, I know that there's people that live out there that know these people and that they've said that, but like, I mean, we just don't know who all to exactly believe 100%. You know what I mean?
Hey, Jax. I'm just chiming in for the day, and for that I apologize. I'm sure I missed a lot. Are y'all talking about that white truck that had like that black rack in the back window?
I did not pay attention to the rack. I just recall seeing a white truck that drove by during the protest. I don't know if it had a black rack. I was
All
just
right.
Let me
to go
just
back.
say this:
So there was when I was out.
there's a lot of white trucks out there. Let's just put it.
Well, I understand that. I'm saying the days that before the protest, when I was out there searching, there was a white truck that I did come encounter with a couple times. It had a black rack. I didn't personally speak to the person, but it was a gentleman driving it. But that specific white truck was out there quite a bit searching. I do know that, but I just didn't know if y'all were talking about that one or not. I just wanted to clarify that one had been out several times and several days before.
Yeah, I don't know. There was so much. There was a white truck that was in front of me and Justin. We were trying to get back there and get to our girls. That was a hunter that had a girl in it that got out and she wouldn't get out of our way. And I don't know if she was real pretty and we're like, we have an emergency. You need to move. And she was like, oh yeah, right. Like there's an emergency out here. That just goes to show you that the people that even live right there didn't even know anything that was going on. And like she still didn't get out of our way, but then that also makes me think like, well, maybe she was out there involved some sort of way and she was trying to keep us, but the body had already been found, so I don't believe that. So I think she was just a civilian or a hunter that was out there, and there's so many white trucks. I don't like commenting on the white truck because I don't want to give out any wrong information. I only want to give out anything that I know 100% fact sure that I remember right now correctly. If you go back and watch my lives and you
Yeah.
hear people talking about white trucks and stuff, that'll give you the answers right there because
Well, and I
I
was out there
have
too
like
when y'all were
visions
talking
in my
about it.
head. I have like visions in my head of like a truck sitting up on a hill and I don't know if I dreamt it. I don't know if I seen it. I don't know but I see it still in my head. So like but I'm not sure. So it's hard. So if I don't know 100%, I'm not going to comment on it. That's
I
all
don't blame
really
you,
that is because
Thank you
especially
guys.
with
I
everyone
don't
throwing
know.
theories out. It's
It
crazy.
would be a
All the
good
theories.
question to ask Richard what her Courtney's dad drives because I don't know what he drives. But he did say, I said, he's like 70 years old. And I said, does he get around good? And he's like, oh, yeah, he walks just fine. He's good. So, like, he,
Well, I'm going to hop down, Dora. I just wanted to come up and say that about Abby, Courtney's bio sister.
I appreciate you, Dana, so much,
Of
hon.
course, I appreciate you as well.
Thank you,
Have a good
Dana.
day. Y'all have a good day.
I'm gonna drop down too, guys. That's all I wanted to know. Jax was just about the truck. That was it.
So I'm curious, and I'm going to look this up. Kristen, do you know how long it typically takes to get the autopsy back in toxicology? I know the toxicology takes longer than the autopsy.
I promise you right now that my cousin jumped off here to go digging and digging and digging on the dad. So
Yeah, because I know personally that toxicology takes a while longer than the actual
The protest videos should be over on Drama Talk on her YT, and her playlist is this listed as Rebecca Parks. You'll just have to figure out what day, if you want the first or second protest, what day those were, and she has them. She has the dates of each live on there. So they should be over there on her YT, and it's just Drama Talk over there. Or you can go to her page on here, and she has a link in her bio for her YT.
I'm going to tell you, I had to have an autopsy done on my husband when he was unalived. And we had, that's why I don't get this. I'm in Grand Rapids where it's super, super busy down here. And we had his autopsy back within like 3 days. And it wasn't even important. We knew what happened to him. We knew who murdered him. The guy admitted it. We didn't even have to have all that. And it was done in 3 days.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out, I know that,
Urgency on this being, and they probably have, maybe, and we're just not hearing that. Like they said, they don't want to jury tamper. They don't, they don't want people knowing all the facts. And so we're just sitting here blind.
Well, I think with this, I mean, even if they have done it, they're just not releasing it or whatever. This whole case, there's been no sense of urgency by anyone. Nobody.
Oh, I completely agree.
Can I ask a question? Can anybody get a copy of that autopsy report, or just law enforcement or the family?
No, that won't. That will only be released to the family and the police.
Lawyers.
So I can't say that I'm surprised that,
I don't think we can FOIA that. I'm pretty sure we can't. It's more like a HIPAA law kind of with that one.
Yeah, Drama Talk does a lot of the recordings and stuff, so
we need to get used to the no sense of urgency at all, because
there's no sense of urgency up here in Wexford County with anything, you guys. Okay, I'm from there. There is no sense of urgency when it comes to anything.
It seems like it's very well much the theme of all the things.
Yeah,
like a Sunday night, a Sunday afternoon
involved too, right? I mean, the state police are involved too. So, I mean, I know it's still not being done fast, but
right. Yeah, I do believe. Yeah, now that the state police are involved, I feel like it might move a little faster, and there might be a little bit more urgency to it, because I do know a few of the state officers personally, and I know that they actually come from different counties. One of them comes from way over in Grand Haven. One of them comes from Mesquite. They're from different counties that have property up there vacationing themselves and have now turned into officers up there for Wexford County State Police Post.
yes. You can FOIA.
That's why FOIAs are getting denied. It's because it's an open investigation. Until it's closed, you can't really FOIA the information.
I'll tell y'all something else that I got to thinking about last night. I don't know if it's just me, but y'all, when I finally lay down and go to bed or try to go to bed, all these things just run through my head constantly. The what ifs, the wonder if this is connected, whatever. But I was replaying in my head the quote unquote news conference with Officer Doofus and his sidekick over there. Anybody else find it odd when it was stated that they felt like the public was in no danger, for the public not to be?
Yeah.
Everybody's in danger up there. That's the crazy thing. Like, if you know what I mean, we were in danger while we were out there. Like, it was. I feel like everybody's in danger out there. Like, what? And they say that all the time, but like, you can't. I'm
And
telling you, these
anybody they
cops are
find
freaking
unalive
crooked,
there,
and they are not. These cops
It
will
just
not
was.
tell you anything. I feel like cops are involved, and even the cop. I don't even feel safe with the cops out there. Do you know how mean those
no,
cops were to
not at
us?
all.
Them
Yeah, and
cops
that's
were
what I'm
mean to us
saying.
out there, and we
They
led
have
them
an.
out there, and
Yeah, didn't
they
they?
were
Weren't they
mean.
really rude to you, Jackie?
Yeah, they were real rude to me.
And see, that's what I find so odd is you have an unalived girl, presumably a missing baby, that did not unalive by her own hands. Okay, so clearly there was some sort of maliciousness there, and you're telling the public not to worry. There's no threat of danger or harm to the public. Don't worry. I mean, murderers out there somewhere, but y'all are in no harm or danger. Don't
You're right.
worry.
You're right.
Like that just come off so odd to me.
Yeah, I found that odd too.
There's definitely more than
But
one Schmurder out there too.
maybe looking at it from afar, like looking at it from the case, she was murdered, so they feel like nobody else is in danger right now. Like it's not a mass
Till they find their
shooting.
next
No,
victim,
I'm
Dora.
not gonna lie, you guys. I'm honestly thinking about. I love my property up there, and I love going up there. And I honestly, after this, thought about selling my property and not even hanging out up there anymore because there's
Jessica, I 100% agree.
so
I
much.
don't
And
blame
you
you.
guys, I wouldn't sell my property for the freaking world before this. Okay.
I don't blame you a bit, girl. Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
I know where you can sell your property, and we
Oh,
can
I
buy.
already know
I
who
know
I.
where we can buy more property up just a little bit further north.
Yeah, but I have mushrooms on my property.
Yeah, but we could go to the other property where there's more.
Oh yeah, we could. Oh yeah, we could.
I don't know. And then I was got thinking about too last night. I listened to it again last night. That freaking voice message to Ashley. You know, we were all told that Ashley and Becca were really close. They were good friends. We saw pictures of her with Ashley's little boy. Like we were under this impression that they were close. And I
Mm-hmm.
know if I call my friend, or if I leave a message over in my chat with my girls, like I'm like, y'all, let me tell y'all what the hell happened today. Y'all ain't gonna believe this shit. Like I'm just going off, and she just seems so. It almost seemed like that voice recording
You should have
that
heard
she left
Kristen last
her.
night. If y'all wanted to hear something funny, you should have really heard Kristen with her son. She's like, he's supposed to be in front of Target, but Life C 360's not showing that shit, and I'm gonna call and find out what the hell he's doing.
It just, I don't know. It just sounded like it
No
didn't
sense of
have.
urgency. Like even Courtney was not concerned. Like if you know your child, right? I don't give a fuck. Like I get it that she's only been in their life a couple of years. But think about this entire time that Courtney's
Yes,
been on
JC. Hang
TikTok.
on, Dora. She said she sounded defeated. She did, y'all. She sounded defeated, and it sounded
Yes.
like she was leaving information there for her. And it,
Well,
I don't
you even
know.
heard her say, it's been a long night for me dealing with Courtney.
Yes.
She even says that in the voice clip. It's been a long night dealing with Courtney.
And it hurt my heart because I almost felt like she was trying to leave her tips. She was trying to leave her clues in a way because she made sure to go back. If she was talking about something and she felt like she left a detail out,
Can we hear it?
she went
Okay, yeah.
back.
You guys want me to play it again?
It's just listening to it now.
Yeah, I don't think I've heard it.
Have you not heard it, Jax?
No.
I don't
This
think I
is Becca's
have.
voicemail to voice note. I'm sorry, not voicemail. Let me get that clear. Voice note to
Oh wait, is it the old
Ashley.
one about the
Yes,
lasagna?
yes.
Yes,
But
I'm
like
Yeah,
gonna
I've heard
replay it
listening to
that.
it,
again.
listening now
Okay.
versus when we first heard it, knowing what we know, just listen to it.
Yes, the dinner went good. It tastes like gluten-free fucking lasagna. It wasn't too bad though. I ate half of it. I mean, we had our own personal dishes, but I ate half of it, and that's all I could do. But other than that, check. Apparently, she had an envelope, and I don't know what the fuck is going on, but she gave me the envelope, and fucking my sister opened hers up. There's no check. Same goes for me. And we confronted Courtney about it hardcore, and she's like, "Well, that's because I knew it was all about the fucking money. And I still have the money in the check and shit. It's in cash or whatever, check or whatever." And I'm like, okay, well, for one, it's not just about the money, and it's not about all money. Hey, on, guys. We're going to start from the beginning again. This is not Ashley. This is Becca talking to Ashley.
We had several people confirm that it was Becca's voice.
Yes, it is Becca talking to Ashley, who she left her a voice note because I'm assuming that Ashley may have asked her how'd the dinner go. We're going to play it back. Good. It tastes like gluten-free fucking lasagna. It wasn't too bad though. I ate half of it. I mean, we had our own personal dishes, but I ate half of it, and that's all I could do. But other than that, check. Apparently, she had an envelope, and I don't know what the fuck is going on, but she gave me the envelope, and fucking my sister opened hers up. There's no check. Same goes for me. And we confronted Courtney about it hardcore, and she's like, "Well, that's because I knew it was all about the fucking money. And I still have the money in the check and shit. It's in cash or whatever, check or whatever." And I'm like, okay, well, for one, it's not just about the money, and it's not about all money either for me. Yeah, the money would help out, but if I get it, I get it. If I don't, I don't. It's not a big deal. It's one of those things. And I told her that. And she's like, okay, well. And then she's like, well, I also realized that it wasn't about the money when I dropped stuff off at Rich's dad's house for you, which was after the dinner because I left it there. So Courtney doesn't have a relationship with Rich, but she went over to Rich's house to drop stuff off for the baby at Rich's dad's house after the dinner, which would have been November 1st. That's what you hear Becca just say, that she brought stuff for the baby over to Rich's dad's house and dropped it off after
Because she
the
sounded
dinner.
like she said that she left it on the table and she forgot it at the table, and so her mom took it over there.
Yep, I'm going to replay that right there. I get it. If I don't, I don't. It's not a big deal. It's one of those things. And I told her that. And she's like, okay, well. And then she's like, well, I also realized that it wasn't about the money when I dropped stuff off at Rich's dad's house for you, which was after the dinner because I left it there, which was something for the baby. But yeah. And she wanted to take me out for shakes. Well, I told her, yeah, I'll go out for shakes, whatever. But yeah, and so that's how she figured out that it wasn't just all fucking just about money. Like, I'm not trying to just make it all about money, and I really don't give a fuck. But I told her that. So today she's supposed to actually give me the actual shit, but we'll see how that goes.
and which means money wise, and go out for shakes. So we'll see. Dude, it's been a long day and a long night for me.
Dora, pause it for a minute. Did you catch that?
Courtney's,
She said so she's supposed to be coming back and bringing me that shit, which means money wise. She adds little details. She makes sure that every little detail's in there. Rewind that just because she makes sure to, if she says something, she goes back and makes sure that she puts in there what she's talking about.
Yeah, she said so today she's supposed to actually give me the shit and take me out for shakes, so we'll see.
And then she said, which means money wise. She makes sure she goes back and adds in every little detail, which means odd to me.
Yeah, because she said the money wise, she was supposed to get it. I'm going to rewind that back just a hair. Okay.
Yes, the dinner went good.
Oh, shit. Hold on, y'all.
We got a deal. So, yeah.
I think it's because she wanted to really have a relationship with her mom.
Okay. Right, here it is.
Shakes. Well, I told her, yeah, I would go out for shakes, whatever. But, yeah, and so that's how she figured out that it wasn't just all fucking just about money. Like, I'm not trying to just make it all about money, and I really don't give a fuck. But I told her that. So today she's supposed to actually give me the actual shit, but we'll see how that goes. And, which means money-wise, and go out for shakes.
Now listen here.
We'll see. Dude, it's been a long day and a long night for me. Between Courtney and being tired as fuck. Yeah. And then when I lay down, it was so bad, like, I couldn't even lay down. Like, I felt like I was trying to push, like, involuntarily push with my stomach. And it was so bad, dude. And I couldn't stop moving around, like, I was antsy and everything. Yeah. I still kind of am, but not too bad as it was when I was in the vehicle. Well, shit, man. But, I guess it went good and it went bad as well, so it depends on how the way you look at it and how people look at it, I guess. I'm looking at it as it went, yeah. So that's how I feel.
So when she was telling in that voice note that the dinner went, that's how she felt.
Because I think that she really, really, really deeply, and this is what I think that's her mom. That's her biological mom. And I think she truly, really wanted to have, a relationship with her. And I think Courtney was trying to say, like, oh, well, you guys only want something to do with me or come over and see me because of this money deal or whatever. And so for her to say, it didn't go the way that Becca wanted it to go, I don't think, because I think Becca wanted it to go more of like a mother-daughter thing versus a money thing. That's how I feel. And you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, that's kind of the gist I get from it.
She says in there, she said Kimmy was pissed. Kimmy lit into her ass. She said that Kimmy was, when she opened that envelope and there was a damn water balloon or whatever the hell was in it, she was mad. And she said Kimmy lit into Courtney's ass over that. Which was why I kind of
Kimmy cared more about the money, I think.
Becca even says we confronted Courtney hardcore. It wasn't just Kimmy. She states that. She says we confronted Courtney hardcore.
Well, in one of the interviews, somebody's box that Kimmy was in her fucking world tour, she said, I fucking cussed I cussed Courtney, man. I was pissed. You know what I mean? Like, Kimmy said she was big fucking mad that she didn't get this damn money and got a damn balloon.
I definitely think that Kimmy was there for the money, but I don't think Becca was really there for the money.
Same.
I'm catching.
I don't either. Because let's go back and think about the whole story of she was told, and this coming from Courtney, fucking peg leg court over there, if you believe her, but she said that she told Becca, hey, I've got $18,000 for you. And she said that Becca was like, hey, I don't want the whole 18, just give me 2 because I don't want Rich to smoke it up. So
which I think is a lie.
Yeah, but listen,
I don't want that. I just want the two. Somebody in her position, let's just say if all of these things were fact, somebody in her position, think of what they could have done with 18. You know what I'm saying?
She could have possibly gotten a place and got away from, yeah. Like, I feel
I know
like,
exactly what you're saying.
You know, I
yeah.
mean, it
Catching what
just,
you're laying down.
and
Well,
which
if you
And
also,
the
I
fact
started,
that they
feel
did.
like Kimmy was more about the money than Becca, most definitely, which is why I said last night, I almost wonder if they were lured back in with this promise of $18,000, right? And I almost wonder if on the back end, Courtney's not in Kimmy's ear saying, hey, y'all got 18 grand apiece, but if you help me do A, B, and C to get rid of Becca and get me Rich's baby, I'll give you all of it and you won't have to take just 18, you'll have double.
I personally think that if you look at this from the perspective, Kimmy was pissed because, yeah, Kimmy wanted that money. Of course, Kimmy could have got a new car with that. She didn't have one for the paper route. And she could have done a lot of things with that money. So was Becca, but Becca seemed more leery and more suspicious than Kimmy.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Becca was, because the way Amber, the friend, described Becca that day, that she dropped her off for the dinner, she said Becca was terrified. Becca did not want to go alone.
Yeah, absolutely.
And she said Becca was nervous. She was like real nervous acting when she got out of the car and got in the car with Courtney.
Somebody just asked a good question in the chat. Did Becca mention anything about balloons being at
Yes,
the
she said the, didn't she
Becca
say it had a
didn't know.
balloon?
Becca didn't mention
No.
any balloons. No.
Okay.
Hold
Kimmy did.
me. Oh my gosh, that was so cute. Hold me.
Yeah, that's my baby over there at my cousin's.
Wait a minute. Did you just say Kimmy did?
Yes, Kimmy
Kimmy and
mentioned the
Courtney did.
balloons, but
Yeah,
Becca
Kimmy
did
said
not.
it. Yeah.
Courtney confirmed it. Courtney said that she put a water balloon in it filled with water just to trick them and make them think that there was something in the envelope because she wanted to make sure that it wasn't just all about the money to them.
Oh, I was
Courtney
thinking
told
like
the story first, and then
Yes.
Kimmy
helium balloons, like
confirmed
hot
it.
wire balloons,
Yes.
like for a
I honestly
celebration.
believe that Kimmy thought she was entitled to whatever money was coming to her because I really believe that all along she's been doing things to appease Courtney and doing things for her that she feels she deserved that money.
Oh yeah. And I mean, let's be honest. Look at her. That woman go throw up a receipt from a year ago from the Dollar General damn receipt book and say, "Oh yeah, I held on to that money for a year." Lies you tell, ma'am.
Well, we know the receipt was real. We did,
Right, but to say
but
that she held on
there's
to
no
that money,
way she hung on to $2,000 for that long.
absolutely
Well, think
not.
about this. The girls could have potentially thought, well, mom's missed our entire life, so she saved up all this money for us over the years.
Mm-hmm.
And we're kind of getting that in return for her missing out on our entire life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but remember, Austin tells us that Courtney called him and told him
In
that
October.
she needed to get a hold of Becca because someone in the grandma had died and they were left money, so they wouldn't even thought that.
And that was in October. Austin said that Courtney got in touch with him in
Yes.
October to get in touch with the girls.
No,
Yes.
September.
Was it September? September.
Yes.
Okay.
Like
So Courtney
September
knew this
13th.
web of people. Y'all think about
Yeah.
it. Courtney knew every one of
Mm-hmm.
these people that are coming out
And
like woodwork.
that plan started back. Let's think about it. September, October, when she contacted Austin to get in touch with the girls about this money. That's also when all these Facebook posts are being made about this baby in the NICU and looking for a new apartment and with more rooms. It was all.
Yep.
It all started laying out months ago. For me, in my head, I mean, it couldn't be, but in my head, it looks like it was that was set up starting back months ago.
Yeah, girl.
And remember, she didn't have to get a hold of Kimmy because she already knew how to get a hold of Kimmy. Kimmy had already lived with her. Kimmy had already been around her.
she didn't have to get a hold of Kimmy. Becca was the one that didn't really want anything to do with her.
Mm-hmm.
See, I didn't realize that Kimmy had a relationship with this woman, had lived in their home, had done
Premeditated for
all the
sure.
things. Yeah. And even Treisler told him the 4 months that her and her husband was living there earlier this year, Kimmy was fucking living there. So that debunks Brad's bullshit of, I don't know the girls. I don't have nothing to do with them. They don't
Yep.
like me. I'm not around when they're around. Motherfucker, yeah, you are.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. And I think it became her sight swooned in on Becca the moment that she found out that Becca was pregnant with Rich's baby. I will forever go down screaming that was her motive. She was jealous of Becca because Becca was with Rich and Becca was having Rich's baby.
Absolutely.
That will forever be my line on that. I'm not budging on that.
I agree with you. And somebody said in the comments that Kimmy is a little Courtney. Absolutely. You can tell by the way they talk. You can tell by their their attitudes. They literally, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that I'm not switching my mind. I'm not changing my mind on that. I feel like that
I've
she
always
had the
said she wanted that
most.
baby. She wanted that baby because look at the past. And Kristen and I had talked about this a little bit too because we found something. She had posted one time on the Book of Faces about a movie called Stillborn. Look up what that movie is.
Yep, I've seen it. Absolutely.
And when you look at that, going through her prior history, she's always wanted a baby. Always.
And then the fact that she was not only pregnant with a baby, she was pregnant with Long Dong Schlong. Obviously, he's got something. All these people over here just having schmexy time with Rich. My friend, she just sent me a hashtag and a text that said, hashtag, I still want to see Rich's pecker. Because she said he's got to be hung like King Kong or something. But like, once she found out she was pregnant with his baby, that was it for her. She was going to stop at nothing.
She lost her shit because she used to fuck with Rich.
Yep. And I think she still wanted, she didn't want to be down there with Brad in the tent by the river. She wanted to be shacked up with Rich.
I don't think she ever really quit messing with Rich.
I don't either.
I think it was a kind of meet up and hook up when you can kind of thing.
Well, let's be honest. I must be honest with you because the look of fear that was on Brad's face that day that Jax and her cousin were talking to him at the end of that driveway, the look of fear that come up on that man's face when old Peg Leg she looked like she was flying around that corner, y'all. She was literally fucking
she was fast as fuck, boy.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, she was, and he was so scared he turned around. He walked right back towards that house. He does whatever that woman tells him to do.
Yes, ma'am. And
they was out there, and she started around that corner. I had to do a double take. I'm like, she got 2 legs. I'm like, no, she don't.
I thought so too.
She don't.
I did too.
I didn't even know she only had 1 leg to that point, you guys. I knew nothing really about any of that. I just seen her flying down.
I said, she come down there 1 foot, no shoe, grocery store foot as hell, coming to save her man. And I know somebody needed to come and call a wellness check on that man because I know she beat his whole ass when she got back up into that house.
Well, that's what I said. Like, if Brad really did leave Courtney yesterday, let's just say he did, and he didn't go out of the house because CPS is now involved, and they were only letting him be around the house because of all this going on, and now Rebecca has been found, and now he can't be there full time like that. Is she just saying they're separated, and he went back to Harrietta to his little tent, or is he just, has anybody seen Brad physically, or is Brad just gone, disappeared?
Well, that whole story about him being able to be in that house just because of what's going on made no damn sense to begin with at all.
It didn't make no damn sense to me neither.
Because that one morning she was
just
in
gonna make
somebody's
an
live.
exception for an RSO because this? No.
That a kid that's not technically by blood or anything to him is missing? No, they don't do that kind of shit. And that kid that's in the house ain't even his. That's not his fault. You know
How
what I
has he
mean?
been able to be there? But they know he's there, so how has he been able to
I just don't
be
think
there
they don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I think
think
not
they
either.
care.
Nobody's doing their dang on
Yeah,
job.
like why has he
Where's
not been
CPS
arrested
and all
for
this?
non-compliance?
Like I have
Right.
not. We never once seen a government car. I know their cars. I'd never once seen any CPS people pull up to this house either with all this going on.
Yes, somebody needs to go back and check that damn freezer and make sure that Brad ain't in that freezer. I'm just saying, check the freezer. She
She
got
could have
Brad's
done
ass in
whacked
that
him.
freezer.
Y'all, she could have done fucking whacked him with that crutch. Y'all better stop.
I'm
Listen,
just
all it would have
saying, like,
took for her to come around that corner so damn fast and hit one rock, bitch. Could you imagine? Her damn crutches would have slipped. Her peg leg would. Y'all, please. Can you vision it?
Courtney is the
Has she
next
been in
fucking
anybody's
Carol
box?
Baskin.
Has she been in anybody's box since she said
No,
he's
I'm
left?
telling you,
no, I
she's the
haven't seen
next
her.
Carol
I've been looking for
Baskin.
her.
He
You
keeps
guys are
grocery store
crazy.
foot.
Cracking
That's
me up.
exactly who I thought of, Dora. When
She is fucking Carol Baskin, and for
I
that, we're
said
gonna
the
have a
same
break
thing.
to
Oh my god.
Listen,
listen.
somebody needs me to elaborate on the grocery store foot. When y'all were little, like when I was little and I'd be running around with no shoes on and my mama tell me my feet were dirty and she say, "Oh, you got grocery store feet, girl." She had grocery store foot because you know damn good well she come out there with no
Black
shoes.
as hell.
Well,
I'm
yeah,
telling
us country folk out there, we don't wear no shoes. I don't wear
right.
no shoes the whole time
There
I'm
you
at my
go.
trailer.
She had grocery store foot. One foot, grocery store foot.
Carol Baskin killed her husband. Carol Baskin killed her husband. Carol Baskin killed her
Brad, you good?
husband.
Stop it, y'all.
Hashtag check on Brad.
Do we need to come save you, Brad?
Brad, blink 3 times if you need help, bruh.
Put
Tap
your
on the
hand up
wood.
behind your back with the sign.
Knock on the floor 3 times if you need help. Somebody go check on Brad. R.I.P. Brad. Y'all, I can't. Yes, Mimi, the grocery store feet. She come out there with a whole ass grocery store foot.
In
Swear to
all
God.
honesty, I'd like to talk to Brad again. I think I'd get Brad to tell me some more.
I bet you could too.
You could tell Brad likes to talk when he gets a
When
chance.
when
Yeah.
Piper and them were out there walking around with him and he found the baby wipes and stuff,
He
you
was
could
pointing
tell.
things out to me left and right, telling me
Yeah.
this is where this was and this is where this is. I've got a lot more video, guys. I just haven't figured out how to post them
Hey,
because
you
I
guys, what did that
never
truck
stand
look
up.
like? Y'all. What did that truck look like that they're talking about the white truck? Was it like a diesel truck?
So I'm thinking if
Big
it's
ass truck.
that I seen and with the old guy in it that I actually talked to, the only white truck that I personally seen that I can say that I seen with my eyes for sure, only because I talked to that man. It was a extended cab truck. It was a white truck. There wasn't. He was just an old guy with gray hair, and he was out there asking what was going on.
Was there another white truck that had like big mirrors?
Like I said, I can't. That is the only white truck I seen
The
with
the
my
truck
own
you're
eyes.
talking about is that truck that I think that was behind us at the going the where we thought was
Oh,
the
the
unmarked cop
detective.
car.
That's
That's the
the
one
one
with the
I
big.
thought was the detective. Yeah.
Like this.
Oh, no, that looks like that old man's truck that I did see.
Okay, well, this vehicle.
I seen that truck too, and that truck has Indiana plates on it. The one you're showing right now, I did see that story, Dora. And that truck has, if you look in it, I believe it has Indiana plates on that truck.
Because there was a truck found submerged in
Yep.
water in
Yeah.
Saginaw.
Yep. Because I literally remember that I just literally left Saginaw the other day for a delivery. That's why I had to come back home and leave that night of the finding. So that's how I seen that story right away. I was in
Somebody
Saginaw.
said it's a Michigan farm plate.
Yeah, okay. I knew it wasn't like a regular like Michigan plate.
Right.
I don't have my glasses on. I didn't zoom in. That's why I asked Dora if she could zoom in because it looked. I do a lot of driving in a lot of different
So
states.
this truck, let me show you this truck, guys. Hold on. This is the one they found submerged in water.
You know what? Let me bring my husband in here because when I pulled that up, he was like, he said something about that truck. Hold on. I'm going to put myself on mute a minute.
Yo, this is wild ass behavior, people. I thought me and my people were fucked up. This is some
At
50
best, it's
Shades of
wild ass
Grey.
behavior.
Absolutely. 50 Shades of Grey fucked up right here. I'm telling you.
There was no victims found in the truck, so it was just dumped.
Somebody keeps asking, can you show a pic of Courtney's dad to see if that's who Piper talked to? I'm not sure what that's about, but they keep repeating that.
Okay, can you show that truck again so I can show my husband real quick, sir?
Yeah.
Remember, watch what you say. We're on the ticky-tack. Remember when I pulled that picture up
That's a power
yesterday?
stroker.
Okay.
F-250.
Yeah, remember you said it looked you said that's that truck or something like that. What were you talking about? Was it just something you...
Yeah, it looked like the white truck they put it up in Becca's house.
Okay, he said it almost looks like the white truck they pulled up in at Becca's house. So my husband...
When they were sitting there taking the protest.
You mean at Courtney's?
Hold on, or at Courtney's, yeah.
Or Courtney's, my bad. But when they were at Courtney's, that
He said at the protest.
That truck. It's hard to tell because that video is moving around and it's dark out. So it's hard to tell unless I can see the tail lights lit up. I'd have to see it lit up and I can tell you whether it's a truck or not.
Okay. So apparently my husband did see a white truck there that I did not know about.
Y'all better stop putting that's her dad's truck in the chat. If that's Fabio's truck, I'm leaving. I'm exiting stage stand left and I'm never coming back.
I'm looking right now.
Is there a way to pull up Fabio's truck?
Y'all better stop. I'm gonna yeet myself out this damn box so fast.
So they just found the truck yesterday.
Correct. I was on the road when I was looking at that. My husband was like, that's how I remembered that. That's why it stuck in my head.
Courtney's dad. They're saying Courtney's dad truck. Courtney's dad's truck. I don't know. Let's see. Oh, I'm so damn confused.
It was an old man, y'all.
They're saying pull up a picture of Courtney's dad, Dora.
How far is Saginaw?
Okay, so let me look on the...
Fine. You got a picture of Courtney's dad? Dora?
Hang on, I think I do.
It's an
Hold
older
on.
picture, yeah.
Oh, wait, never mind. I don't have a second device with me. Just kidding.
She said, just joking.
Just playing.
Y'all thought. They're saying 2 hours, hour and a half on a good day. Listen, y'all, I keep telling everybody, what y'all envision when we tell these stories, when they asking for pictures of Courtney and all these people rich and all these people are like, what do these people look like? I said, well, whatever you envisioning in your head, that exactly what you got in your head. That right there, that's what they look like.
Or worse.
Her dad lives in Saginaw?
Yeah, that
you
one
guys
was
just said?
found submerged in water in Saginaw off of
Oh, I thought you
Pryor
meant Courtney's
Road.
dad. Sorry.
It's a farm truck, and a lot of people in Wexford County have Michigan farm plates because they can only use them for the farm, and most of them don't have driver's license.
Imagine that.
I wonder where Courtney's dad lives.
This says
She was calling
4x4
the
Super
Wesco
Duty.
at 3 a.m. for oil for him. So, does he live close to put oil in a truck?
My husband said if you look him up on the G word online, then you can find his address. It comes up.
He lives close to the Wesco, they're saying. Oh, how
Yeah,
convenient.
he lives in Cadillac. I do remember seeing that when I pulled him up. I just don't remember what the street name was, but he does live in Cadillac.
Does he live in a tent by the river by Cadillac by the West Coast? Just asking.
Chaplin Street. I'm not going to give the numbers, but Chaplin Street, Cadillac, Michigan is what we're seeing.
Lord bless it. You can't fix stupid with no amount of duct tape, y'all. None. Even the Gorilla
It's
Glue can.
actually called Chapin Street.
And it's by
Somebody
the
please.
Wesco.
Thank you.
Dora, can you get rid of that check my private videos? Nobody
And
wants to look at your
Chapin
punani.
is
Go
actually
away.
on the opposite side of town. Chapin Street is by the hospital. So you go past like 13th Street and you continue to go. You go past like the old downtown and it's by the hospital. That's where
Okay,
Chapin
I
Street is
deliver at the
located.
hospital a lot, so I know exactly what you're talking about.
That's where I used to live on that street, and like I said, I was James Hale's neighbor. I lived right above him when I first moved into the house. And yeah.
Girl, did you ever notice some fucking Jeffrey Dahmer type of shit going on there or what?
No, you didn't, girl. Dora, those are inside thoughts. She said Jeffrey Dahmer type shit.
Or some fucking. Like, girl, I want to know. Did he have some Ted Bundy going on or some fucking.
Sometimes we have to keep those inside
More like
thoughts
Ed Gein
inside.
vibes for
I
me.
can't
It was more
help
Ed Gein
it. Fucking
vibes.
right, Ed Gang. Like, what the fuck? He was making masks out of people. I need to know.
Stop. Oh shit. Y'all. I'm sorry, y'all. I just can't.
I can't help it.
Did we get rid of the chick in the chat wanting to show us her punani? Because nobody wants to see that here, ma'am. Go away.
Tessa K said, guys, that's not right. What's not right? Asking if he gave a Jeffrey Dahmer vibe?
What's been right about this whole situation?
Because,
I just have
girl.
to say that I got chills through my whole body, though, Dora, when you said a Michigan farm plate, because I literally had a reading this morning from a girl that has absolutely nothing to do with this. She knows nothing about this. She has been under a rock for a couple of weeks, and I know
She
for a
said he
fact.
doesn't live on Chaplin.
And she mentioned something about, I keep getting Old MacDonald had a
He
farm.
does, girl.
Bitch, I know you fucking lying.
I swear to God, I have it. I even recorded my reading from this morning. I promise to God on everything I own.
No, I remember you said an apartment, but Tessa, he does live at Chaplin. Or yeah. Because it was pulled via property records.
I can't. I bet not ever hear nobody else say not near damn word about people in West Virginia and fucking Whitakers. I don't want to hear shit about people in West Virginia. No more.
Last night when we were in that live and Richard was talking to us, the woman that he was with when they were telling us about him in the background, she told us he lives over on Arbutus now.
Correct. He lives out in Arbutus. Like I said, is that the name of the road starts with an A. He used to live on Chapin.
Yes.
On Chapin, it was an apartment it was a house that was like transformed into 4 apartments. That was the one where I lived. After, I don't know if he moved directly from there to there or whatever else like that, but I do know that he lives out in Arbutus, and Arbutus is a subdivision that's past the roller rink. That's literally outskirts of town again, where nobody really goes. So I think that he would probably have a truck, maybe even, too, because of where they live. They live out there, like where nobody goes very often unless you live out there.
Okay, I got it. Hold on.
And so he doesn't live close to the Wesco?
No, I think he does live close to the Wesco is what they were saying, at least closer than Courtney and Brad.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Let me see.
This is crazier and crazier.
I just need y'all to go check all the tents down by the river and all the damn freezers, okay? Just do all the things.
Girl,
and check under the boards for Brad.
You go check on Brad. We're not going to check on Brad.
Yeah. That's the property.
There's lots of sheds.
Kristen, that's the same one we talked about. Yeah.
Isn't it snowing outside though?
Here?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's awful.
So I don't think he's gonna. I mean, do you honestly think he would stay in a shed when it was snowing? I don't know. I don't. That's what I'm saying. That's my only thought. It's cold as hell here and snowing here, and you couldn't. I don't care what I did. I'd be like, shit. Give me 4 walls and
Key
a
word
meal.
is
I don't
he's
think he
not
stays in a shed.
living in a shed.
I
He
just think
lives in a
there's
shed.
sheds on the property.
No, no.
When you
What I
hired in a giraffe cooter, you don't care if it's hot, cold, raining, dry. You don't care. You just go with the flow.
But I don't really think I don't believe he left either. So
Oh, absolutely not.
I don't know what she's doing on dating apps and all that shit. Who knows? That's probably part of their
Listen,
He told me when I talked to him
The
when I
address
when
is.
I go ahead.
Go ahead, Jax.
I was just gonna say he told us, or he told me when he was in the house that he was homeless, and that they have him under the registry as homeless now that they had just changed it. But I think he told them that he was living in a tent just for reasoning, for that. But obviously, I think he's been at Courtney's the whole time. I mean, they've
yeah,
been
because he
together for
said
8
that
years.
that
He said.
day y'all were talking to him at the end of the driveway, but then that one morning she was on a live early. She was in somebody's box and it was early, and it was early enough to where they had to wake up the little boy for school, and Brad was in the background talking shit, and she was like, oh, I got to get off here and go get whatever little boy's name is up for school, and Brad said, I'll go do it, and she's like, okay, I ain't got to get off because Brad's going to go wake him up and get him ready for school. And that
was
was
the
early
morning
in
she
the
was in
morning.
countries.
Was that where it was?
Yes.
And
Yeah,
Brad
yeah.
wouldn't take me to his tent in it's in Harrietta, and his reasoning behind that was because people hunt people down like him.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
So I just looked from the distance from Courtney's dad's house to Wesco. It is 1 mile.
Mm-mm. From whose house? Whose to whose?
From Courtney's dad's house to Wesco.
I know you fucking lying.
It's 1 mile. Bobby Joe, yeah, 1.2 miles. Takes about 4 minutes to get there from his address.
Somebody keeps saying, can you show Piper somebody's dad? Whose dad do y'all want us to show Piper?
Anybody have a picture of Courtney's dad?
Yes, Arbutus
Yes, please.
Avenue.
Do that because I talked to the man in the white truck.
Okay, please show somebody show Piper.
I mean, it could be the same white truck.
I'm gonna try to FOIA. I just thought about this when you guys were talking about
I'm about to show y'all. For
jail.
real.
I'm gonna try to FOIA for the phone calls that Kimmy's made from jail. Also,
Dora, do you have a picture of Courtney's dad? If somebody's got a picture of Courtney's dad, send it to me,
Hang
and I've
on.
got another device.
Look right there, y'all.
That's blurry as shit,
Arbutus
girl.
Avenue in Cadillac is 1.2 mile from the nearest Wesco.
Ooh, I see you.
Yes,
Ooh.
the first address I gave you was his old address, and the address that has the A Street is his new address. But I can't find a picture of him online. I'm looking.
I have a picture of him.
Sorry I caused a ruckus in your chat.
Listen, girl, you ain't doing nothing but adding to the bullshittery. It's fine. It's all good. We trying, y'all. Hang on. We getting it.
Yeah, they just want somebody probably won't get evidence right now.
It
on
says
that.
pull it up on maps. It's not. But you got to Google the Arbutus Avenue in Cadillac, Michigan is 1.2 mile from the nearest Wesco, which is located at 1377 North Mitchell Street. The drive is about 4 minutes.
Okay, Piper. Shauna said she sent you a picture, babe.
Okay, I can't look at it until I get out of here.
Okay.
I'm learning all this, guys. Bear with me. So I don't know how to look at a message if I'm live. So I'll pop out and I'll pop back in.
Okay.
Just leave my box.
I want to check that message to look at that picture that they sent her. She said she'd be back. Somebody already talked to the people that was working that night. I believe they said that they put oil, correct? Or no, lighter fluid. Which one was it? Shit,
Yeah.
I'm so
Lighter fluid.
lighter fluid.
Okay, I'm gonna add a destination. Hold on. I'm going to my maps. It depends on traffic, so let's.
Y'all hear that? Dora pulling out her map. Dora, 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 the Explorer. Yeah, I know, V. I call Fabio, Fabian. I call him Fabio. I got nicknames for all these people, so like, don't take me serious for real, for real. Like, y'all just got to overlook me, cause I just be calling them all kinds of shit.
Okay, yeah,
Let's go and
that's
Cadillac.
not the guy I talked to in the truck.
That's not the guy in the truck you talked to?
No.
Okay. So that's been debunked. Debunked. It was not Courtney's dad in the truck that she talked to. Debunked. Mark that one off the damn list. Hell yeah.
Yep.
All right, so we got let's go here.
The guy I talked to was a smaller framed guy with glasses and nice white hair, actually.
How
Nice
far is
hair for an old man.
Wesco
He
from?
looked like he had a shower like in that day or the day before. Like he looked kind of like clean and not disheveled and shit.
Yeah, he was a good, nice old man. Like he didn't strike me even funny, so that's why I was like, I don't think if I would have talked to Courtney's dad, I think I'd have had some kind of weird creeper vibes.
Right, listen, at this point, Ray Charles is blonde as a bat, but that bitch can see what the hell's going on around here. You hear me?
How far is Wesco?
This lady in red, the tent by the river, and the damn freezers. Check them all.
So they're saying that there's an Arbutus Avenue and an Arbutus Drive.
Yes, his is Avenue.
They got avenues and drives. And who the hell makes an address 39.1.5 River Road? Who does that? Why?
Wexford County.
That's so stupid.
Because it's all in one big
And when I'm
forest. It's
delivering
all
dirt,
trails.
so-
It's not like a regular
Yeah, so if you're
town or
looking
city,
at
you
it
know?
from traffic, it takes 10 minutes. It's for approximately 4 miles.
Yes, and just like Jackie said, a lot of these, they're saying they're roads and avenues, and they're dirt roads and they're trails that are marked as roads, and it's crazy out there.
Because it looks like you would have to go off of West 13th Street.
Yes, 13th Street is the only way that you can get out there. You got to take like 13th Street and you got to cross 115 and it goes back into the woods. You go past where the roller rink used to be and it was burnt down a few years ago.
Yep.
But
And you
also,
continue to
there's
go,
Lake
you go
Mitchell
past
right there,
railroad
too.
tracks and everything.
I was just gonna say that, Dora. You got Lake Mitchell right there.
Yeah, it's right there by the lake. Literally right there by the lake. So you would leave there, take North Lake Mitchell Drive onto West 13th Street, go all the way down, and it takes you down by like a truck stop or Napa Auto Parts in Cadillac, and then you turn, looks left to go towards Wexford County Fairgrounds, and it's up the West Coast up there off of
Stay away from the
131.
fairgrounds. I feel like fairgrounds just sounds like you're gonna catch something Ajax ain't gonna take off. Stay away from those.
You guys don't have a truck stop? It's listed on the map.
There's an actual, like, it's a restaurant that's called The Truck Stop. It's not an actual truck stop. It's a restaurant that's called The Truck Stop.
Oh my god.
Shit.
Who the hell is that you,
Who the hell is
Jackie, snorting? That's all I want to know. Who is snorting?
I'm in the
I
base.
thought it was Jackie for a minute because she does it.
I'm sorry. Oh, good
Dora be reading off this shit like she knows exactly. And they're like, oh, that's a restaurant.
It's fucking funny.
I saw y'all. I snort. I'm
I
sorry.
was like, who is snoring? I was dying. I'm in the store shopping and I'm like,
I
oh my
literally see,
God.
you know how like here, like I live in a small town, but our signs is a legit fucking truck stop.
Yeah, the one by me is too, but it has a
Right,
restaurant
like it says
too. Yeah,
truck stop, and then you over here looking at this damn place, and it's a fucking restaurant.
it's yeah. They actually have decent food too.
That's funny.
I
Oh yeah, they
can't.
got a burger challenge.
You need to check that shit on your map, Dora. Pull your damn map out your backpack and jot that shit down. Oh, shit. Oh, God. Dog, you need to go outside. It's too cold. You better pee real quick. Come on. You better go potty real fast. Because it's cold.
Oh, there's a truck stop next door. It's just not a big city one.
We got a Love's truck stop. They be doing all the things. Go potty, hurry.
Right, I'm used to like the Loves, the damn Pilot.
We have them too.
Yeah.
TA.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have one of those in town.
My husband, every
married
time
to
I
a
pass
truck
the
driver.
pilot, he's got to have coffee.
I'm married to a truck driver, and I used to go be in the semi truck with my ex-husband. I lived at truck stops.
Yeah, I'm a courier, so I hit a lot of them. I'm a medical courier.
Oh,
I
gotcha.
didn't do Thanksgiving dinner because my kids were with their my ex-husband. They were with their dad this year. I literally ate Thanksgiving dinner at a truck stop this year.
Hey, get over here. Those hogs are out over yonder. They gonna tear your ass up. Get back over here. Sorry, y'all. My dog's out here. She's a damn what the hell is she? Not a Springer Spaniel. A Boykin Spaniel, and she thinks she's a damn Rottweiler. And my neighbor's got a hog farm, and she be out here bucking up these 500-pound sows with all their babies. I ain't getting in the middle of that shit.
Damn, like, yeah, Cadillac is like, I need to look at an area map of Cadillac.
Dora, Kylan is getting ready to send you a picture on here. I told her to comment when she has sent it, and I'll let you know.
Okay, who is Ann that they're wanting me to listen to?
I don't know.
Who's Ann?
Anne
I don't
Marie?
have her. Oh.
Is that who y'all was talking about in the comments? Anne Marie? Or something like that?
Y'all call it Methalac?
Dora, go listen to Annie. Go in on Annie's live. Maybe Annie? Who do we know? Annie? Does she go here?
The British lady. Okay, I think I know who y'all was talking about.
Oh, the Australian lady that's not even from here.
Oh, I got it.
Yeah. Bless it. Sometimes she seems like she's just as lost as a fart in the wind.
Yes.
Oh, new character unlocked.
Next lies you tell, I rebuke it in the name of Jesus.
That would probably be in the local paper. Not the way
I don't know. So it might be because they technically can tell you what you're arraigned on. But I'm not 100% sure. But you got to look in the Lake City paper as well.
Lake City.
He's originally from Lake City, Michigan.
So that was only like 7 years ago.
Yeah.
And this was on his kid. So how many kids does he have? Does he have stepkids?
Well, he's actually related to the Strongs as well too. So like I don't forget his kid's name actually. There's Michaela Strong.
That's Fabian's last name is Strong.
Yeah, so his other kids are the Strong kids. So there's Brandon Strong, there's Eli Strong, there's Michaela Strong. They all went to high school with me. Well, we played against them in sports. I mean, they went to Lake City, but I went to Manton. They were our rivals. Cadillac, Manton, Kingsley. I don't think anyone knew that he had that many more other kids. Oh yeah, he has like 7 kids, I think. And then he also has.
She's talking about Fabian.
What's Sierra's last name?
I know you fucking lying.
I forgot Sierra's last name, but he has 2 other ones as well. There's a video going around. But they didn't talk to him much growing up. There's a video going around on TikTok that in 2023 she posted it herself. This woman that he was trying. I guess they were drinking. It was Rich and Fabian, and they were trying to. Fabian, being her father, was trying to touch on Becca, and then this girl had to call the police on him. She was a neighbor. He was like trying to break into her house or something, and he stole her mail.
That's a video, but have we confirmed that video to be true?
I don't know about all that. I just know that he was definitely in there fighting the case for CSC, and he won it. But yeah, he was locked up with me, Danny Beavers, Mike Ross. If you guys get a hold of Mike Ross, he'll tell you all about it.
New characters unlocked. They were locked up together.
Let's fucking put that goddamn lock and key back in your fucking backpack and zip that bitch up right now.
And then Kyle Puffer, he was in there with us. Dramataki did egg some for his papers, yes.
Dora.
Who's snoring in this bitch?
I thought
it ain't Dora.
Dora, who's sleeping?
Put into
I don't know.
Like a secured pod that ensures like your protection. It's like a protection pod, and it's not a general population pod.
Kelly, I tried to I buried the damn locks in the keys, but bitch, somebody's digging them up.
I don't know.
Is Edie sleeping on her live? That's what Dora did.
I have no idea.
I think so. I think the host is asleep.
Wonder why
did
would
that
they
shit to
be
me
in
too.
the same pod?
We got new characters, guys. We got about 5 new that was in jail together.
I think
Put that shit back in your backpack and zip it.
Um,
Jumanji, bitch. We're in a game of
We
Jumanji.
gotta investigate this shit.
like that. But some places do it on purpose. Gotcha. That makes sense. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, he had a lot of information.
Where did you go?
I don't know. See, when someone requests, it's knocking people out of the box. So I don't know if he got knocked out when you requested or if he dropped.
Well, he was already gone when I requested. That's why I did request because the box opened up.
He might have dropped it because it didn't say on top even that anybody kicked him.
Is anybody a mod?
I am.
I just want to mute.
You want to mute Annie while she's sleeping?
I was going to say it's not me snoring. There was a few comments saying it was me snoring. It's kind of.
Oh, she's like, okay. She was sleeping.
No, I went to. Sorry, no, that was my dog. I went to the toilet. Sorry, girls.
I thought
You went to the toilet? You were snoring while you went to the toilet?
That happened the other night with me, and my dog wasn't even snoring. I have a Frenchie, so when she breathes, she's that loud.
Yeah, I've got a pug face.
Oh yeah, there you go. You know what I go through.
Anthony's in the chat. Anthony, the question, there was just one more question for you.
All
Alice
the
asked,
details
like,
for us.
why
We'll
wasn't
bring
he
it
in
back.
like a secure pod? Like knowing what his charges were. If you could answer that in the comments. So I'm super shocked that he's he here. If he is, I can make a box empty for him. I can jump off.
I can jump back down. When he said he asked for the papers, I had questions on that. Normally when you ask for papers, there's a reason. So I wanted to know how long he knew this person prior, and did he know he had these kind of charges prior? But I'll jump down. Thank you, ladies.
Go ahead, Drama. She getting asking all the good questions.
Anthony, do you want to come back up? Yeah,
I just did just to let you guys know, I just did a quick search, and I don't find anything publicly for him being in jail in 2018 or 2019. I haven't found anything yet, so.
Michaela is your adopted cousin. Who's Michaela? I think there's been like 6 people unlocked in the last 5 minutes.
And they won't find anything because that docket's not online.
Whenever you're ready, I can put those screenshots back up on my screen.
Yeah, let's do that. I don't know if Anthony's coming back up. I'm super confused. Dallas,
Anthony ran for the damn hills. He said, I'm out, bitches.
About what, babe? I mean, Fabian's apparently a habitual offender.
Well, I'm gonna have to look up some information about him, because usually when you do a quick Google search, like, I mean, I know my area, like my local hometown area, if you put someone's name in Google, it'll bring up anything and everything about them. If you know the general area of where they are, and he said it was Lake City. So I Googled Fabian's last name is Strong, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
So
I was able to get his original.
Do they know his real name
Not
ain't
his original,
Fabian?
but like from this past year that he's compliant with his parole. Drama talk. If you want to box, you can come back up.
And don't they know that if it involves a minor, it's going to be sealed? You can't find it.
So I was able to pull that, and it said that he was in compliance and everything like that.
Yeah, I don't see anything. So usually, too, around here, like, they post everybody's stuff on the local news and online and stuff like that. And I didn't see anything that stated that he had been arrested in that time span, that he had been detained in that time span, that there was a charge on him in that time span. So I don't know if Michigan, states are different in what information they do and don't put out, but I was just letting y'all know I didn't see anything.
Aquarius
but it is
Queen.
still a possibility that he is a repeat
Fabian's
offender,
daughter that I
because
talked to the other night?
most people that do that are.
Usually, if you're an RSO and you put a name in the Google box, their RSO registration and like location would be the first thing that pops up as well.
People are saying in the comments, guys, if you want a box request, people are saying.
I'm trying to get Dora to turn this down a little bit, because I think this is Fabian's daughter that was in the chat.
Like saying, but like his compliance.
That I talked to the other night.
Saying that Fabian isn't his real first name.
Oh, what's his real first name?
I don't know. I thought it was Fabian, but that's what the other.
Are you still in here, babe?
Hold on.
Yeah, but I think they might have made because he has the son called, I think,
Jason.
Fire something.
I'm pretty sure his name is Jason.
Fabian is street name. Hold on. Let me go back.
I don't think they're gonna say though. So
I just
when
text
you're
her,
registered
see if she'll see
SO,
it.
I do know that the state of Michigan is on you, and they're on you really hard.
Because I think that's the same girl I talked to in here the other night when Dora was asleep. I think that's the same girl.
Times
Gotcha.
a year or whatever, you have to tell
It was
them
like Aquarius
what you're
Queen
doing.
or Aquarius something.
Hang on.
There you are. I was trying to get you to turn it down because I was trying to talk. I think this Aquarius Queen is the one I talked to the other night in your chat. That's, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, that's Fabian's daughter. I don't know if she's still in here now. I think that's the one I talked to the other night when you were sleeping.
Was she in here?
She was. I haven't seen her in a minute. Where would you left us alone and I was hollering for you and you didn't answer.
Hang on.
God, were you sleeping, Dora?
No, did y'all hear me say I was walking away to the restroom real quick?
Oh my gosh. I was trying to talk to and I was hollering for you and nobody came. Nobody come to turn it down or nothing. I was scared. Oh, I think she's gone. I'm pretty sure that's the one that came in the chat the other night and told me that was her dad, that she was his daughter, but that they didn't have they really didn't have a relationship. Because she said something about please don't talk about her or her sister. They don't talk to him. But that wasn't us talking about him. That was that other live. We were just streaming it. That's why. Oh, where'd she go? She might have just came through and dropped it in the chat and then left. Because she did talk to me the other night. Because I asked her if she knew if Fabio and Courtney still talked, if they were cool, if they conversed at all, and she said no, that it was her understanding that they didn't fuck with each other, but yeah. I
Well,
don't
he's
see her
cute and
anymore.
cozy with Rich.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't see her anymore. Damn. Okay. All right. You can put it back on if you want. My bad. I was just trying to talk to her.
I have a quick question. So someone just invited me to a different live, and there's a man in there giving information on Fabian.
Yeah, we were listening from the bushes, girl.
Yeah, they wanted me to come up in a box because they're saying that, these charges do exist. He did beat them, but that wasn't his first time with these kind of charges either. And they are looking for birth dates. They're pulling someone that's 68 years old. I said, y'all can't do that and tag someone and put a jacket on them, not knowing.
Right. Absolutely not.
So I said to them, I can find out his age, but I wanted you guys to listen into this guy because this man seems to know a lot.
Now,
If he's accurate.
he was in jail with who?
Fabian, girl.
Fabian, yes, Fabian.
Okay. All right. You can cut it back up, Dora. I'm sorry, y'all. I was just trying to talk to Fabian's daughter in the chat. I might have scared her off when I started hollering for your ass and you didn't come.
Because he said, yeah, well, I asked him for his papers. Now, when you're in jail and you ask someone for the papers, that means you're like, you're not just, I don't want to say just a regular inmate, but like you are a little higher up in there. You have say. You know what I'm saying? And I want to know, what do you know, buddy? If you're asking someone for their papers, I want to know what you know.
Right. Yeah, no, absolutely. I get it. All right. You can cut it back up, Dora. Whatever the hell your name is. You can cut it back up now. My bad.
Okay.
Hey, don't say that I'm live. Oh my god.
That's what I was saying with being in the secured pod together and knowing, being together and checking the papers. They would have been in a secure,
Now my dog is pissed.
unpopulated pod together.
And that's not
He's
true.
our uncle. He's not
Say
our
it
dad.
again.
Okay.
Hang on. Let me deal with her. She's upset at the neighbor.
Yes.
Come here, baby.
You really know what's going on about that thing, all right? Yes, I've been following it. I've been in and out of your guys' everybody's lives. Okay. So we're confused because now more characters are being unlocked. So is Fabian an habitual offender, or was he only in trouble one time, like in the 90s? I think it was just the one time. I'm not really sure. I talked to the girl that he actually went to prison for, and she says, because she is family and she like hangs around them and everything still, and she said that she shouldn't forgive him, but she has forgiven him for the family's sake and everything. Was she, because he had said that it was someone that was his girlfriend and she lied about her age. But when it's on his thing, it says having sexual conduct with someone between the age of 13 and 15. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Maybe there might be somebody that he actually went to prison for that is not the one I'm talking about. Yeah, you're saying a family member. Yeah.
So I went on the Michigan registry, and this chart.
Oh, I was going to pause now. Okay, so he was.
Sorry, it's from 1998, and he was last compliant on 2/1 of this year.
Yes, that's the screenshot I was sent.
And he has one charge.
Yeah, I believe he should be compliant. So then why would he have been in jail? Why would he have been in jail in 2019?
I don't think that's. I honestly, at this point, I'm not sure that that's true because, like, I can't remember who else said it. That if he had contact with that guy, then he would have been in the same pod. So he pretty much has the same charges, and
Come on, baby,
Well,
I
I
got
know
your puppy
he's been in jail for multiple other things as well.
Oh, okay.
Who, Fabian or? Yeah, Fabian.
Okay. So you know Fabian?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha. Is he related to you, or I mean, do you mind me asking you questions? I don't want to.
Yeah, he's my uncle. He's my dad's brother.
Okay. So how do you feel about everybody thinking that, or certain people thinking that you might have something to do with it?
Me and my sister's been talking about it a lot, and we don't think that he has anything to do with it. I had asked him a couple days before that if he was going to the protest, and he said that he couldn't because he had to work. But I wish he would have messaged me and said he was going out there, because I would have went with him. Yeah, I didn't even know he was going out there.
Do you
Woulda,
so
coulda,
did you have a
shoulda.
relationship or had a relationship with Becca?
I know that he did, but I seen him on the live the other day saying that he hasn't seen her in a year.
Oh, okay. So they were somewhat estranged. You could say.
Yeah. And with Becca being adopted and out and stuff.
Guys, the background noise is on the live that we are listening to. No one in here.
And I've only met her 3 times. The last time I seen her was 2 years ago, and I helped her go to the Oasis for some type of an appointment when she was pregnant with her second kid.
So I'm thinking that he probably didn't have and was not allowed to, being registered, to have any contact with her until after she turned 18.
Well, Rich was there. Possibly, or maybe she didn't get in contact with him until then. I'm not sure.
Well, if that, I mean, I don't know whether or not that.
It's saying that he had an offense in 2007, and he pled guilty. And this is on Otis.
I don't know. So if you go on and this is real easy to do. So if you go on the Michigan SO registry, you can search him, and it's Fay, F-A-Y.
So I
Go ahead. Sorry.
I figured it out, Alex. So
Yeah.
what was sent to me was, like she said, he was arrested for a lot of other things. He was arrested for assaulting a police officer or obstruction. Yeah.
Northern Michigan, can you
Driving
message me, please?
intoxicated. So yeah, that's him. That's his picture.
Yeah, there's like lots of stuff like that.
Yeah, he's not listed under Fabian. He's listed under Faye George Strong. Well, on one of them, they have like his alias, like Faye George Strong and Fabian Strong, and
yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Aquarius, I just wanted to ask you real quick. With all of this going on, are you holding up okay? Are you doing okay? Like,
yeah,
I can imagine it's hard.
Yeah, it's just watching everything, and like we know there's a lot of like RSOs in our family and stuff, and like all of them getting pointed out and thrown on TikTok is kind of crazy.
I can imagine, babe.
But I know like it's all public, and me and my sisters are just sitting back watching pretty much.
Yeah, is there anything that you want us to know, or anything that we can do to help, or?
No. Like I said, I didn't know her very well or anything. I've just been following it.
Right. Are you taking time out for yourself? Oh, yeah. Breaks? Okay, good. I'm an Aquarius too, by the way. But yeah, I just wanted to hop up here and let you guys know that Faye is not our dad. Thank you. I didn't know who was in there saying it until you just said something. My cousin sent me the live. Well, thank you for letting us know, because he was saying that Fabian has 7 kids and here's the names, and we were like, what? For sure. 7 kids? Yeah. I thought someone said 9 in the comments.
Guys, I'll
It
check
was the
my
guy that was up
messages
here,
when
the
I get
Anthony guy,
done.
said that
I
he had
can't
7
check them
kids.
while I
I
am
don't think
watching this
Anthony
stream.
knows Faye. It doesn't sound like it.
I mean, he said they were locked up together. They fed him bread.
I only
over
know
here in the
of 3
chat.
kids.
No new news, guys.
Rebecca, the son that was on the search with them.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
Right. And I mean, that's your uncle. You would know. Yeah, I only know of 3. Right.
4.
Brandon. Anthony's got to sign his kids.
Oh.
Wait a minute.
So it's Brandon.
They are Brandon's mom's ex's kids, which is they're Brandon's siblings. They're not.
What are you saying?
Thank you guys. You guys can drop me.
We're sorry, Aquarius. I know you said your name. I'm not gonna say it. We're sorry. We're sorry that you have to watch this unfold.
Thank you.
And just know that, like, whatever is around you, break the cycle.
Oh yeah, for sure. And thank you for coming up and clearing that up for us. I appreciate it. You don't have to come up here, and we appreciate your time for real.
Yeah.
That's the girl Aquarius that was over here in the chat, and she pretty much is saying we don't associate with him. Like, don't say that's my dad. We don't claim him.
Whose live is that?
Annie Marie.
I feel bad for
Okay.
the family like her that feels like they've got to be. I can't imagine how that feels, and I don't ever want to know. Scrolling TikTok all day long just to defend your family.
Yeah, I mean,
that's sad. And I feel for her. I really do. I'm gonna be praying for her because that's hard.
She was just brought into this like, oh, that's her dad, and I'm like, wait, what? And then.
Yeah, well, especially when it comes to stuff like this, because
No, it's not her uncle. She said it was her dad.
Offended, and people do get so mean, and people do get so ignorant. But these people that are just part of the families, like they don't. It's got to be crushing for them, because it's just like you're just taking all this dirty laundry and just dragging all of the things out. And I'm not saying in here, outside,
but it's just like.
Dragging everything out and adding other characters, and then them feeling like they have to come up here and defend them and stuff. It's just I feel for them.
Yeah, all like.
Oh, so
like
her
that.
uncle.
Like, okay, we have to write this person down. She didn't ask like this for him.
Well, I try to keep it real simple. The main characters to me are Courtney, Kimberly, Richie, and Brad. I don't think it doesn't.
I mean, I think there's like some side characters that need to be questioned.
Yeah.
But I mean, I agree with what you're saying. Clint, I don't know what you're talking about. Who didn't ask to be?
I don't know. There's all kinds of fucking family members.
I'm so confused.
At this time, we've unlocked about 90.
I don't understand why Fabian is being questioned anyway. I mean, I get that he found his own child.
I don't understand
what a father's supposed to be doing.
Yeah, I mean, he was out there, but I think it's because Kimmy said that when she went and made that confession, that Kimmy said that he moved the body.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I hadn't heard that one yet.
Yeah. When she confessed, she had this confession, and I mean, people, I feel like should have kind of let up just due to the fact that she was literally trying.
Who did she supposedly say that to, though?
Snap when you get a second, please. It's important.
Who
Who said that? Where did that come out?
I think. I know that.
Nobody knows what she told the police.
The recording
Nobody.
of her saying that, true crime, Nicole?
Yes, she got a confession, her and Bounty first. Apparently. I mean, we didn't hear it. But she said she turned it over to the state police.
I'll have to look more into that one because
I never heard that said before ever. And I've heard a lot of shit.
But I mean, you have to think about it. Who was literally charged with
Nobody knows what
filing
she
false
told
police
the
report, which
police.
would
That's my
probably be
point.
making the report that
Is somebody snoring in that live, guys?
They're just on here
charged with
telling
tampering
fucking
with evidence,
stories.
and she was charged with lying to the police about a felony.
Can somebody go over there and tell them to mute the person snoring?
is that that's all she's being charged with, and
They
they
said
have
they
not
can't.
went after anybody else or charged anybody else with murder.
Well, because the autopsy isn't back yet.
Oh, so Michigan has hold tight on that one.
Going on over there. I mean, we make a lot of speculation and shit, but there's a lot of misinformation over there because I've been listening to just about every damn thing 24/7, and I ain't never heard that said. Never.
Like I said, don't know. None of us know what that girl went there and told the police.
Right.
None of us.
No, we all don't
Kimmy-
know that.
I never heard
Right.
Kimmy say on a live that Fabio moved the.
Oh,
Yeah, I
they're
never heard that shit
reporting.
either.
Mama
Yeah, they
Free,
are.
they're
I'll
reporting
be
you
damned.
drop and come back.
You can mute the host.
Yeah, you just mute her until she wakes up.
I understand that she's charged with lying to the police, but we don't know what she told the police and what was a lie. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, we don't know that girl's statement, and to put it out here of what she said in there, that's crazy work.
Right, we don't know any of that, guys. We were never told this. We don't know what she told the police. That is confidential when you are speaking to a police officer. When you're being questioned, they're not going to put you on court TV right away.
Not until the investigation and the case is over.
Exactly.
Exactly.
That's the thing. They're not going to release any type of interrogations until that is closed and done with. When you're in questioning, nobody is going to really know what she told the police until the police come out with that.
Yeah, he apologized.
If they decide to release that.
Explaining to him the other inconsistencies and how she said
Dora, I responded to you.
Okay.
and then
I probably went a little too hard.
I feel like a lot of stuff is getting mixed up over there.
no, I think that it was just
Absolutely, and you got the host asleep, so they're just running amok in her fucking chat and on her boxes. Like, that's crazy work, seriously.
Because you can't say that everybody knows what she told the police. No, we don't.
I do want to apologize, and I really appreciate that. Like, Allie's amazing.
That wasn't for us to know. We don't know at all. Yes, do we know and have confirmed that she was charged with lying to a police officer? Sure. But that could entail 10 different things. She could have lied about where Courtney's whereabouts was. She could have lied about the statement of taking the phone from Rich's house to the police station. She could have lied about anything. We don't know that. 100%.
She could have lied about another whole case.
At least when you fell asleep and left me in your live, I didn't spread misinformation. I just talked shit.
I was snoring when I fell asleep in my live, and I woke up to somebody saying, "Are we listening to a CPAP machine?" I said, "I know y'all ain't trying to roast me this damn early in the morning."
Dora must have muted herself when she fell asleep because it just got quiet.
I wasn't even muted. I was like, "Oh my god!"
It just got quiet, and I
Had
started
50
saying
people in there watching me too. I was like, "What the hell?"
Listen, it was 6 a.m. and there was 582 people in this damn live. I was like, why the hell are y'all still in here?
I know. I was like,
Like,
"Why are people in here?" And I'm not
I
even
agree,
talking.
guys.
I'm not doing nothing. And
Like,
then as
I
soon as
think
I
she
said
could-
that, everybody's like, "Good morning, good morning, good morning." I was like, "Oh my
I think also she could have
Everyone
also been
probably
charged.
fell asleep on the live.
Right. And I think she I think too, guys, she could have also been charged with filing a false missing report, knowing the whole time she was missing and knowing what happened. We don't know that.
That's
That
just
part right
wild to
there.
me because I've never heard anybody even say that Kimmy said that Fabian moved the body. I've never heard that spoken.
Nobody said that. They speculated him. They said, well, he was out in the field that day. Could that have potentially been something that occurred? Nobody
Right.
actually come out and
It's
said
all
that I'm aware of.
speculation.
But they sat over there and said that Kimmy said that. And I was like, when anybody else
No,
hear that? Or did I like was that the one time I missed something or
No,
what?
Kimmy
no,
never
I
said
didn't hear
that.
that. Uh-uh.
Phew. Y'all.
The person asking, she has 3 charges: tampering with evidence, lying to the police during a felony investigation, and now I'm drawing a blank on the third one. Hold on.
Lying to a police officer.
Lying to a police officer, tampering with evidence, but there's a third one. I can't remember. Hold on.
It's 2 tampering with evidences and lying with a police officer.
No. I called the court. Hold on.
Was it false reports or something like that?
Yeah.
Lying to a
Lying to
police
the
officer.
yes, false report
Oh,
of a
making a false
crime.
report.
Yeah, I think so.
I
Yeah, false
think that's what
report
it
of a
was.
yeah.
And
I did a
tampering with
video on
evidence.
it.
So
I just
yeah,
can't
that's
remember.
right.
Alabama, I can't check my messages while I'm streaming this other live, babe.
A peace officer is pretty much the same thing as a police officer. Some places it's just worded different. They're called different things. But I mean, it's essentially at the end of the day, it's lying to a police officer.
No, we never got anywhere with the screams. We're going to have that void, guys. So just
I'm about ready to scream at this point.
It's going to take a while to get that back, guys, because of the investigation. It's either going to be heavily redacted or they're going to refuse to release it, and I'm going to have to file a case in court.
Anybody that needs to send information for Dora, I have a second device. You can send it to me, and I have another way of Dora seeing it without having to go out of TikTok.
right, because I have to go out of TikTok in and then come back, and I can't see anything that is being sent to me during the time that I have to go out.
I was
Yeah,
texting
so
you last night on the outside line, and you weren't answering me because you were asleep. Because I was like, "Bitch, are you listening to this?" And you didn't answer me.
And yeah, Jax, it was you were right. It's the filing of a false report, lying to a police officer, and then tampering with evidence. I couldn't remember that last one.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think, guys, we have to also take into consideration that, these charges could up or these charges could be dropped or these charges could be, it depends. Everybody
And
is innocent.
they may
until
not
proven.
have anything to do with this case either.
That's what I
For
was
all
just
we
gonna
know,
say.
it
Is
could be
that
with
that's
the raid.
right? And that's what I was just gonna say. And I can't remember exactly, but somebody had told me that they knew somebody that was in the courtroom that day, and they said that they were going to give her the PR bond, and then as soon as somebody said something, no, she's involved in the Rebecca Parks case, then the judge upped it to the $750,000.
And that's what makes me think that it has to do with the raid and not
I think so
this
too.
case.
Yep.
Because I'm telling you right now, the way that they set this up, and I said this on the live last night, typically they're not going to charge anybody until they have someone charged with murder. And there's no one charged with murder, so how can they charge her for filing a false police report when they don't even know who did it?
Right.
Did
I'm
we
going to go to
know
the
she
next
was
court dates
involved?
too.
Was she
I mean,
involved with the raid when the raid went on? Was Kimmy involved with that? Do we know?
Probably.
Allegedly, we don't know. That's what I'm going to FOIA for. I'm trying to figure out exactly who all was a part of that.
Yeah, because if you guys remember, Becca also had a court date on October 21st, but we don't know what for.
We couldn't see where she showed up, if she appeared, didn't appear. We couldn't see nothing, remember?
No, because their court system, Kristen and I talked about this yesterday, their court system does not give you a definite.
Could the false report be from when she originally filed her missing?
I mean, it could be. It very well could be. But again, but the thing is that even if she filed it missing, she was missing, and then she came up. So then those charges wouldn't stick. You see what I'm saying? Because they have, in order to charge someone, you have to meet the elements of the alleged crime. And then the other issue is her bond. I said this last night too. It is so high. And even though the next court date is December, if she gets a public defender or an attorney, they're going to most likely come in within 7 days is what the requirement is. It's 7 days after arraignment. And then at that point, they can say, okay, we want to do a bond reduction hearing to get that lowered, because the bond is meant to compel you to show up to court, not to punish the accused. She very clearly can't pay that. And that's what I said last night. That's what's concerning to me, is that she's in there on this high of a bond, and we don't even have anyone that's in jail for the for the actual unaliving.
But I mean, there was multiple times that Courtney, especially when they were going back and forth, because the one day she got in Tech's box was the one time Kimmy got in the box at Tech's, and Courtney was on somebody else's live. And I mean, she threw Kimmy all the way under that bus, put that joker in reverse 4-wheel drive, and ran back over her. And I told her, I said, girl, your mama's over there telling everybody you're an informant, you're a CI. Your mama's telling us everything that we need to know about you. If you know something, you better go talk now, because your mama's fixing to set you up, girl.
For sure. But that's why I want to do the FOIA on Monday and try to figure out what all was happening before this, to figure out if this even has anything to do with this specific case, which I don't think it does personally, just from my experience in the legal field.
So now this is a message that I have received, but it's not, I haven't confirmed this. I would need to go back and watch the live, but allegedly, Nicole said that Kimberly told her that the bio dad moved the body the day she was found. Apparently that was said on a live. We're not saying
On a
that
live,
over
I
here.
seen that earlier.
Who's live? I'd like to pull that and listen to that.
Somebody tell
Nicole's.
Drama Talk whose live that was.
Nicole's from today?
It was Nicole's. I don't know if it was from today. I just seen it and I watched it, and she was saying that.
All right, I'm going to go
Also
pull
told
hers from
Nicole
the
that she
past
knew where the
24
body
hours.
was too. So I mean,
Yes, she did. You're right. And she also, remember, she had said it was in water and we
You
couldn't
said you'd
get to
never be
it.
able to find it. You never be able to get it
Yeah.
out.
Yes.
Yep.
And I'm going to go on mute and pull the past 2 days worth of Nicole's. I'll be right
So,
back.
Dora's live.
so somebody said she was on. Somebody said she was on a panel. So when she said it, so I don't know if it was in somebody else's live. I don't know where that occurred, but over here we will not be saying that because we have no idea. We're not going to accuse Fabian of doing something. Can we speculate and be like, well, I find it odd that he was in the field that day? Yes, but that's not factual. We can't say, hey, Fabian did this.
We got to be careful, and we got to stick with the facts as much as we can.
I mean, how would you people like if you had a jacket put on you just because of the fact that you might have been in the same area? It's not fair to do to nobody. Do people want to have feelings? Absolutely. But you can't put that publicly and say that shit. That's not cool.
Yeah, you can't say, hey, like Fabian, I know did this. You can't. No, we can
Or you
only
can't say
speculate.
somebody told me that this person told me that they did. Like that's like that's
And
not
it doesn't
cool.
hold up anyways. Yeah, it wouldn't hold up anyways. It's hearsay. And at the end of the day, again, like I said from the beginning, these individuals are literally pointing 2 different ways at the same time on purpose, just to completely get everyone running in circles. And they know what they're doing.
Well, listen, for the longest time, I said, anytime I got into a box, I was like, y'all, I know Rich is a trash human being. He is worthless. But I felt like he didn't have a part of it. I didn't.
Well, that's the thing. You can be a piece of shit and not murder somebody, or unalive somebody. You know what I mean? I mean, that's just the facts. And we got to
he
remember
came
that.
live that one time, spoke his story, and then he used his right to remain silent. And you didn't hear shit out of that man. So I was like, well, damn, maybe he really didn't have anything to do with this.
But you know what else gets me
100%.
upset when they do this? You women, like Jackie, ones that were out in the field and put your boots on the ground and you know what you know, and then these people go and say this shit, it makes everybody else's facts end up looking like nothing. And that's not fair either. All the work that people are doing, and some idiot like we just saw is going to get on a panel, blah, 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 with nothing to back it up, and it makes everybody else's work
Well, and
Just
if you
would be
notice,
unbelievable. It's
a
not
lot
fair.
of these new characters that are popping in these boxes are brand new accounts. And what I think is happening, I think a lot of them are starting over there on these Facebook groups, right? And they're seeing these videos and these recordings of all the things that are happening over here on TikTok. So I feel like a lot of those people that really don't have an involvement but just want to be in a live somewhere are creating these accounts and coming over here and hopping in boxes and say, oh, I went to school with him. I graduated in the 3rd grade with him. That's me.
100%.
You know?
100. It is clout chasing at its
It's
finest.
at its finest. Yep. I
They
100%.
agree.
quail chasing, like Trust
And I
told
want to
us.
say
something
else too, because Jax wasn't on when, or I think Dora and I might have been on the phone last night when we were talking about this. So you remember the news article that said the 136 feet, and everybody was like, I can't even believe that they're saying that, blah, blah. Have you guys seen the picture of the 2 state troopers, or the 2 Michigan State police officers? So if you look at that, and this is where I think they're getting that from, and I just wanted to clarify, and I'll send it to you, Jax. If you look at this picture, you see the blue tent. So the only reason they use the blue tent is because that's what goes over the schmotty, right? And if you look at
I
it
think the
again,
blue tent, I don't mean to interrupt, but I think
No,
that
you're
blue
good, go.
tent is the one that's going over the truck right outside of Courtney's house. They're
No.
standing on the corner there.
No, different one. This was at where they actually found her. It was the picture that the news. I'll send it to her, Dora.
Yeah,
Will
just
you?
send it to me.
Yeah, I
But
have it.
that's what I'm saying. That's where they put that up whenever they find something, especially because it was kind of rainy and gross and whatever outside.
Oh yeah.
But you can, if you look at that and guesstimate it, it would be approximately 130. There it is, right there. That's where they
That
found
makes
her.
sense, yeah.
So that's approximately 136 feet from the road. And then on the other side of that is obviously Courtney's property. So I was explaining to her that typically they put that up, that they were guesstimating, to me, that looks approximately 130 to 150 feet from the side of the road.
But that's a road right there. Like, that's a cement road. We were back in the woods.
I know, but we're talking about the media too. So
Yeah.
if we're looking at a tent that the police erected
Piper
after you
said
guys
that's the
found
truck.
her.
Piper said that's the truck.
It is the truck. That is outside the Courtney's house. I'm telling you, there is no cement roads out where Rebecca's body was found.
Okay.
There is at the end of the trail, but that's not where she was
Right,
found.
but
So that's
what she's
inaccurate.
trying to say, what Kristen's trying to say is the media says 136 feet because look where the media was sitting when this photo was actually captured. It was
the media's
captured.
wrong.
Yeah, no, 100%. I'm just saying that that's
That's where they're
where
getting that from.
typically those blue tents are erected up over where somebody is found. And that's why I'm thinking that they were assuming that that's what they were guesstimating from, was my point.
Gotcha.
The media and their assumptions, it's
100%. And they do it all the time.
Horrible.
All the
Yeah,
time.
it's
And like I said,
horrible.
they get their information from the officers or from the prosecutor, and it's typically a one-sided story. We know how the song and dance goes. It happens in every single situation, and then it takes us going to the families or going to the victims or whomever, you know what I mean, to get their side of the story so that we can get all the facts out in these stories. And
That's
the
what I said the other night when they gave that press conference, if you want to call it that. I told them, because everybody's like, they didn't say shit. And I said, yeah, because they over there watching Drama Talks YT channels to get all the damn information in the timeline, okay? That's why they ain't saying shit, because they're watching Drama Talks YT page, okay? They making their chart right now. Because they've give us everything.
Well, I think you could tell that they were very. They look like fish out of water. Is what they look like.
Absolutely.
They kept looking at each other like, "You got anything? Do you got anything? No, I got none. You got something?"
You want to start? You go first. I'll go first.
So you could tell they really. I think they were overwhelmed. I really do.
Well, they had a couple of extra 1,000 eyes watching them at that point, because until it picked up momentum over here, there wasn't that many eyes on the situation. And then once it grew and grew and grew and grew and grew, they saw that damn live feed number jumping and jumping and jumping.
Right. All I know is I'm gonna have to go get me a new phone after we figure out what we figure out, because my phone is all jacked up from
Yeah,
this.
Jackson said her phone's been messed up since the day they found her, right?
Yeah, I think they're in my phone.
And I think they also knew they had to be very careful during the press conference of what they said because they knew there were so many eyes on it.
Oh, absolutely. Why you think they cut that live feed whenever they were doing
Because
the
we did their
arraignment?
damn job for them. All of us on TikTok did.
When that arraignment came on, and that's why they cut the live feed. They wasn't gonna let nobody watch that shit. They wasn't gonna let nobody be outside the police station and fucking riot whenever
I wish I
some
wasn't so
bullshit went
tired. I
down.
would have went to that court date, but I didn't even know about it until the next day. And then they were saying they were streaming it, and then at the last minute they said nope.
I think they figured it out. She was in conjunction with this case, and that's when the judge said, no, we're not streaming it.
That's exactly what happened. That's what somebody told
Yeah.
me that somebody in the courthouse said in the court proceeding.
Because it was very last minute. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah, it
Oh
was
yeah.
very last minute, and they record them all. So
Yeah, Mama, that first day, that live that I watched of She Country with Rich, and then just the more it played on and the more these people talked and the more shit that came out, I was like, where the hell's Rich? Like, old dude is over there. He has used his right to remain silent. And he is tight-lipped because he knows that loose lips sink ships and he ain't saying shit.
he's one of the big ringleaders and all this too. You know, I feel like.
Well, yeah, he's got to protect his stash.
Mm-hmm.
So he ain't going to be doing much talking. You know what I mean?
Jack, do you remember when you guys went out to the compound and was talking to the people and they made the statement that Rich and Becca had gotten kicked off of the compound like 2 weeks before the raid?
Yeah, vaguely.
I only remember that because in the beginning it was stated that they left the compound because of the raid. That's why they went to live with his grandpa or whatever. So I found that really, really weird that they said it was 2 weeks before
They
the
got
raid.
kicked. Them people there, Pumpkin and her boyfriend or whatever. They said that they got kicked out of there.
2 weeks
Just
before.
saying, Pumpkin knew some shit. And see, that's what that night Dora left me unattended in her live. I was over here hollering for somebody to go get Pumpkin. I wanted to talk to Pumpkin because Dora was asleep and she couldn't tell me no. And I was like, somebody go over there and get Pumpkin to bring her over here because I want to talk to her. Because I feel like
Really quick, guys. Someone had just asked me what the FOIA request was. So the FOIA request, or otherwise Open Records Act, is where I'm going to request from the jail, from the police department, and from the court the documents relating to the raid, relating to them being in jail right now, all of the things that have to do either with this case or previous cases to make confirmations on the things that we're kind of brainstorming up here. So that's what I'm going to submit on Monday. I'm sorry. It's too much to type because I'm limited. So I just wanted to clarify that for the person that asked.
Listen,
Yeah.
Dewey.
When I was at the compound, somebody asked me, when y'all went to the compound, was there anyone with eyes at Courtney's? No. Excuse me.
I don't know if
No.
there's anybody with eyes at Courtney's. I can't confirm Brad has left. I've stated that, so I know I'm getting messages saying, do you know if Brad has left? I do not,
We
guys.
don't know. We're not there.
We're not.
When y'all were out there at the compound, I know it was Pumpkin, bless it, and her little man. Was there anybody else out there with y'all or just them
Yeah,
two?
there was 3 of them out there, so she said it was her best friend. And that guy was all twacked out, running around the woods line, holding a bat, like, whatever. Like, and we were walking around, and Pumpkin and her boyfriend they were saying a lot, and it's all on my live, right? Like, I don't think that one got messed up. And you can hear everything they were saying, and they were, talking about, how
Oh, yeah, they were talking. I mean, that's why I was trying to get Pumpkin over here that night. Dora fell asleep because I wanted to talk to her some more. But I just didn't know if it was just them two or if there was anybody else out there that we didn't see.
Yeah, there was another guy out there.
Gotcha.
The lookout with the bat.
Right,
That's
and he didn't say
wild.
nothing.
That's wild. Pumpkin's the chick that lives down there at the compound. She gave them the grand tour of the place. But I feel like she knows some shit, and I wanted to talk to her.
Yeah, I was on Doors Live that day, and there was a lot of people talking, so you might not be able to hear everything very well, but I mean,
No,
they were
she's been
basically talking
unlocked.
bad about Courtney and this and that, but I mean, I am in contact with somebody who lives right across the street, so
Yeah, same.
it's probably the same person,
Yeah, it's the
so.
same person, and I've got video footage from
Yeah,
them.
me too.
Yeah,
Me too.
yeah, I
Yeah,
have
she
They
was
received
might
saying
be
video
some
footage
nugget.
from there. So,
spicy.
to be honest, the compound was not a question for me because, I mean, yes, at first I know everybody's like, oh, they used to live on the compound, but after seeing the compound, that was out of question. Like, yes, they may have lived there previous to the bust, but you have to consider they were away from there for over a month or so into his dad's house. I don't think they would have, nothing would have pertinently been done there because there's too many eyes there.
There's a lot of
Well,
eyes there. I mean, we didn't even go down into the compound before the cops got called on us. So
I feel like the compound is too obvious of a place for anything to be there. You know what I mean? Like, I just feel like that's an obvious first go to.
yeah, but you never know. That's why we went out there to try to kind of debunk it.
Oh,
Couldn't
yeah,
debunk it all the way,
absolutely.
but
Rightfully so. It looks like a junkyard, Amy.
yeah.
Dilapidated campers, trailers, trucks, burned barrels. Just look like a junkyard pretty much. Did they say, I know they said that all the campers and stuff out there had been gutted and all the things. Did they say that the camper that Becca and Rich lived in, was that the way it looked, or had that camper been gutted as well? Did they say?
I'm sorry, my daughter was talking to me. What was that?
You're fine. I said, I know they said that a lot of those campers had been gutted and stuff. And when they showed us the camper that Becca and Rich lived in, what is that how it looked when they lived there? Did they gut that one
Yes.
too after they
No,
left?
that one was gutted. Like
Okay.
the inside of it. No, Jax didn't go in it. Jax's cousin
Yeah, I
went in
went in
it.
it. I went in
Oh,
it.
you did? You did?
Yeah, Josh
Okay.
didn't go in it. It was me that went in it. And Josh
Okay.
didn't go in it. There was a
Um,
mattress in there. That was the only thing.
Gotcha.
yeah, so I think that okay, so Jax went in. I'm sorry, I get you two mixed up a lot.
It's okay.
So like that one
I
was
remember
gutted.
you saying it smelled like mold. You were
Yeah,
going to
I
get out of
have
there because it
pictures
smelled
from
like
that.
mold.
And it was just gutted from the inside. Like there was nothing that would indicate anything.
Sammy, they were like burn barrels, but I mean, really, it has to get really, 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 really hot, extremely
Yeah,
hot.
we looked at as many barrels as we could. I mean, we literally we are the same person. My
Piper was
cousin's like,
entertaining the math head. She was. Boy, I'll tell you what, Piper can talk to any damn body, and she'll get him to talk too. That shit tripped me out with Brad.
she's a talker, boy. Let me tell you.
Her and Brad had a connection in damn old peg leg court. She wasn't letting that shit happen. She said, "Not on my watch." Her damn pink moo, her cape. She come down there. She was coming to get her man. Y'all wasn't gonna take her man. Hell no. She was up in that house watching that live. She said, "I'd be good, goddamn."
I know, right? It's funny every time I'm like swiping through, videos when I do get a chance to, and it's just always that video of her come flying out, and I'm just like, oh my god.
When I tell you I was rolling,
You know how
I
many
felt
times I
pity.
wanted to I mean, I didn't, it was because we were in a serious situation. So it's like, it wasn't funny to me, but now it's just like funny to me. And I'm not trying to laugh because nothing about this case is really funny, but like some of the
Okay.
little shit is funny.
No, that was funny as fuck. I ain't gonna lie. That shit was funny.
Jackie, I want to say something off of like, and it's weird because it's like you were reading my mind. And please don't anyone take this the wrong way. Like how you had said, like it's not funny, and you're right. Like I have people messaging me on the back end that get upset with certain things because although some of this stuff is wild and is funny, these people do live there. This is their reality. And
Right.
some of them cannot change this. They don't have the means to just pack up and leave this town. Okay? And feelings are getting hurt. So please, guys, don't think that we don't care about you. Sometimes little jokes are made just to lighten it
Lighten the
because it
situation.
is very heavy for everybody. And I am sorry that you guys are hurting that live in this town. And I apologize for anything I said that did upset you because after reading what you're saying, it does make sense to me. And then the other part was
And not everybody
for the
lives like that out there, you know?
right, exactly. So like we cannot damn a whole entire town
Right.
over certain people, okay? And then my thing was that from the recovery aspect, because I'm in recovery in the recovery family, maybe some other addicts are different than me, but like hearing the word rackhead and things like that, those words hurt. Like they hurt. Um, there's street names that people call addicts, and I get that. But sometimes there's other addicts that can't handle being called those words. So,
I think this whole
I'm going to
situation
lighten
is
up
very
on that
triggering
also.
for, I think
Yeah,
this is very triggering for a lot of addicts. I totally get
absolutely.
that. I mean,
Yeah,
I've been triggered a few different times
I agree with you.
and
And
then
like,
being
I've
and
just,
then being out there and being up for days and being so invested, it literally feels like I've been on a binge for 2 weeks.
I believe you. I honestly give you more credit than words could even explain. But I know for me, hearing rackhead and all that stuff, that upsets me, but I keep my mouth shut. But now that people are like messaging me about it, nobody else has to
I
change
don't
their wording. I'm just saying that I want to apologize for
Right.
anyone that I've hurt by saying that because I am in recovery and I
I've been
understand and I'm
clean for
sorry.
over 10 years and
Congratulations.
thank you. And I don't try to say that. I just try to say, like, you can't make logic out of, mathematics because
Yes.
you don't know. I mean, if you're like not on their level on things, you're not going to understand why they do the things that they do. I've been trying to keep it as
Yep.
professional sounding as I can.
I
Well,
know
that's
you
like
are.
the day you were at the compound and they were, going through the trailers, the campers and stuff. And there was a lot of people in the chat going, "Oh my God, how could they live in that? I could never live in that. That's awful. That's nasty." And I told them, I said, "Y'all, so this is all they know. She was probably just happy to have a roof of whatever kind over her head. That was a
Exactly.
place for her to sleep. That was a place for her to have
Yeah.
shelter. She
Not
was
everybody is born or raised to even live in a normal regular house. Like,
right.
people don't
Right.
understand that. Like, people, not everybody was just given that.
Yeah, it's their reality. It's their day to day. I mean, like a lot of the things that they come on here and say while our draws are hitting the floor, it rolls off their tongues like it's nothing because it's all they know. It's they're normal to them. It's our unnormal to us.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's what I said in the first of this situation. I said if you really pay attention and you listen to what is being said and you listen to the things that are being put out there by the family themselves, pay attention because really, in all truthfulness, this is all they've known. They don't really know any different. They don't know a lifestyle of any difference. And
But what's sad though is Kimmy and Becca actually didn't grow up that way. It wasn't
no,
their normal for a very long time. And that's what makes it so sad is that they didn't grow up in that. It wasn't their normal everyday life, but it became that. And that's what's
Right.
so sad.
yes, it
As
became
normal
that.
as it is for some people to sit down and eat dinner every day at 5 o'clock, this is normal to them and they don't know different.
Right.
And it's a shame that actually became their normal because from what we've heard from the cousin last night, they grew up in a very loving, stable home, given opportunities. And that this was brought to them. And it's sad that that's where Becca's life ended because she shouldn't have been there. It should have never been reintroduced to them ever, ever. And I hate that. And it makes me sick that that vile human that wants to call her a mother, herself a mother, brought that back into her children's lives when they didn't have it their whole life growing up.
that wasn't their normal, and it sadly became their normal in her end.
Yeah. I'm going to go back on mute. I just want to apologize to anyone that I may have offended by using those words. Me being in recovery, I really should have known better, and I'm very let down in myself, and I apologize for that. You will not hear that coming from me no more. And any of you guys that are hurt that did have the balls to reach out to me and tell me, I appreciate you, and know that you can come and talk to me anytime you need. My DMs are always open.
And I do be sometimes saying stuff is out of pocket, but sometimes, y'all, we got to laugh sometimes. And sometimes I do find the most awkward or worst times to say something. But God, sometimes if we don't laugh, we're going to cry. And we're
And this
just
situation
spectators in it.
is terrible for these girls. These girls have endured way more than what we could ever imagine.
So, Jackie, do you, with you being in recovery, do you work a program?
No, I don't. I just
What is
stopped
the
one day.
access like out there in the community? Do they have a big support system in the recovery community for these people?
They have some. I mean, there's like NAAA. I mean, there's like some stuff, but I mean, everything, all of our resources for housing, for food, for mental health, for anything is all trash. Like, we don't have no help for shit out here. And a lot of people move out to those woods up there to get away from the city because it's cheap to live out there. They can live in a camper, they can live in a tent, they can not have to pay for like a room and board or rent or anything like that. You know, they can.
Yeah.
And that's
Well,
unfortunately that's what they have to do if they're homeless. You know, because where else are they going to go?
That's a shame. What I'm going to work on later this afternoon is I'm going to try and get a list of resources together. I'll put it on my YouTube, but I'll also make a video of different recovery support out there in that area. See if I can find any of that and put that up.
Thank you.
You know, because sitting here speculating and talking about these people, we have to remember there's a lot more people that have nothing to do with this and could be crying for help right in front of our faces, and we don't see
Somebody's
it.
saying, sorry, Drama Talk. It says, my county next to Wexford has one AA meeting each week, and it's on Wednesday at noon.
Great. Could you send me that information? I'm going to add that to resources for your community. I want to try and help your community.
If you could send that information to Drama Talk, it's Brittany. I think that was the account. I lost it.
Yes, I mean, if I can find resources for SA trauma, I will do any of that. I'll try to find all of it. Just reach out. Don't be ashamed. Don't be afraid. None of that stuff. No judgment.
Is it
Come in
just for
here, girls.
AA or is there an NA also?
I'm going to look for all of that.
I lost the comment. Where did it go?
And there's a bunch of little towns around there. So like maybe Traverse City, maybe some of the bigger little towns towns would have, you know, more meetings or more things, you know.
Daniel, there's been a lot of people crying out, but panels poke fun of the Young Bucks and slam them as a whole. And I get that. And I was just having a conversation with somebody that opened my eyes, and I want to break down in tears over that. And I want to apologize if I said any of those things to hurt you, any of you. And I'm going to do my damnedest to try and find you guys some resources to help y'all.
Well, don't be too hard on yourself because I don't think you said that to intentionally hurt anybody. So
I didn't, but you know what? Being in recovery, I should know better than to ever say the word crackhead. Come on.
sometimes, I mean,
What am I
nobody's
thinking?
perfect and everybody makes mistakes and you're taking accountability for it. And, you know, I don't think that, you know, I just said, don't be too hard on yourself, babe.
Yeah. Online NA and AA meetings are amazing. That's what I do. Me personally, with my recovery program, going to an AA and an NA meeting makes me want to walk out of there and get high. I can't do it. I
Oh
cannot
my
do it.
God, me neither. That's why I never went to those as soon as I got out of there because that's all you're talking about. That's all you're thinking about. That's all I wanted to do.
Facts.
For me, myself, I just stopped and I just never used again. When you really want to stop, you can. I mean, not everybody. I'm not saying it, but for me, I could. I'm a pretty strong person, you know. So for me, I could do it, but a lot of people can't.
Yep. And isn't there a lot of I believe
Who is
that All for
reporting
One,
us?
huh? What happened?
Somebody sent me a message that they are reporting you.
Who?
Who?
Reporting because we're offering resources and help. That's stupid.
Right. I was gonna say All for One has a huge link tree in his bio. Like he has resources for anything and everything you could ever think of. I mean, if you can think of it, he has it in his link tree, a resource for it. And I do believe he does have the NA, the AA stuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna
and I
look
think
into like actual local, like hardcore down frees. Because, like Jackie said, it is. I would sit there and think, damn, I never thought of a way to get away with getting high because that person did. It's too much. And
And I'm going to be
online is
honest, you have
wonderful.
to look at this, and I'm not. And I said this last night into For Alley's live. Not the entire town is like this. Not the entire town
Right.
is. It's the toxic people that have created this, and unfortunately, it's a cycle that these women are going to have to break as well. And when you grow up in that environment, you don't realize how much it affects your life and who you are. It affects you in every single way because you are a part of that. And I'm not saying that these girls grew up in it. I'm saying since Courtney has been involved in their life, this is all Courtney has known, so that it actually goes along with she's introduced her children to this and this type of lifestyle. And I feel that Courtney has brought these people into these girls' life, and Courtney is the mastermind of this shit. Because if you look at everything that we have looked at for the past 2 weeks, take a step back and look at the common denominator in every single one of these connections.
Hang on, Dora. I don't want to lose this comment. Drama Talk. Someone says there's an app called The Chair, like a chair you sit in, that gives meetings around the world. So it gives you like locations, and the app is called The Chair.
Okay. Yeah, I'll look into that. I have some good ones I use also, and I've never heard of that one. I will definitely.
Sorry, Dora. I just
Help
wanted to
you
say
in
it while I
private
saw it.
meetings. Absolutely.
Courtney has absolutely played a role in creating this, because if you honestly, and I'm going to be honest here, because when you saw Kimmy in the box, let's take a look at Kimmy. Okay, Kimmy, when the poor girl, she was asked, "Do you know what grooming is?" That girl said no, and no idea. No
And you
idea.
could listen to her talk and tell that the education, the mentality was just not there. You know what I mean?
The
Like
girl
it just
didn't know. She had no idea, because her mother, bio mother, has exposed her nothing but groomers. You just got
And on
banned,
top
Mama
of that,
3.
a lot of them have mental disabilities
Hold
out
on,
there
guys.
too.
We are
They're not
being
all together
reported.
there.
Hold on. We are being mass reported right now because Mama 3 just got banned out of my live.
Oh shit.
They
Dora,
just
I think
took
you
her
should
account.
reset, girl. I would reset.
I think we all should.
I mean, it's not
That's
me getting the
sad.
violations, it's the people in the panel. They are reporting the people in the panels.
Wow.
I'm gonna hop down.
Thank you guys. I appreciate you guys tapping. I appreciate it very, very much. It kind of saves the live as well. But yeah, I if you really truly she got booted out for harassment. Thank you guys. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. So I feel in my heart that Courtney has exposed them to things that they have never seen before. If we heard the Carter guy talk last night, he was very saying that the adoptive parents are strict parents. Thank you guys. She wasn't harassing anybody. She got booted out of the box and banned. Her live stream access is taken. Thank you, little hearts. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. But if you really listen and pay attention, these adoptive parents really were strict. And you've got people like, thank you, Sleuth. Thank you guys. Thank you, Dr. Green. These girls haven't had from bio mom Courtney any type of compassion, no type of empathy, no type of nothing. And so I think that the older they've gotten, they become curious about bio mom, and they have tried to form that connection with her, but she has been nothing but toxic and introduced them to a whole nother dark world that they didn't know that existed and got them tangled up in this shit. Thank you, Sissy Chastity, new name. Thank you guys. I appreciate you.
Dora, I'm going to drop down because I have to do one more live of 30 minutes in order to have boxes. So I don't want nobody to come. I'm just literally going to go sit on the live just to get this last 30 minutes out, and then I'll be back.
Okay, gotcha.
All right. Bye, guys.
It's sad. You really take and you really feel what these girls have endured. Thank you, Sissy. Thank you, Sammy. Thank you, Judy. And you really feel what a mom's love would be like, right? You want that when you get older because you're curious about your bio mom, and you feel bad for their mom. No, I don't feel shit for Courtney. Girl, what? Listen, I'm the first to cuss Courtney the hell out because I don't like that woman. I don't. I feel for those girls. That is my thing. They have become in this toxic cycle because of Courtney. These girls didn't know fucking Rich. These girls didn't know these people. Based on what Carter was saying last night, the adoptive parents were strict. They had strict set rules for that household. And you think for a second that they would have allowed an SO to come in their home and chill? No. No, hell no. Ain't nobody ever going to make me believe that. Nope. And I feel like Courtney introduced them to this world. She absolutely did. Because she's been in this world of a shitstorm. And planted it off on Becca and Kimmy. Their mom is not Courtney. Stephanie is their mom. 100%. That is their mother.
Yeah, we need to make that abundantly clear.
Yep. Stephanie is their mom. You can't call Courtney a mom to those girls. You can't. And I'm sorry to say it like that, but you can't. You can't, sugarcoat around that. I call her sperm donor or bio mom. I don't call her their mother because she was not their mother. Stephanie was their...
About that. That's true.
Right. And I don't even really call Fabian father either. I just say bio dad or sperm donor as well. Right. She was the egg donor only because that Stephanie is their mother. Stephanie is the woman that raised those beautiful girls. And Stephanie is the one that has been there all of their life. You can't call Courtney a mom to those girls at all because Courtney has done nothing but traumatize both of them, obviously. And it's obvious to the whole internet that that's exactly what she's done. Yeah, I don't even like calling them adoptive parents, but when I'm referencing to them versus Courtney to save the confusion, I call them the adopted parents. Check my video, go to bed. You've been in here a lot today.
He said go to bed. I text you about that. I'm glad you're seeing it now, because before I was like, girl, if you want to make me a mod, I'll just start deleting these comments because these people are coming out of
Yeah,
the
I'm gonna
woodwork.
make you a mod. Cause girl, listen, they be pissing me off. I've done muted like 3 or 4 of them that's come in here. Go the hell to bed.
I don't know how they keep making these accounts. I'm like, we're over here getting reported. How are these people literally like able to continuously? It's the same picture. There's like 3 of them, the same 3 pictures, the same 3 comments, and they're in everybody's live. It's wild.
Right. Like, girl, go. Hey, I can tell you where to find Courtney on Facebook dating, though. I'll send you over there.
Did you? Oh, by the way, did you find that?
Somebody found it yesterday under a kitty cat on there that's local.
That's hilarious. I heard Ethan say that, but I couldn't find it because I'm not local.
Hey Dora, I just wanted to jump on here. I had just jumped off of I don't know whose live that was. But anyway, they were talking about looking up court cases, and I just wanted to give you a website that you guys can look up all Michigan court cases, what they did, all the events that occurred, what the bonds were, the people involved, etc., and it's free. And then I want to say real quick, look up Richard Fisher because I just found some dirt.
That's not
Dirt.
him.
That's not him.
It's not.
In Wexford
No.
County, that's not him?
Yes,
It's not.
So Kristen and I talked about this last night, and we fact checked ourselves, and that is the younger Richard Fisher. This Richard Fisher is over 50 years old. That is not him.
Yeah, there are 2 Richard Fishers that are on there. One is 1991. The other one is still in jail. So
He's 61.
This one says he was born in, hold on.
Okay. Well, we already know.
That's not him.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
Richard Fisher, the Richard Fisher that is connected to Courtney, that the guy is that was on the panel last night, doesn't have a prior like criminal history.
Nope. He's a bounty hunter.
Me and I know the website for the court docs is Me Court, and it does not have the 84th circuit. It only has the 28th. So that's why I have to do the FOIA requests for anything in the 84th circuit, because they do not have an online court docket.
I don't think Richard Fisher said last night he was in prison. I don't think he ever said that. I think he said James, which is Courtney's father.
Well, this is what I think, and so does Richie. Did you hear that last night?
Huh?
When he said that that he was supposed to watch the property at the protest. It's pretty funny how I think that she was trying to frame him with the cards that were left there. That's what he told us last night.
He did admit on our live that he did 14 years. I don't know for what though.
No. I mean, maybe, but
yeah, I don't know what he would have served 14 years for. Because the Richard,
and I'm from
there's 2
Michigan.
Richards.
This makes me sick.
What I'm looking up, it says he's 58. How old is the Richard that you guys are talking to?
He said he
that
was...
one 61, I think, or close to that. No, he's 58, 59. I'm 56.
Okay, well, this is 58 years old, and it says Richard Dwayne.
He is a bounty hunter, honey.
Richard Dwayne
Look it up.
Fisher is his full government name on here.
Yeah, but look him up. He's a good guy. Promise you. People can change your lives around.
Yeah, I mean,
What do
people
you
could go to
see?
prison and be out of
What do
prison.
you see? What do you see that he did when he was 20? I mean, what?
Yes, bounty hunters can have a criminal past. Look at Dwayne Chapman.
2015, so 10 years ago is when this case is happened.
What case?
CSC 3rd degree 2015 with that name.
to remember too, guys, there are a lot of people that plead out simply because they can't afford an attorney. It happens
Exactly.
all the time. So just because someone has a criminal history doesn't mean they actually, number one, did it. We need to have the facts of the situation before we make that accusation.
Yes, because I also want to say
Amen.
too, and this is something Kristen and I also talked about, is people can be alleged in a crime and they take the fall for it, but in reality
Right.
they didn't do it. But they still
Right.
take the plea because they can't afford it.
Because the
About
people
small town,
that were with him,
we're talking small
I'm
town
sorry.
politics here. No,
I'm
you're fine.
sorry,
I was just
hon.
saying we're talking small town politics here.
I know. I lived in a small town in Michigan. I know how this is crazy though to me.
I gotta hop down and I'll come right back up because my keyboard's locked up. But I found my backup page. I had to find all the info on it, but I'll be right back up.
I live in Arizona now. Oh my God, this breaks my heart. It
So
really does.
he's not a bondsman, guys. He said he was a bounty, not a bondsman.
I know everyone. This one chick came up and said he bonded her out. Oh my God, it was so. Oh my God, how do you screw up a bounty hunter from a bondsman? Two different things. All I know is he has to keep really close to someone we know because he has to. Let's just put that out on the table right now because I heard it with my own ears.
Hey Oz, welcome in. Hey Paula.
Can
So,
y'all follow
Yes.
this page? This is my backup. Can y'all follow this one, please?
Yes.
It's been sitting in retirement for like 3 years. I'm private, but I'll follow. I forgot to change it. I'll follow all y'all back. But I'm nannered on my main till December the 2nd. I can't go live or get in a box.
Yeah, I saw that when it got you.
All right. Well, that's all I wanted to say is that I just found some. So, but if you already know about it, then that's what it is. And thank you for letting me come up on the job.
No, you're a good girl. I was just saying that unfortunately that circuit is not on that website, which like I said, it has to most likely do with the fact that it's just a small town. I don't know why they would have the 28th and not the 84th, but they don't. So we can't pull anything. Like we can't pull Kimmy or Richard's like current case right now at all. That's why I have to submit the FOIAs on Monday or the Open Records Act requests on Monday.
like he said last night, this is bigger than we realize. And he keeps in conversation with her all the time. So let's just let it play out. I mean, like
Yeah.
it's
So so the 84th, like she said, does not have because yes, Kimmy is still incarcerated.
You can go to
So,
Wexford, guys. It's only the 28th circuit, not the
yes.
84th. So when you pull up Wexford, if you look all the way at the top on Me Court, it only says 28th circuit. There's not an 84th circuit in there. It automatically goes to 28th, even if you click on Wexford.
Yes, you can only look it up because I went through it with Kristen on the last night. Like I literally went through the 84th as well and looked.
And I went into my system, like my system that all the attorneys use, and there's no way to pull up the cases.
No,
and if
you
you
have to
listen to
FOIA.
Donald, Carter, and Rich, they have the same story. So sad. Breaks my heart.
Christina, you're right. 84th district. I'm sorry. The 28th circuit. The 84th district is not connected to the 28th circuit. Thank you for correcting me. I apologize. I misspoke.
Sorry.
MSP is involved. Yes.
I'm in Arizona and I feel this is bigger than we'd ever imagine. And I hope we break it out. Rich couldn't say much, but he actually did if you look at the chat.
Yeah, it's way bigger than what all of us think that it is. And it's not just something of a small town crime that you don't see. This is much larger, and the key players that are involved in this shit are all connected.
Okay, so what you need to do is pull up one of their chats, one of their videos with Rich, and I think it was definitely on.
No,
It
Rich.
wasn't on Ellie's. It
One
was
second.
not on Ellie's.
1 second. Rich is not out of jail, guys. No. Richard Fisher, the guy that was in there in the box last night, is a different Richard. He is a cousin to James Mercer. It is not the same Richard. Two different Richards.
Okay, so if you go back to Chef's live last night, you will see in the chat where he says, "Amen, you guys are on the right track," without telling on himself. So go back to Chef's live last night. I promise you, that is going to open your eyes. We said something about the group math. So just letting you know. It's
Thank
a
you,
group.
Voices with Ashley.
So you guys know. This is bigger than you guys realize.
Yeah, this issue that we're dealing with is not just some overnight crime. This is connections to connections to connections of people that have been in this system, that has been a part of this for many years. This just doesn't stop with one person. And you have to understand the precautions that other people also have to take that live there. So not a lot of people are going to speak or things like that. So I do want to say that if any of you are in the area and you feel comfortable speaking, you can do that in our DMs. You can message us privately. I'm sure Kristen don't mind if you message her either.
No, my DMs are always open, guys. Everyone should know that by now. Absolutely.
And if you are struggling and you do want resources out of there is ways. There are people. Drama Talk is also working on resources for the town of Cadillac as well. So there's so many people that are doing so many things on the back end of all of this that it's not just
I think if one good thing has came out of this, Becca losing her life has her unaliving brought attention to not only her but to the bigger issue at hand.
Amen.
And that's one thing I can say that has positive that has come out of this situation, is that us looking for her also opened our eyes to the bigger story of what's actually going on around that place.
Thank you.
Yes, and I do want to say that, yes, somebody in the comments said something about the Kanika Jenkins. I have followed that case a long time. A friend of mine was at that protest in front of that hotel.
Courtney's in here.
Courtney's in here? Grab a box.
Really
Hold
quick,
on, guys.
someone asked, so where Becca was found was federal property, but the way that this works, guys, is because they do not know where she was actually unalive. Even though it's federal property, state police will investigate. Then they will pull in MBI, which is the local Bureau of Investigation. That does not mean that it gets charged federally at this point. There are 3 elements that have to be met. They have to know where the unaliving happened. Obviously, where she was found can be taken into consideration, but that does not mean that they automatically get involved. So just keep that in mind.
Yes, exactly. And in the Kanika Jenkins case, I will tell you have to look at it. And you have to understand exactly what Kristen is also saying. They have to be able to prove that she was definitely unalive there. And that's a little bit difficult when you get in those types of grounds. Because Okay, she could have been unalived in a car. She could have been unalived in a house. They have to be able to determine that before federal will get involved with something like that. They can't just call up the federal and say, "Hey, she's on the property. Come and investigate this whole case." They're not going to do that.
And they're not going to wait, and federal is never going to waste those resources. They will get involved if Michigan State Police says, hey, we need your assistance with this. There are other requirements. Typically they get involved if there's something that happened where someone crosses state lines. There are situations that happen where, again, if it's a federal employee, which is obviously not the situation here, but if one of the officers is in fact involved, like there's so many moving parts. We don't even know. I know we have speculation, but we do not know as an absolute fact who did this yet. And because of that, that's why they're not getting involved. They're always working on the back end, but they will never come out and tell you because they're never going to prosecute a case unless they are absolutely certain they can win that case. If you look at the federal cases, 99.9% of them have been actually a full-blown conviction. So that's typically how that works.
Because they can't go into a courtroom with speculation from the internet. They can't do that because that would ruin everything.
Well,
in a
and
matter
these
of seconds.
videos don't meet these videos don't meet, like we can sit here and talk all day long and a lot of people will be like, oh, well, why can't they just use, what someone said, like Kimmy or whomever on a public platform? Because it doesn't meet the evidence standards that are required under the rules of evidence. You have to lay a foundation for anything that's used. And there's so many of us doing things. There's no way that they can subpoena every single individual to be able to lay an appropriate foundation to put TikTok recordings into evidence. It's just, it's almost an impossibility. So that's why, even though they're not necessarily didn't cooperate with the search, and we're all out there, or not me personally, but the feet on the ground out there are actively doing all this stuff. You know what I mean? That's the issue that they're gonna swoop in at the 11th hour, right, and take the win. It's what they always do. Always.
Exactly.
But
and you also have to look
so
at
many
it.
moving parts.
Yes, there's moving parts to that. And they can't be like, oh, well, Kristen was up on a panel today and she speculates Courtney did it. They're not going to take Kristen's word for that or my word for that. They're going to look at the whole situation and do a proper investigation. And just like we were saying, now that Becca has been found, that time for her body, they're going to have to go through the autopsy, toxicology, rule out witnesses, rule out so many things, do proper testings inside the home. Do I feel in my heart that things should have been done differently? 100%. I feel that some balls were dropped on this case. I feel that the minute that there was a speculated that Rebecca was last seen with Courtney, they should have done swabs on that house. 100. If they saw something in that house that, like the smell of bleach or carpet removed, things like that indicates, and Kristen spoke a little bit about this last night, that indicates a reason to go in and swab that house. That was her last known place to be seen.
That's what doesn't make any sense to me, because there's exigent circumstances and imminent danger, which are absolute exceptions to the warrant requirement. Not to mention that even if they wanted to be on the absolute safe side and they wanted to say, okay, well, because that's the last place she was seen, because that's where she was, at, because that's where we found her, we can go over there and do that investigation because of the exigent circumstance or imminent danger, and they're not doing that. And that's where I am absolutely unequivocally confused. It makes zero sense to me why that hasn't been done yet.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Pookie Butt down there in the bottom box, where you been? You been hiding?
Oh, I just been busy working and doing schoolwork and listening from the outside.
Not the outside. You been in the bushes?
I've been in the bushes.
I've been getting in trouble. Add me on my backup. I'll add you back.
I already hit the plus sign. What'd you do, girl? What'd you do?
They said I was bullying and harassing people.
Oh, hell. They would have hated to see me in high school.
But in legitimacy, they have to be able to determine those things. And I feel the same way as we were talking. It should have been done. They should have been swabs. They should have been a lot of things. But you have to also understand This is a small town, and a lot of people know people who know people who know people. This is like not just started with Courtney, and unfortunately, it took Becca's death to be able to form the questions for that community. Like, what is
Around here,
going
we
on
like to
here?
call those the good old boys. The good old boys system. That's what we like to call it around here in South Kakalaki. Yes, I'm private. All on private. I forgot, y'all. But it's the good old boy system. They run. I mean, if y'all watch the Alec Murdoch stuff, I was deep in that because I
Girl,
know a
don't get
bunch
me
of
started.
people
Let me tell
involved.
you something.
Girl, it's about to crack back up in February. You see that?
Yes, but guess what? I was living in South Carolina during the Todd Colehep case.
Oh, were you?
He lived right down from me.
Oh, Lord. Yeah,
I
that
went
stuff about
out
to
to the
keep up.
property the day that they recovered the people from the fucking property.
Yeah, well, it's about to kick up back in February. But I mean, they call it's a good old boy system, man.
I used to live
These
in
small
Spartanburg,
towns.
and I also lived in Pauline.
Oh, now see, I'm invested in that because I know a bunch of people. I know Mallory's boyfriend's family. I know a bunch of people involved, so I'm like deep into that stuff. Thank you for the gift, y'all.
Yeah, when I tell you, my ex worked with Todd's mother.
Oh, dang.
Let me tell you, that
Yeah, it's
case
up in
was
invest.
wild.
His appeal starts back up in February. I forget February something. I forget what it was, but yeah. So that's about to start back up. I'll be all up on that like flies on shit. You hear me?
I 100% say Alex Murdoch is guilty. So is his son.
Have you watched the new documentary on Hulu?
Girl, Dora, you know you don't want me going into that.
Listen, Kristen, you already know what I'm thinking. I know what you're thinking.
I can't. I'm telling you, I want to see what the Superior Court or Supreme Court has to say because I'm legitimately so on the fence with this case. If
Me and
they
you
tampered
both,
with that
girl.
jury, why tamper with the jury if that person is guilty? I
I
will
know it.
never
Amen.
And let me tell you something. Look at the Murdochs and look at the name from the Murdochs. Look what they
I
were
know.
involved in.
Yeah, we might have to take a field trip when that case starts back up. If they open up we might have to take a field trip. We're going on a trip in our favorite rocket ship. We might have to take a trip.
Listen, let me tell you, I'm going to tell you that Gloria didn't fall by herself.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Listen,
There's
no.
so much with that case that just it'll push me one way or the other. And
Oh, Kristen,
well,
I've got
the
to get you
documentary
in at
on
looking.
the
I've got to
documentary on
get you in
Hulu.
looking at another case on here. The lady, I know her mother, and I talked to her mother. Her daughter got convicted of a life sentence for 3 murders, and guess what? The DNA from the crime scene was never tested. It never brought her fingerprints back to the pew, and she was
Who is
convicted.
that? Who is that?
Stop.
Dead ass. I've been trying to help her find every freaking way. She was on national TV.
What
They
state
told
is she
her
in? Or what state was
Ohio.
this in? Okay, yeah, send me the info for sure because I got to go down that rabbit hole. That's insane.
Like when I tell you I have all the information on that, her mother has been fighting for over 16 years to try to get her appeals because guess what? She would appeal it, bam, denied automatically.
What?
She was basically, because she was a known rug user, she was basically, I have the whole fucking 2-hour interrogation where they sat her down and took her in there and they told her, you did it. We know you did it.
That's giving me Richard Allen vibes. Don't do that to me. I am
That's
so mad
wild.
about the Rick Allen case. It's not even funny. You
Girl,
don't even
that
want to
girl
get me
was so
started.
confused to why she was even there because she had reported her pew missing, the same one at the crime scene 3 months prior. She
Wait a
thought she was
minute. You're
coming in.
talking about Jalen. You're talking
Yes,
about
Kara
girl.
Garvin.
Oh my gosh, y'all. That right there, that's one we need to get back on because let me tell you something. I fell deep into that rabbit hole and it just stopped. It just
Girl, let me
that
tell
right
you, the
there.
girl, I have her interrogation video. They sat her down and they told her,
It's
Nala, come here.
insane.
They sat her down. They told her, now let me. So she went in there because she thought she was getting her pew back. She thought that they found the person that stole it.
Mm-hmm.
So
Go
she goes
to
in, she sits down, and the guy comes up
freeCaraGarvin.com.
to her. The officer comes up to her and he says, "Now you know why you're here, right?" She goes, "No. Did you guys find my weapon? Did you guys find my?" And he was like, "No, you're here for murder. We know you did it."
Mm-hmm. Kristen, go to freeCaraGarvin.com.
Yep.
Her mother set up a website, and it's freeCaraGarvin.com, and it has all the reports.
Also, you
all
can
the
find her on the TV show.
It's
Oh
to
hell,
die for, like hair dye, DYE. It's shoot, I
season 4,
forget.
episode 8.
Yes.
And you know what they basically told her mother? They told her mother, "Well, you're just gonna have to kiss your daughter goodbye."
And I can tell you that before the crime occurred, she was caught on camera at a Dollar General, I believe,
No,
camera
Subway.
outside Subway, and had blonde hair. The person that was saw at the scene of the crime had dark hair. Immediately after the crime was committed, the boyfriend made her go buy hair dye and dye her hair black.
But you know what's so funny, True Crime Kristen, is the part about it is the reason she was convicted was due to a 7-year-old boy's statement.
Yep.
And that's what this is. Okay, so this is why I have my platform. This right here. Here is what I want to tell everyone that literally thinks I'm a psycho for saying this, because I get it all the time. I got like 10 people unfollow me the other day because I made the same statement I made in here. I'm going to tell you right now. It is not justice for those victims if the wrong person is convicted. That is number one. I do not care, and too many emotions are involved in these cases, and that is what is infuriating to me. Infuriated. And a 7-year-old, I'm gonna tell you right now, a 7-year-old is unreliable.
Well, you know
My
what he
daughter
said?
is 7 and she couldn't testify to save her life. Can you
Do
imagine
know
Sage
what?
testifying?
No, she'd lie her ass off.
Do you know what he said? So the little boy, it happened, and I'll send you all the crime scene stuff, everything.
Dora, you got to send me all of that because I ain't seen all that.
So he stated that a woman come in dressed in all black with boots, spiked boots, and knives and guns all around her waist. Walks in, pews them, grabs the pills, and runs.
And now, mind you, also
It's 20 degrees
aunt
outside, and it's dark in that house. They had no pole light.
And the aunt of the little boy apparently like shielded him with her body.
Correct.
How did he see all said things that went on if she was, from what we've all been
and
told,
he ran down the hill to the neighbor. Then but Kara was asleep at a hotel at home. At home, and her boyfriend came and got her, and he gets out in December this year. Yeah, next month he gets out.
And then her clothes from that she was wearing, like apparently it was her getaway clothes or whatever, were found neatly folded on top of each other, placed outside of like a fire department or something, just on the side of the road, neatly folded, just placed there.
But she was asleep. He come in and woke her up. He had her phone also. So he comes in, wakes her up, and says, because he was an informant, and he says, "We got to get out of town." And he takes her to a hotel in Kentucky, and where he told her to dye her hair. They were seen at Subway. She was blonde at Subway an hour while this at the same time that the murders was going on. She was in Subway getting a sandwich with different color hair. So the video footage, I have the video footage from the Subway. And so she was in there buying a sandwich. She bought hair dye and some chips or something like that. They go back to the hotel. Next thing you know, they're calling her saying, "We need you to come into the station." And she gets in there. Her hair's still wet. She's in jogging pants, house shoes, and a sweatshirt. And boots, like Ugg boots. You know what I'm talking about? Like the little Ugg boots, the brown type. So she gets in there. They sit her down and basically told her that she was going to jail for 3 murders because she did it. And she was so confused. She's like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
The getaway car was said there was 2 or 3 different getaway cars named, and also she it was stated that, you know, she apparently took the pills, but in the photos that I saw, a few of them, there was pills laying all over the house, they were known rug runners, but there was pills all over the house.
Oh yeah, and the crime scene photos too, all over him.
It was insane.
And this is what I'm talking about, because they do this for one of two reasons: for political clout, or legitimately because I should say one of three: political clout, because there's somebody that is involved that has a connection with somebody, or they just don't know who it is and they take the first person that they can put it on based off of circumstantial evidence, despite not even having any direct physical evidence. And that is what it's infuriating to me. Absolutely infuriating to me.
Go to freekaragarvin, GARVIN.com. It's
Audrey.
insane.
Miss Audrey is her mother, and I love that woman dearly. She has been fighting so hard, and she says it's not because she's my daughter, it's because I know she didn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
And that girl has been in there for 16 years, got a life sentence. She's raising her girls. She's raising her daughter. Miss Audrey
exhausted all of her appeals. She doesn't have any appeals left. They even tried to get like the Innocence Project involved. Nobody would do anything. It's freekaragarvin, KARAGARVIN.com.
And I'm going to tell you something. Kara Garvin, if you read this evidence, and there's about 50 statements from the law enforcement that day, each one of them don't match. It's something different in every one of them.
Yep.
The other issue is they always want to claim in their reports totality of circumstances. Well, guess what? The totality of circumstances means that you talk to other officers, even if only one officer talked to her, and then all the officers came together and legitimately spoke, and the totality of the information from each of the officers matched, by the way, then they can put that into a report. But when you have multiple different statements from multiple different officers, how in the world did they convict this woman? It doesn't make any sense. It makes zero sense. And this
there was no evidence that linked her to shit. There was not even a piece of DNA. They swabbed the doors, and the doorknob did not match her DNA.
It's because we have jurors that sit on a jury that think that because something got to trial, that person's automatically guilty. And this is why I preach over and over again, innocent until proven guilty. It does not matter how heinous the crime is. If we do not have individuals like the police departments and whatever that are doing their job correctly, again, it is not justice for the victims if the wrong person is behind bars. Just because you're emotionally invested in it does not mean that the other person isn't just out walking free. That's what's infuriating to me.
And it was just based off the evidence of that little boy, and like it was in a trailer. And you know how trailers, like the old trailer doors would only open one way. You know what I mean? Like there was like a little fleshing.
And the boy said it was kicked in.
And they said it was kicked in, but it would have had to have been kicked in from the opposite direction that the door opened.
You know what's funny is I have pictures. I have pictures of the crime scene door. It was never kicked in. It was opened.
See, you got to send me all that because I didn't get everything on it. And then, like I said, I was getting deep into it, and then it just stopped. Like everything just quit. It went quiet.
That mother has been trying her ass off to fight for Kara because nothing directly linked her to nothing. Not 1 ounce of DNA, not 1 ounce of nothing, shoe prints, nothing was done. And she has been sitting there trying to figure it. And Kara is a major in art. She draws in prison. She was treated horribly. When I tell you that when you see the website freekaragarvin.com, her mother has put into play everything on there. Let me tell you the reports. I will still stand on say Free Kara Garvin because I know in my heart after everything, they have contacted the Innocence Project. They won't do shit. You know what the Innocence Project told her? They told her she needed new DNA for them to even step in.
Yeah, they wouldn't touch it. They wouldn't touch it at all. Literally, she exhausted.
That's the problem. The DNA wasn't tested. So because the DNA wasn't tested, how are you going to get new DNA? They're going to have to go back and legitimately pull all that evidence, and they're not going to. And this is the problem because then they won't go and waste the resources.
And they used a jail snitch who wrote a letter later to Kara saying, "I'm sorry I had to lie because they told me to lie on the stand."
Yeah, she lied and then said, "I'm sorry, I lied." Like she confessed that she lied
The
on
whole letter
stand.
is uploaded to freekaragarvin.com. I'll show it to you. Look, it's right here. Every statement, everything.
Her retracted statement of what she went to the cops and
Text
proclaimed to be
messages.
true.
That's Kara
It's
right there.
insane.
God, I remember this case.
It's kind of some of the same similarities as Becca. There was a lot of that family that was murdered was a known
That is
rug
her mother,
family.
Miss Audrey.
So it was a lot of cover up. They got a lot of away with a lot of things. Cop involvement with the rug ring. I mean, it's a lot of the same situation if you think about it, Dora.
There's her art that she drew while she's in prison.
The website is freekaragarvin.com. KARAGARVIN.
And you guys can see all the statements from police, everything here. It's uploaded. Her mother spent years working on this thing here, and every which way she's turned, they have turned her down. They have stated, oh, Kara's guilty, Kara's guilty, Kara's guilty. But what linked Kara to this case? Not a damn thing. Not one single piece of evidence linked
And
Kara to shit.
if you watch that documentary series it's just one episode that's up on her, there was a lot of things that I felt like could have been done
Thank you,
differently,
DK.
like the way that they when they recreated the pew-pewing scene and the way that stuff played out, there was no possible way physically based off of her height. There was just the way things that they did that they recreated the scene. I didn't care for it, and I felt like it wasn't done fairly. It wasn't done accurately.
And you know what they did? You know what they did to determine the splatter based on Kara's height? Use bags of lamb blood.
Yeah. Like it wasn't even a dummy. Like it was just, and it was wild. It was insane.
Would they just fling it against the wall?
Well, they pew-pewed it, but it
Oh, DK, we're talking about Kara Garvin case. I know her mom. Her mom, it's from Ohio, Franklin Furnace, Ohio. And Kara is doing a life sentence because of being falsely accused, basically. It's a botched fucking system. And that girl is doing a life sentence for something that DNA never linked her to. She was never linked to nothing. The reason why they convicted her is because a 7-year-old boy gave a statement and pointed at her picture in a lineup with his mom telling him to pay attention to the dark-haired girl in the pictures.
So I want to make a
video.
I want to say something else too. A lot of people don't realize, guys, there are bonds. There are general obligation bonds that are assigned on all of these court cases. This is how the courts make a substantial amount of money to be able to support the system in general. Because those general obligation bonds are literally put on every single case and then they are traded, they're getting millions on every single case. If they find someone not guilty, they are required to pay back that general obligation bond. Why do you think so many end in probation or suspended impositions of sentences or plea deals or whatever? Because they do not want to have to pay back that general obligation bond, which is millions of dollars that's been trading on the market, usually for freaking years while all of these cases are pending. And nobody knows this. Only reason why I know it is because I also own a tax firm and I have individuals. I have a financial services company and I have my legal consulting firm. And I did a case in federal court years ago that tackled this exact subject. It's infuriating. It is absolutely infuriating.
I feel so bad for her because I feel like every way she's turned, she's been shot down by everybody. Even the Innocence Project, she's on the TV show called Reasonable Doubt. The episode is called To Die For. It's season 4, episode 8.
Yeah, there was just a lot of inconsistencies with the way that I felt like they did things. I felt like it wasn't done justly. It wasn't done accurately. Based off of like what we know is her height, her weight, and all the things. And like I said, she's on camera an hour or two before the crime with blonde hair, but then they're saying that it was a dark-haired girl that did it. But we know that her boyfriend, who she was with at the time of the crime, made her go buy black hair dye.
And her mother does follow me on here on TikTok, and she's been in my panels and she's talked about her story. And she said, She said, I'm not trying to say that my daughter was an innocent purpose. Yes, she did rugs. Yes, everybody knew that.
Right.
But she said, what I'm not saying is my daughter did not commit this crime because I know my child.
And you can hear it in her mother, her bless it, her
Defeated.
voice trembles every single time she talks, and she just has exhausted every
DJ.
outlook that she can, and
it's Beyond Reasonable Doubt, and it's season 4, episode 8, and the episode is called To Die For, DYE.
And I think it might be on Peacock, or just type in Google and it'll tell you where you can watch it at. I don't remember where I watched it at. It was a long time ago.
When I tell you I feel horrible, because Kara's case never got no attention, none. She was a murderer. She was a monster. She was a female monster. She was placed as a rug addict. I've
So
seen
they didn't
the
even screen the trial?
No, the child just gave up and gave one statement, and they convicted her to life sentence.
Yep, they didn't even make him go to court or anything. Like,
unbelievable.
And then if you hear the backstory to that whole side, I'll tell you exactly who I feel like did it, but I ain't gonna say nothing. I'm gonna keep my mouth shut.
Dora, do you have everything in like a Google Drive or something where you can just send me the link?
Oh yeah, girl. Yeah.
I'm gonna need to send you that link too, because I didn't see everything, Dora.
Yes, her mother, when I tell you this woman has boxes and boxes and stacks of statements, even the witness that they used from the prison, which was a snitch witness, got up on that stand, even wrote 2 years later a letter to Kara saying, I'm sorry, the prosecutors told me that if I did not lie, I would be convicted.
Texas Bluebonnet, you said it. I didn't say it. Texas Bluebonnet said it. I didn't say it. And I'm just gonna say it's mighty funny that somebody that's closely connected has a neck tattoo. And
that girl is such a beautiful. When I tell you, she even like her mom, she calls every chance she gets to talk to her kids. She has kept up literally. When I tell you that the factual evidence was not shit, and she was convicted based upon. They said that the little boy was a credible witness. He was 7 years old. He was a credible witness, and he saw what he saw, and it was her fault.
And he changed the getaway vehicle like 2 or 3 times.
And he also changed what she was wearing 3 times.
Yeah. And he said that the girl that did it had a Band-Aid on her neck. She didn't have any sort of injury or anything to her neck, but I know somebody that did have a neck tattoo that could have been covered up with a Band-Aid.
What year was this?
20. Let me get the date. Hold on.
Sissy Peterson. It's freekaragarvin.com.
The reason why I'm wondering is because they have obviously over time they've cleaned up the rules of procedure and the rules of evidence. But so everyone's saying 2008. That makes sense. So we have to remember too, which this is totally unfair, and I hate that the system is like this, but because they previously did allow children that young to testify, it's not going to be something that's inadmissible now. Now, if they could get it to a new trial, obviously that 7-year-old will be barred from testifying because of the previous inconsistent statements, and because of how old they are now. Most likely, they're not going to remember what happened when they were 7. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah. Well, and the same one that gave the statement has lots of charges against him for lots of things.
Lots of things. Lots and lots and lots and lots.
Kind of like Richard.
Lots of things.
It's the Kara Garvin case.
When I tell you that I feel like people should be protesting for a new trial for that girl, I feel horrible. I feel horrible.
I was gung ho. I was all in it when it started like picking up momentum. Like I was neck deep in it, and then it just quit. Like everything just stopped. Like, and I don't know what happened. I don't know why.
Franklin Furnace, Ohio. This is a video of her in prison. She gets FaceTime calls with her mom. This is her, she does a lot of artwork.
She looks completely different now.
She's an amazing artist, amazing drawer.
She is.
She's very, extremely talented.
This is one of her drawings that she did. right there.
Look at that. She's amazing.
That's her singing in the choir. She has accepted it. She said that Kara has days where she's really depressed because I watched the whole interrogation. They had that woman in the room from like 9 o'clock to 1 a.m. basically telling her that she did it. And she sat there so confused. She even asked them, she said, what are you talking about? Why am I here? Why am I being accused of something? What is going on?
She thought she was going to get her pew that she had already reported stolen.
3 months prior.
They had found her pew that she reported.
It's called the Reed method. They use it. That's what they used on Richard Allen. Pisses me off. I don't know why they're even legally allowed to use that. They can even lie to you, for God's sakes. It's infuriating.
Kara was so confused and she was crying and she was like, I was home asleep. She was like, I was in bed. I haven't done anything. What are you talking about? I went to Subway to get a sandwich. She was just so lost.
And the guy, the dude that she was with, he gets out this year.
Yeah, he was only charged with rugs.
Yep. He said he didn't know what she did in that house. He was outside in the car. He didn't even hear all the pew shots. Imagine that.
Yeah, he didn't hear anything. Yep, he gets out. Yep. And when I tell y'all, you look,
said that she came out to the car and was like, go, 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 go. And he didn't have no clue what happened inside that house.
If you were pew-pewing 3 people and you were sitting as close to the trailer as the photos, you would have heard something.
Oh, absolutely, you would have. And the boyfriend or the guy, I don't know if they were dating technically or whatever, but the guy had a past, had connections to said family, which was a Rugg family, and also their daughter. Just putting it out there.
Yes. Oh, I think people should be protesting that bullshit 100%, because that woman has, when I tell you Miss Audrey has done everything she knows to do, that woman has screamed from the rooftop. She even tried to write a letter to the president. She's tried to file paperwork for Kara. She's tried to help Kara appeal.
She's in there for life, y'all.
Deny is everything that has ever been said. And when she contacted Innocence Project, they said, well, you'd have to have new DNA in order to link anything or get a new trial.
Yep. And they literally didn't even, she wasn't linked to any DNA because there literally was.
And the DNA on the pew found was the pew she reported missing 3 months prior, and her DNA was never tested on that.
Yep.
There was 3 other people's DNA tested, but it was never brought up in court.
I think they've already tried the Supreme Court, and guys, the Supreme Court hears 1% of cases annually. That is it. They hardly take any cases. That's the frustrating part about this too.
Yep.
So they refuse to hear the case. I know that for a fact.
When I tell you that Kara Garvin, I feel horrible for that girl, because she is missing out on her child's life who her mother is raising. And I don't feel that she did it. The girl, when you see her interview, it will break you into tears. It will literally crush you, because you see that girl sitting there in that police chair, confused as hell. She kept asking them over and over and over, why am I here? What are you talking about? I was asleep. I just got up and I went to Subway.
What's so sad too, Dora, is that it has caught, because the mother, Kara's mother, is so consumed with trying to prove her daughter's innocence, is consumed with trying to get her daughter out of prison, that it has put a strain on her and her other daughter's relationship. And it's made things not the best between her and the other daughter, because she's just so consumed with trying to prove Kara innocent. And that's sad.
Absolutely, DK. I can sit here and say that 100%. There's nothing that linked Kara to that case. Nothing. The DNA that was tested was 3 other people's DNA. It was never brought up in court, and they wouldn't give the mother back the pew. They wouldn't give the mother back nothing to send it off for nothing. They've kept it in there, and there has been 5 police reports all say something different. The 7-year-old statement is all something different.
Yeah, we're letting monsters like Jesse Mack Butler walk free. Yet we're over here prosecuting people like her and like Aaron Spencer and like Karen Reed and wasting freaking resources for cases like this when individuals like Jesse Mack Butler are legitimately walking free for raping 2 girls, choking one so hard she'd have surgery on her throat. It's insane. It's absolute insanity. I will never understand it.
Yep. And Kara honestly didn't even know what they were talking about. They said, "Do you know the Mullet family?" And she was like, "Yeah, I know them. I used to buy rugs from them." And she was honest. Like, you could, when they asked
And
her.
I mean, why would she report a pew-pew stolen? Okay, let's just say it wasn't stolen. Why would she report it stolen to the police? Go to the police station and report your pew-pew was stolen, and then 3 months later, no one did that the pew-pew wasn't really stolen, and you still had it 3 months later, go and commit a crime with it?
And then
Come on
drop it
now.
off across from the bank. And you know what's so funny? Is the hotel across from the bank. Oh, guess what? The bank didn't have no video footage. They couldn't get it.
That's where clothes were at. It was by the bank. The clothes in the pew-pew, the clothes were nicely, neatly folded.
I have a
in
photo of the clothes and the
They
pew-pew.
folded up just as pretty as you'd ever want to see. It just laid out on the side of the street with the pew-pew, which had been reported stolen 3 months prior.
Yes, and the owner and operator of freecaregarvin.com is her mother, Audrey, Miss Audrey. Because she has boxes of files. Files, and when I tell you, even if you look at it, absolutely not. I could never sit here and comfortably say, I believe Kara did it.
We're talking about another case,
even
Kara Garvin.
If y'all read it, it will put chills down your spine. I broke out in tears because I was so upset.
It's terrible.
Over the fact.
And read, I will say, go to the website first. Go to the website, do a little research on it, read some of the stuff on the case, read some of the evidence in the case, how things were found, look at some of the pictures, look at how things
before
look.
You watch the show.
Yes. Read up on it on the website first before you go watch that episode. Just do that.
Because when I tell you that girl was confused, she was confused as shit why she was even there.
There's interviews on there with the detectives.
Yep, and the detective blatantly sat her down and said, "Kara, I know you did it. I know you were there."
I believe some people said you could find it on Tubi,
and she said,
Max.
It's on Hulu.
Hulu. Okay, so there's several different places you can watch it. It's Reasonable Doubt. The episode, I think it's episode 8, season 6. It's To Die For, like hair dye, DYE. And the website is freecaregarvin.com. Go to the website first and look into the case before you go watch the episode.
And read the statements that are on the case.
Yeah, because you will definitely see when you read into it and look at some of the actual facts and look at things, how they were, you'll see where I'm saying the stuff that they did in that episode to try to recreate the scene, it just don't add up.
No, and you watch that girl when that officer says to her, "Kara, I know you did it. You were there." She looks at him with such confusion on her face and said, "Where?" "I was at Subway. I went to get me a sandwich. I was at Paul woke me up and told me that we needed to go to a hotel because the TV was out. He woke me up and had me to dye my hair because he did that a lot to her. He was controlling. He was very..."
She had blonde hair before the crime, and a lady
and
with
of
dark
the time
hair.
of the crime.
Yep, and a lady with dark hair was said to be the perpetrator, and then after that, she was made to dye her hair dark.
Yep.
It's wild. I was in that one for a long hot minute, and then it just quit. Like it just dropped. Nobody Nobody
Nobody
was
has
talking
talked
about
about
it.
her case. Nobody has
Nope.
put nothing out there questioning the city of Franklin Furnace on why the fuck they dropped the ball on this one.
Oh, I will. You bet your
TikTok New
it's going to
York.
be out today.
I think he definitely he was part of it, but I also believe there was somebody else involved. I'm just going to leave that there for a minute, but I do believe that there was somebody else.
She was genuinely, she even told them. The girl even went to law enforcement. If she was such worried about the crime, that she told them at the hotel when they called her and said, "We need you to come to the police station." She said, "Okay, I'm coming." She went immediately. She
She thought
didn't
it was
wait.
about her pew. She thought they were calling her in there
Do
because they
you
found
really
her
think
pew.
a murderer is going to run to the police station when they call?
Yeah.
Especially not without a lawyer. Are you kidding me?
Right.
Right. She went straight there. No hesitation, no nothing. She was like, "Oh, they must have found my pew pew." So she goes in there and
This is why I tell people don't
immediately.
talk, period. Even if you never talk to the cops without an attorney. I do not care if they are literally, I don't care. I don't care. This is the reason you never talk to the cops without an attorney, ever.
The girl was young. She was sitting there, and when I tell you, my heart just sank because I was like, you basically sat here and told this girl she did something she didn't do, and she's telling you, you're free to come look. You're free to do anything. I'm here. She literally ran to that police station.
And she had a very young child, one or two kids, Dora.
Yes, and she had her mom to watch her kid and said, "I'm going to the police station." She went right there. She never went nowhere
very
else.
young.
She went straight to that police station and she sat down and they said, "I know you was there." She goes, "What are you talking about?" "I was where?" And he said, "I know you committed this murder of 3 people." She was like, "Are you out of your mind?" "I was in a hotel. Paul woke me up. I went to Subway to get a freaking sandwich." And she told that man, she said, "Go to Subway, get the footage. I was there. I used my debit card."
That's what I'm saying. All stuff that could be verified. All they had to do, and even though we're talking back in 2008, they still had Cellbrite. They still had, programs like Cellbrite to be able to go and look at the data, track the, you know what I mean? It's infuriating.
And you know what's so funny is they did go to that Subway and get the footage, and guess what? She was there checking out with blonde hair.
She sure was. And what's that man again? And I feel like this resonates with Becca's case so much. Is I feel
And you
like
know
she was
what
a
the funny part about it is the timestamp on the video footage was after the crime was committed. She still had blonde hair.
She still had blonde hair. Yep.
Up until 8:30 that night, and she was brought into the police station at 9:30.
Mm-hmm. It's sick. It's really sick. Yeah. There's a lot. There's a lot on this one. It's definitely a new wormhole if you need a little break from what we've been discussing. The boyfriend was definitely involved. The boyfriend woke her up from sleep and said, "Come on, we're going to Dollar General," and took her and went and bought her dark hair dye and made her dye her hair. The guy that was in the car with her. No. The Irish, I feel like that's why I said go to the website first and read up on all the information on the website and see. Look at the pictures. Because he was trying to set her up. That's why he had her dye her hair. Because the person who was actually involved had dark hair. Go to the website, look at the actual evidence photos, listen to the testimony of the cops that were involved, listen to all that, and then go back and watch that episode. You'll definitely see how they didn't do things.
Did she still have the receipt from buying the hair dye?
That I don't know. Dora, do you know if she still had the receipt? I'm pretty sure
she would claim ineffective assistance of counsel if that receipt was presented to, or wasn't presented to the prosecutor, or if it was, then
Right.
again, that just further proves that she was completely set up.
Right.
Yeah,
And it
I
may be
can
too that there
actually
was
get the information. I can call Miss Audrey today, and because I'm going to tell you, Miss Audrey, I'm going to tell you something funny.
She kept everything. Everything.
Oh, Miss Audrey has everything. When I tell you to every connection, but you know what's funny? You know what Miss Audrey also has? Her boyfriend, Paul, right before the crime was committed, made a phone call to a detective who he was a CI for.
Yes, he did. I forgot about that. He sure did.
I'm gonna tell everyone something in this room. The two things in life you should always hang on to, or at least do. Let me say three things. Number one, always use a debit card instead of cash, because you can always contact the store at any time. They save everything, all their records. I did this when I worked production I worked in the legal department for Original Productions in California when I lived there. And I legitimately used to call 4 individuals all the time when they give expense reports and stuff like that we'd have to go and like follow or send subpoenas and stuff for. I would contact the store and I would say, here is when the transaction was made. Here's this. I need the receipt from that day. And they would send it over immediately. So either always use a debit card, always save the receipt, and always save your envelopes. I cannot tell you how many court cases I have won because someone saved the envelope and the letter on the inside, like for instance, I have one right now where the letter on the inside said that the other attorney sent it on like say July 29th, but it actually shows the stamp from when it was dropped off at the post office was October 3rd, which was after the court case was already filed. If I can give you guys any advice whatsoever, is always save envelopes, always use a debit card, or always keep your receipt. Point blank, period. And it is literally almost every single case that's come down to stuff like that, we've won specifically because we had an envelope, a receipt, or a debit card, something to track.
Yep, in her case, the subway footage was it was time stamped for the same time after before and after the crime was committed. The crime took place at 6:30. Kara was in the fucking subway with blonde hair at 7 something.
But I know somebody that does have dark hair.
Yep.
And a tattoo on the neck to be covered up with a Band-Aid, so if somebody didn't recognize it, I'm just saying.
Her poor mother has been fighting this and has spent over $60,000 trying to fight this.
All while raising her child.
Yep. This is her baby. This is her daughter with her.
Gypsy. I feel you there, Gypsy.
And nobody talked about it. Nobody.
It's the Kiera Garvin case, guys. We're going to do a live about that, Dora.
Oh, I can get Miss Audrey in on the live. She'll come in and speak. And you guys can meet her. She is such a wonderful woman. When I tell you, Miss Audrey is amazing. She literally has spent an entire decade trying to expose the corruption, and she's been turned down by several.
And like I said, it speaks volumes that she's, and I hate it for the other daughter, but her longing to get her daughter freedom, to get her justice, to prove her innocence has caused disconnect between her and her other daughter, because she wants so desperately to prove that she's, and when you see, and I feel like any mother would do that to a point, you know what I'm saying? But when you see the evidence, when you go to the website and you see it all, you understand why she is so adamant that she's not guilty.
Kara even drew a picture of her mother in prison. Looks just like Miss Audrey.
Oh my God, that's incredible.
There she was on some visits. They have visits all the time. Kara FaceTimes. She basically just stays in her room and does her art, and she says that, she sometimes feels like giving up because she knows that she didn't do this, and nobody is hearing her out, or she felt like she didn't receive a fair trial.
Didn't she say at one time like she was being treated badly, or did I imagine this, that she was being treated really poorly, and they wouldn't move her from that prison, like they made her stay there and like be neglected?
Oh yes, she was in prison, and her mother would send her like art stuff, supplies and things like that to prison, and they would take it and stomp it in front of her, and all the things. And she
would report it, and like they just kept, like they wouldn't, she asked for a change or whatever, and like they wouldn't help. They just like
they even requested a change of venue, and they would not do it.
Yeah.
Because of the conflict of interest, because her nephew is a attorney there that brought Kara in.
And that tells you right there
hold on.
Yes.
How can they claim that that's a conflict of interest? It's not a conflict of interest. Her cousin or whomever it is could have even represented her.
That's who took her down to the jailhouse, and if they called her and told her to come down.
Unless he's the prosecutor, then I can see that. Was he the prosecutor?
No, but the prosecutor's wife was on the jury when she was convicted.
Stop.
Nope.
Stop. Please stop. You are kidding.
No, dead ass.
The prosecutor's wife was on the jury?
Yep, when she was convicted.
Yep.
Dude, what is happening?
And she's been in
every
prison
single
all the
time. I think I've heard it all. Someone says, "Hold my beer." I can't.
Yeah, that's what I said the other day. But yeah, she's in life. She's there for life, y'all. She's in there for the rest of her life.
And the prosecutor's wife was on the jury, and when Miss Audrey tried to bring that up, they shot her down again in court. Mm-hmm. And the defender, Kara had an attorney who had requested some documents of change of venue, denied. Appeals, denied. Everything that she's tried to do has been nothing.
She had to have had ineffective assistance of counsel, because I'm going to tell you right now, with all of that proffered correctly, it should have never not been able to be appealed. Never. So either that attorney dropped the ball in proffering everything when he was objecting, which basically, for those that don't know what I'm talking about, basically means that you give an offer of proof saying this is the reason why I want this testimony in, or why I want this evidence in, or why I'm making this statement. And then it preserves that statement or that evidence or that witness or whomever, or that line of questioning for appeal. If that had been done correctly by the attorney, I don't understand why the appeal would be denied. It doesn't make any sense.
Oh, yeah, exactly. I just shared to Miss Audrey to see if she'll come in here. Let me actually send her a text too.
Dude, this is infuriating.
When I tell you the shit that has occurred.
The Innocence Project would not touch it because they said that they would have to have new or more DNA. They've already reached out to them years ago.
Yep.
They just say they had to have new DNA, or do they say new DNA and evidence or evidence? Because typically, if there's new evidence, okay, I was gonna say, because typically they will pick it up if there's new evidence. But obviously, it sounds like everything has been handed over, and there's no. I'm sure there is stuff missing. There always is in cases like this, but I don't know. I'm trying to fly home so I can go down this rabbit hole.
It's wild. It's wild. And then especially when you get filled in on some of the side character things that have happened since then with side characters and the son, and then people associated with the side character. Lord have mercy.
Yep. And that mother, when I tell you, my heart hurts. My heart truly hurts for that woman, because she has spent this decade trying to fight for her daughter as a right, but she was looked at as a rug addict. And she even told the police, she said, yeah, I used to buy rugs from them, but it was never like that. I would go in and out. It was nothing.
This is why I preach so much that rug addicts don't belong in jail. It's infuriating to me. It's absolutely infuriating to me that is how, just because somebody has a past doesn't make them you know what I mean, not credible in certain situations. Now I can see if they're not credible in a situation that may have to do with rugs or something, right? Like we're talking about the unaliving of what, 3 people?
3 people. Yeah.
Can
It's a
I ask
completely
a
different
question?
story.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
Not to go completely off topic, but I have to go out and I wanted to ask you this before I go. Do anybody on the panel, I'm going to take advantage of the numbers in here, know anybody that could help in a very bad domestic abuse issue in Texas right now?
I'm in Texas and Missouri. So if you send me the info, Drama Talk, I can on exactly what the situation is and what you need. I have that's where my consulting firm is in Texas.
Okay, yeah. This is a personal, and this is help that like I'm gonna need by Tuesday. So I'm gonna send you my number. Could you reach out to me because
Yeah,
it's really
absolutely.
important. All
Yep,
right, I'm gonna
100%.
message you now. Thank you
Yep,
very much. All
of
right,
course.
bye, ladies. I'm gonna grab my daughter-in-law. I'll be back later tonight.
Have fun.
Thank you.
Yeah, when I
I
tell
think
y'all,
this is a lot. I think what a lot of the issue with this one is too is, like I said, the family was a known rug involved dealer, supplier family, and there are connections there with local police, kind of like with Becca's situation. Um, and the boyfriend, the guy that was with her, um, also was kind of has a past involved in that, and I feel like that's why
yep,
there was not as much care to actually look into the truth, what really happened. She was a scapegoat, and they wanted
yeah,
to hide a lot of shit. Honestly, if you want me to tell you the truth, I feel like they was doing it. They were putting her away to hide a lot of shit. And if you listen to the cops' statements, the cops shit. Once you know the players and the way the cops talk and the things that they say, it's wild.
when I tell y'all it's wild as shit, y'all are going to be like, what? How did they convict this girl? I've looked at everything. And when I tell you, Steph was live with her. Steph did a live with her. I actually have that live and I'll replay it right now.
Oh, I missed that. I didn't know that. Yes, all of y'all, I see y'all follow me on my backup. I will follow y'all back. I forgot to take it off private before I hopped in the box. I had to find all my login information. This one's been sitting back for like 3 years, but I will follow y'all all back. Who's Jesse, baby? I don't know. I'm trying to read up the comments. I was doing something. I wasn't paying attention.
I'm kind of going to go through this so you guys can hear Miss Audrey talk and know exactly what she has said. Nala.
Oh man, this one is quite the mystery. Oh, not you, Pam. Well, it seems like a lot of you are. It's been on some shows about Kara. Her mother, her name is Audrey. I'm sorry. And she is still fighting for her mother's innocence. She still believes that her daughter is innocent, and she's going to fight to get her her story heard.
I'm going to fast forward it a little bit and get to where Miss Audrey is in a box talking. And I want you to hear this mother, and you tell me for 1 second if you think.
How long ago was this? I never saw this over there on Steph's.
11 months ago.
That's about when we were picking up on it real pretty hot, and then it just dropped off. It just quit.
Supposed to leave in the
Dora,
morning for
check
Florida.
your messages really quick.
Because
Yeah, I saw that. I haven't heard it yet.
Yeah, me neither. That's why I wanted to text it to you first.
unalived his wife, and
Let me get Miss
this
Audrey in there.
occurred was on the tip top of a hill, a dirt road.
This is
It
Miss
wasn't
Audrey.
paved, anything like that. The road ran really close to this trailer that the child ran down to. And that man is the one who he wasn't, I called him an old man. He was probably the same age as me, but
Yeah, I saw that drama talk. I haven't confirmed that, babe.
he wasn't very educated, but I think it was a little bit more than that, if you know what I mean. And he also had a drinking problem. So anyway, he was the one who called the 911 then, and they put the child on the phone. I'm trying to think what else. So then, like in any case, once something like this starts, there's all kinds of rumors and whatever. And
I'll let you guys hear
all
it.
that I have to go by is what I can read in the reports. Well, I heard the 911 call. I think you can like Google it and get it online. And I read the newspaper reports, of course. What happened with me during this time was the 22nd day of December. We were getting ready for Christmas. We went to church that day to give out presents. We collected presents. We bought presents for some of the kids. And the battery in my car died that day, and I couldn't go. So my pastor came and got me, and which was all kind of weird, but it was a good thing that happened in that my daughter came down, my oldest daughter, and she has a child that is the same age as Kara's child. They're a year apart, actually. So, and took her home, thank goodness, because I was on the computer. I've got the timeline. I am a nurse, and I was a nurse practitioner at the time in pediatrics. But being a nurse, you document everything, because if you didn't write it, it didn't happen, right? Mm-hmm. Also, I know that you forget and you make up things to fill in. That's what's wrong with eyewitnesses. And people pleasers.
This is Kara Garvin's mother speaking about her case.
To help and all that. So I wrote everything down. And like I went back and I took the times from my cell phone so that I know who called me when and everything. My sister called me first. She heard that on the scanner that something had happened. And we had been praying for Kara, and because she was a drug addict. Drug addict. I'm sorry. I love TikTok. And she had gotten with this guy because he provided those things for her. And she did not have to go buy them anymore herself, because with her husband, she had to be the one. He was too, an addict too, and she had to go purchase those things for him with them both. So anyway, he promised her he'd take care of her.
Let's talk about Paul Balmer.
Yeah.
I can't even remember his name. Balmer, for just a moment. This was a man that was quite a bit older.
So this is the Kara Garvin case, guys. I'm just replaying this for Kristen and everybody in here just a little bit. This is Kara Garvin's mother speaking. She has timelines written down. She has everything. This case is Miss Audrey speaking about Kara.
Than her.
18 years.
18 years older than her. And essentially, she was with him basically for that supply. And he was not a good man. In fact, he was convicted for 17 years for the unaliving of another member of the Mullet family.
He attempted it. He robbed them, actually, is what he did.
Attempted. Got you.
Yeah.
Okay.
But he
got big
plans?
Shit.
Sorry, hold on.
A personal loan can help you make them a reality.
Sorry, guys. This is a commercial. Hold on.
Life change or even an emergency.
Let's just say his common law wife, mother of his child. Can you say suicide?
So we say self-exiting of the world of one of one's accord. I'm just kidding. We say, I know. How do we say? She I don't know how to say that word, but I know what you're talking about. I mean, unalived herself. Unalived herself. Right. Yes, that's a good one.
But a cop, a deputy stood in my. This all happened that happened in May. Mm-hmm. She was still with her husband, still working, whatever. And in September, her daughter came to my house. We were hoping that this would get her to into rehab or whatever. Mm-hmm. And anyway, I called the cops to say that she had run away and come to my home, and what should I do? And he stood in my living room and he said right in front of her, he unalived his wife and we know it.
Yeah.
And we will get him. Well, they didn't. It still ruled as that she did it.
Mm. So mind you, Paul Ballmer, the guy that was with Kara, unalived his wife, and cops said that they knew he unalived his wife and that they would get him, but then later ruled it as a suicide.
So you see, yeah, he's not a good man. And this is probably not his first either, but.
So he claims that, he admitted to being there that night.
Yeah, he
admitted that he had been there at that particular residence twice that day.
Yeah. In his testimony, yes, that's what he says.
And he confessed to hiding the weapon afterward.
Yes.
But despite those suspicious actions, he was never charged with trying to tamper with evidence, hide the evidence, or any other thing to do with it. And he claims that he waited in the car. She went inside, and then let me make sure I've got this correctly. And she came out to the car, and she had a wallet, somebody's wallet. And did she go back in a second time and then come back out?
That's what he says. That's
what he said. Okay.
Yeah. He first says she threw something in the car and he didn't know what it was, and then she came back out. But later if you go through the series of the reports and things, there's things that are changed. His route out of the place where he ended up or where they ended up at the motel, they change depending on.
Yes, this is Kara's mother.
I'll just cut to the chase. His very good friend and assistant with his activities was a detective. Okay. And we know that. You've probably been on the website, so you've heard his own voice, possibly,
mm-hmm.
and what he says. But he was his friend, and so there's just too many things in this whole situation that doesn't add up for a cop in an investigation. Mm-hmm. Let's just talk about where those weapons were, or were her clothes. He says he placed. Okay.
He said he threw them out the window, but they were folded up real neatly.
Pretty neatly, yeah. Yes. And I put the pictures, I think I put the pictures on the website. Mm-hmm. Here's the thing. Those weapons were in a direct, and I mean an absolute direct line of a bank. It was a drive-through bank. There are surveillance cameras all around it. That camera would have been right on that spot because it was right next to a mailbox and to a garbage can. The motel was just a few feet away. You would have seen all cars going in and out. They could have known exactly when they arrived, exactly when they left. They would have known everything. They say they didn't get it. Now, why would you not get it?
Why?
I don't. They got the surveillance camera of the subway where they went for a sandwich.
Yes, let's talk about that. In the subway video, she has blonde hair, despite eyewitnesses that say the assailant had dark hair. And now she says that she was asleep, and that Paul took her car, and when he got back, he told her to dye her hair, and so she did. But they went to how
After the incident.
how much before the event? What was the subway video? What time was
Oh
that?
no, it was after.
It was
Okay,
after.
the event happened approximately. The call came in at 6:37, and the subway video is at 8:30. Roughly around 8:30. It could be a little before that. My memory's not as good, but I have it written down. But yeah, she's blonde and she's oblivious. You can look in the surveillance camera. She's oblivious. She's swinging her foot. She's picking out a sandwich. He's got his hands in his pocket. He's looking up at the cameras. He's very much aware that he's on it. Then what happened is they went to the motel. They went first, I think, to when they reached Greenup, Kentucky. They first went to a Family Dollar and purchased super glue for fingernails and black hair dye. She'll honestly tell me, I don't know why I dyed it. He did my hair all the time. He was the one who bleached it blonde. And so she said, I can't, he probably, but she said, I can't really, she just says, I can't really say without guessing, or, she don't want to lie. She don't want to make things up. So you just say what you can remember and you don't vary from that. But anyway, so they came from the dye, then they went to the subway, got the sandwiches, and then they went back to the motel. And they're at the motel because he said that the cable was off at the house. So, and they're supposed to leave in the morning for Florida because they were going to move down there. Mm-hmm. So when he had come back from wherever he had been and got her up out of the bed, he said, let's go to Florida. And she said, no, I have a doctor's appointment. Let's go. And he said, the cable's out. Let's go to a motel. She said, usually says that whenever someone has told him that the drug enforcement task force is going to come to town, they would go to a motel. Okay. And you understand, Kentucky's just across the river. We're right on the Ohio River.
Born and raised in Kentucky, so.
Okay. So she didn't think anything of it, but when he said, let's go to Florida, no, I can't. They were packed and ready to go, but she had a doctor's appointment that day. So, or the next day, because that was on a Sunday. So, she said, let's go to Portsmouth, which is Ohio. That's where the doctor's appointment was. He said, let's go to Ashland. She didn't want to go to Ashland. It's too far away. So they settled on Greenup, which is just across the bridge, Jesse Stewart Bridge. So he says, and then that's when they went to Family Dollar, and then they went to Subway, and then they went back to back to the motel. They ate their sandwiches, and he dyed her hair. And in the middle of having her hair dyed, my nephew, who is a criminal attorney, he was pretty young at that time. They grew up together. They were really close in age, and anyway, my nephew called her and said, I need to come and get you. Where are you at? And I'm not real sure if she told him exactly where she was at that time or not, but she said, I've got to take a shower because the stuff was in her hair and she had to get it out. If you've ever done your hair, you understand that. You get in the shower and you wash it out. Yes. So, he texted and messaged, and I can't remember how many. I have to go back and look how many times it was back and forth. And she told him where she was. He went over there, and as she was walking out the door, Paul said, "You're not coming back." And she said, "Yeah, I am. I'm coming back. You have my phone. You got my car. I'm coming back," because he had her phone all day. because she had been asleep. She was trying to sleep off the drugs so she could get off of them because she wanted her child back. And she knew that was the only way she was going to do it. So she said, yeah, I'll be back. She didn't know what it was. And she said, and she knew that her, I don't know what to say for that word, weapon had been stolen. Can I say that word? Mm-hmm. Okay. That had been stolen like 2 months before that in October. Mm-hmm. So she thought it was something about that. Or she thought, okay, the jig's up on, I'm a drug addict, they're going to get me or whatever. So she goes in and she doesn't know until maybe they get to the parking lot. And Rick kind of tells her and takes her in, and she never left. She took up for Paul. She kept saying, she kept begging Rick to help him. Call him, tell him what's going on. Don't let him be, she was just real concerned that that he was going to be blindsided like she was, and that he didn't do it. I didn't do it. I don't know what you're, talking about. And by the way, they played that at trial, which you're not supposed to. A conversation between your attorney and a client is supposed to be confidential and private, but they recorded it. Of course, they didn't say anything. I mean, she didn't say anything, and even during their interrogation, it was. I mean, there wasn't anything to admit to. She didn't give, she didn't do a confession or admit to. She didn't give, she didn't do a confession or anything like that. Although people will say, because it says in the paper that she turned herself in. Do you know that a lot of people believe that when you read she turned herself in, that they think that means that she admitted that she was guilty? Right. And it doesn't. That means she went in. He ran. He ran. He left. He went to Florida. And
in fact, she was down there within 5 hours of it happening, answering their questions.
And he was gone. He left. And usually that's the sign of guilt.
Right.
Now, what do y'all think of that?
Told y'all it was wild.
This is the case of
100%.
Sarah Garvin.
She was in the middle of dyeing her hair when she was called to the police station. The incident happened at 6:37. She was caught in the subway with blonde hair at 8 in Family Dollar. But at 6:37, when the call came in, the little boy stated it was a dark-haired girl. She was blonde at 8 o'clock.
Sure was. And when he said he threw her clothes and the pew pew out of the window going down the
He was
side of the
never
road.
charged with that.
Dora, do you have the picture of her clothes folded neatly like they're going into a dresser drawer with the pew pew laying on top? Like they were folded just as cute, just as neat as you'd ever want to see laying on the side of the road.
Yep. And he ran to Florida while she was answering all of their questions.
Yep.
They captured him in Florida, but he was never charged with tampering with evidence. He was never charged with any of that. But he admitted to him that he placed the clothes there and the pew pew.
And he gets out this year. He may already be out at this point.
No, he gets out 2026. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I thought I was watching old girl a while back and she'd gotten a call to let her know that he was being released.
Okay, Elise. His name is Paul Ballmer.
I swear I remember her saying that she gotten a call that he was being released.
Mm-mm. And he almost unalived one of their family members, but he was never charged for that.
And what about his wife, who they believe he unalived, but they ruled it as a suicide.
This is him.
Nice, upstanding looking gentleman there, huh?
He was convicted in 2009. He gets out. Oh,
is he out already?
Yeah, girl.
I was gonna say, I remember watching Old Girl a while back, a few months back, and I remember her saying that she'd gotten a call from, whoever, letting her know, because she was a family member, that he was going to be released.
Expected release date, parole eligibility date 7/1 of 2025.
Okay, I was thinking I wasn't crazy, but I mean, things could have happened and he couldn't have got out. But I remember watching Old Girl over there.
Post-release start date, TC/TT sentence expiration 12/25/25. Supervision start date 7/1 of 2025 for 6 months.
Yeah, he's out. I remember. I was going to say Old Girl because she was showing her ass on her live stream over there that day. Because she'd gotten a call from, I guess, like maybe the jail or whatever, since she was family member, to let her know that he was being released.
Yep.
Because I remember saying it probably ain't gonna be long before she shacked up with that old dude right there. Because I still believe that's the connection. So if he pops up in Old Girl's lives, Dora, just saying.
Yep.
I wouldn't be shocked if she don't rekindle with him. I'll have to start watching her lives again.
And this is Kara's most recent picture. That's the color it was dyed the day she went in jail.
Yeah, when she had blonde before. During. She had blonde during the crime.
Yep.
This is so infuriating. It's not even funny.
Right?
But you know who they charged with tampering with evidence? Her. She was charged with aggravated burglary, aggravated robbery, 3 murder sentences, and tampering with evidence.
It's wild. And the more you listen to her poor mama, bless it, it just breaks my heart.
Kara Garvin. Yep.
And he knew when the mama said he looked at her and said, "You're not coming back. You're not coming back." He knew. He knew he done set her ass up.
Yep. Oh, but don't you know the judge that was over her case was just honored.
It's Kara Garvin, guys. Kara Garvin, Garvin.
There's a website. You can go to freekaragarvin.com. There's lots and lots and lots of information on this case out there, on that website that her mom has made. I'm going to have to go back. I want to watch. Is that on Steph's YouTube, Dora?
Yes.
Okay, because I didn't realize she was over there. I kind of fell down the rabbit hole when I was watching Old Girl.
Well, I think that's something in the future we need to get together, protest in front of that courthouse.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'll have to go back to Steph's YouTube and watch that because I didn't realize she was on there with her. I was actually in your live a couple of times with the mom when everything was like kind of picking up. And then it just kind of quit.
It's freekaragarvin.com. It's Franklin Furnace, Ohio.
Hey, we're going back up there to get some stuff. I need to pick up some paper towels.
You know what's infuriating to me? How can these officers sleep at night?
Right.
Like, honestly, how can they sleep at night? I will never understand, and I've said this 1,000 times, the easiest thing to do when you have a microphone, a platform, or in a position of power is to just tell the truth. And the fact that they know that they're affecting other people's lives, the fact that they know that anything they say is taken as absolute fact, right? Without any due process, because that doesn't happen. It's not like these judges are saying, hey, show me the evidence that you have of this happening. That does not happen. I can absolutely unequivocally assure you of that. Any of these police officers can literally walk into court, get a warrant, get anything, and then it's like you prove after the fact. It's just, it will never make any sense to me. The system is so freaking broken, and this is why we get in situations like this. It's just pisses me off. Sorry. I'm end of rant.
No, I agree with that. You know what's crazy to me is hopefully we can get her name out there in hopes that somebody might come forward.
Agreed.
And you can even go to Free Kara Garvin on Facebook and you'll see how many people support her mama in this too.
I agree with that TikTok 10. Like, how did the prosecutor pick this up? I mean, seriously. How do you look at this and legitimately say, yep, that's who it was? And this is, again, the prosecutor's job is to find a means to do an end to justice, not merely to convict. Yet that's what they do all the time. Garvin, Garvin. V as in Victor.
It's wild to me that the poor girl was convicted and didn't have a chance.
Wendy, I think your comment might have been flagged. TikTok's been doing that a lot. What was your question again? Or what was your comment again? Because I don't see another comment from you unless someone else can see it.
Yep, Samantha. Yep. Nella Grace. You hear my dog? She's pissed.
It was the wife of the prosecutor. That's the craziest part. Not just even a relative, like not just a cousin, not just the wife of the prosecutor. Like, what? Talk about misconduct.
Maybe if people started getting that shit out there and Kara's name, people can start gathering up protests and standing out there and demanding fucking answers.
Exactly, because someone just said, wait, what happened? So Kara Garvin was convicted of unaliving 3 people. She didn't do it. There is no evidence tying her to it. They never even swabbed her DNA on the murder weapon. Nothing. Reported her pew-pew stolen months before, and this is just what I've gathered. I still got to go down the rabbit hole on this case, but reported her pew-pew stolen months before this ever happened, and then it happened, and then they accused her. They're saying it was a dark-haired individual that did it, yet she didn't even dye her hair until after the unaliving happened. And that's basically what we're talking about. And the prosecutor's wife was on the jury.
Show the picture of her with blonde hair before. I've got it pulled up. Did you show?
Miss Audrey has that picture. I'll have to get the picture of her from the subway as she was standing in line for her sandwich.
Look, hold on.
She was nonchalantly just standing there ordering her a sandwich and
Yeah, look
chilling.
at her. Hang on.
She didn't look nervous to me.
That right there, that's her at Subway during the time of the crime with blonde hair.
Yep, that was her.
That was when the crime happened, and then look here.
This was 2 hours after the crime.
Look, that's her after the fact with dyed black hair. Her mugshot. 4 hours later. You see it there at the top with her blonde hair.
She was in the middle of dyeing her hair when they wanted her to come to the police station.
But the person that committed the crime had dark hair?
Yeah,
When at the time
call
of crime,
came in
she was
at
at
6
Subway
something
with
in the
blonde hair?
afternoon. It was said that the person that did the crime had brown, dark hair. Okay, well, look at that. Look at that Subway picture. She was blonde. The crime happened at 6:30. Carol was still at the Subway at 8 something with blonde hair.
Yep. It's insane. That website, y'all.
Show that picture again of her in the Subway.
The Subway one. There you go.
Does that look like dark hair to y'all?
But that website has lots of info, y'all. Like there's statements on there from these cops that are clearly dirty, dirty cops, like garbage cops. It's insane. It's definitely one that will make you scratch your head and go, "What the fuck? What?"
Oh yeah, for sure. But guys, I am going to hop off here for a little bit because I do need to eat and stuff like that. So I will be back shortly.
Okay.
Sounds
Thanks for
good,
letting
girl.
me hang out.
All right, guys. I'll see you in just a